me personally, I don't know about you guys, but that's the whole main thing about cybersecurity is that cybersecurity can provide a job that's very lucrative, very rewarding, and they're only asking you to trade knowledge for the type of job that you have. And what I mean by that is that they want you to constantly learn these new technologies, the processes for the job, and being able to be that subject matter expert when it comes to security of their data. And you have, I don't know about the Nashville area too much, and you guys are in Nashville, I'm correct, or this is Alabama. So Mobile. My bad on that. I was thinking about the other cohort. So I like to come and find jobs all the time. I did the same thing here. And I like to go on LinkedIn and Indeed. If you don't have a Indeed, a LinkedIn account, do yourself a favor and make one. And if you're if you're a person that don't mind networking, LinkedIn is a perfect spot to do that. Especially while you're in school and you're looking for internships. While I'm on that subject, let me go ahead and tap into internships. Internships can be a wonderful way for you to get into this field without going through the whole process of trying to find different jobs. Because what's going to hold you back is the experience part of it. I have ways around the experience part, but it's going to be better if you're an intern working for a company. They train you the way they want you to be trained, and then they just hire you on after the internship. So if you could find some internships, that'd be awesome. But to my point of what I was trying to show you guys is that Security Plus is 9 times out of 10 going to be on job descriptions in some form and fashion. Um, SAIC is a popular military government contractor, and they normally want Security Plus to be on their applicants' resume. So I'm looking for it here. So you can see here they want the A plus, the Network Plus, and CE only means education, or continuing something else. I forget what it is. It might be experience, but don't hold me to that. But anyway, the security certifications is something that they're looking for too. And so these places like this pay very well, even for entry level positions. So I would highly, like I said, compared to the A plus, and I'm not trying to sway you guys, but compared to the A plus, I probably would lean more to the Security Plus just because it's a niche. It's more of uh, A plus can be so broad and it's not really going into one direction. And so you have to get maybe like a service desk or a help desk position where Security Plus is strictly for cybersecurity positions. You could get a help desk job, but you're more focused into a particular specialization. Any questions on that? So like I said, LinkedIn is a wonderful spot. Um, create a LinkedIn and reach out to me and let's connect. I'm not great at networking, but I mean I know y'all, so I'll put it in the chat too. So if you want to just go ahead and just make one and just if you want to have a connection, hit me up. I'll go ahead and connect. It's no problem. But I think this is also great ways for people to look at others in that field and have direct conversation to them. Let's say this young gentleman, he contacted me the other day, and I don't know him, but if I see something maybe in his biography that I wanted to necessarily talk to him about, or maybe if I wanted to get in the governance and compliance area when it comes to cybersecurity, maybe it's somebody that I can ask, hey, what do I need to study? Who do I need to talk to? Things of that nature. So networking here on LinkedIn is built for that type of networking. Whereas other social media sites is more sociable, not really geared for any type of career building. Okay. All right. Did anybody else join since then? I don't think so. All right. Any questions? Give me 1 second. Let me go ahead and switch over to CyberUp, and then let's get y'all in there. Appreciate that follow, man. All right. Easy. So CyberUp, let's go here to, I need to log out. Who doesn't have access to this site? Just okay. Keith. So what's going on? Give me 1 second. I thought I had everybody in here. Keith, you see this email right here? Can you check that Gmail account and make sure you didn't see anything come in there? It should look like this. Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, I did get an email for the. You talking about for the CyberUp thing?
You kind of cut out at the end, but yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw it in my email. Cool. So I just click the link and then it's gonna give me access.
Yeah, click that link, and then you're gonna need to use the password there in that email to get access. It's going to ask you to change that password, but once you change it, then it's something that and then you can go ahead and use it whenever.
So for the Security Plus, are we eventually gonna get CompTIA as well, like the or are we just gonna stay on CyberUp?
I don't know, but I and the reason why I don't know is because I had a login for that, but it didn't really give me the class, if that makes sense, in order to have the material for you guys to follow. And so I was kind of confused on that, and I probably need to get with Dr. Blair about that and ask her, what are we all going to? What is the preferred method for us to use? What did y'all use for the A plus course?
CompTIA for Core 1 and Core 2.
Can someone show me that? Can they share their screen and show me? Or
I can.
Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing. Or am I sharing? I'm not even sharing. You could share, I think.
Just give me 1 second. I'm logging in.
Okay, no problem. I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen real quick just to show you. If you got that email from CyberUp, it's gonna look like this, and it wants you to use that username right here, but that password. Take this password, throw it in there, throw it into this screen. It's gonna look like this. Let me log out. It's gonna look like this. Throw that username and that password in there, and it's gonna automatically ask you to change it. Let me know if I need to send that back to anybody.
I just logged into CompTIA. We actually do have the Security Plus on there as well. So yeah.
Okay. Do you mind sharing your screen real quick just so I can take a look at it?
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Because I'm wondering if it's 701 for that website. Screen everything. Go to lessons. And scroll down. This looks like 601.
Sorry, let me come off mute. It's not letting me scroll down. I think it's only 15
15 lessons.
lessons. Yeah.
Okay.
But it does say 701, yes.
Okay. So you can go ahead and stop sharing now. I appreciate it.
Okay, no problem.
So does everybody have access to that?
Yeah.
Thumbs up or say yeah, appreciate it. Okay, so let's do this in conjunction. So because I don't think each one of those lessons is probably literature, and they maybe only got videos here and there. I don't know how you guys do with videos or hearing a lecture versus reading. Me personally, I gotta have the video. Each one of my classes, each one of my lectures is going to have a video to it, and then at the end of that, it should have 7 to 10 questions for every lesson. Let's go back to 15. Can everybody get into CyberUp? Or is that something that I need to ask tomorrow as you guys get settled in and then try to get into the class?
I got in.
Cool. Anybody else got in?
Yeah, also got in.
Cool. All right. So let me share my screen. If you don't have access, let me know and I'll get that email back over to you. But I set it up into weeks, right? I'm collapse it all and then I'm gonna explain it. And the reason why I wanted to do that is because we got 4 weeks. We need to cram this thing in, and it's tough to do that, but hey, we got to do what we got to do, right? So I got 4 weeks here, and I wish I had it to where it could be indented so it could be easier to see, but I got 4 weeks here, and I got 21 lessons. But the one thing about it is that for some of the weeks, I have different resources here, such as, I think this is for my previous class, so I need to take that out. Yep. Sorry about that. But I got the objectives here. And this is straight from CompTIA 701 objectives. This is everything to cover on that exam. And so a study tip is that if you take these objectives, and it's really only just definitions, if you're able to do the definitions on these types of words, you have a good chance you probably are going to pass this exam. Not saying that this is all about remembering definitions. It's more about, if you know the definition of, let's say, a digital signature, that when they ask you a multiple choice question, you'll know the difference between a blockchain. And so you won't get confused when you're reading the problem that they have. Because the thing about a CompTIA test is that they're gonna fluff this up so badly. They're gonna give you a paragraph, maybe 2 paragraphs to read, and it has nothing to do with nothing. All right, and it gets on my nerves. And they're gonna give you 2 paragraphs and maybe ask the question in 2 sentences, and then that might be that. And by it being 90 questions, it wears on you over time to where you start to try to fly through the exam. And that's where they kind of catch you up too. So, but having these objectives, knowing that, you can look at what a nation state is and how it differs from a hacktivist, or if they're in a nation state, if you can understand what I'm saying on those, then you probably stand a good chance of probably passing this exam. So keep those things in mind. So going back, and I have those in like some of the weeks to week points where I have different resources. I thought I did. Guess I didn't. Well, I'll be putting them in there. But I know for sure each lesson has a video to watch, and then after that video might have some reading to do. And that's the reason why I wanted it to be in a setting like this, is that you can do this whenever you feel like learning. And then when you feel like learning, you're able to take in a lot more and retain it. Now, you can go over these questions as many times as you want, and be able to check them as they go along. I think I have the answers in there to where it explains why certain things are correct and why they're not. But in conjunction with this, as well as the one from CompTIA that Pivot has provided for you, it should set you up for success, I think. And then at the end, when we get into week 4, or I'll say into week 3, I'm going to start putting some practice tests out there. And you can use the practice tests from here as well as CompTIA to help you with that, getting used to 100 questions, multiple choice. And the good thing about the CompTIA part is that they have those performance-based questions in there ready to go too. So any questions? So real quick, right before we take our break, let's go back. I got you guys also in 2 more courses in Cyber Up. It's Intro to Computers. Just in case you got any kind of questions coming from the A+ side, take a look at these videos. I think they're very informative. Maybe they could shine some light on some questions you probably had from the A+ side of it. It really doesn't go into detail like that, but I do have a video that I thought is very informative. This guy is great, honestly, on YouTube. And then another course that I got you guys signed up in is the job board. And the reason why I did this is because, like I said, the whole point is to find some type of employment. And if you guys, even though you're in school or what have you, you can still try to look for internships. I got cybersecurity companies, government companies that are very lucrative when it comes to government contracting, the medical field, and I try to focus these around remote jobs. So I work remote. I'm a big component of working remote, and I think that it shouldn't go away. And so I try to get companies up here that they are remote friendly. And if you want to take a look at them, the only thing you got to do is just, click on that. It should open up in a different window and go straight to their job board. And the reason why I do this is because going to Indeed and LinkedIn all the time, it will you get a lot of traffic there, and sometimes you see bad posts where it may be posted up there for maybe a year or more, or a lot of times you could fill out these job applications and people never get back with you. I always tell people to go directly to a company and see if they're hiring for the position that you want and fill out the application on their site. And so I wanted to cut the middleman out and just kind of have it here. And so I think, on your free time, just go through, see what you see. Now, the thing about that is that you don't have to have the Security Plus to fill out these applications. I'm going to say that again. You do not have to have the Security Plus to fill out these applications. I did not have my Security Plus when I got my first cybersecurity job. And I don't think it's a necessity for anybody else to have it as well. But I do think you need to be able to hit your certain points in the interview stage in order to get that job. Okay? So I do believe in that. Any questions on that?
I just want to say thank you. That's a great resource. And also, when you said you didn't have Security Plus, do you remember like the first search that you got?
I have the Security Plus. Now,
No. I'm saying
sorry.
when you first got a job, like when you first got like the first job that you said that you got.
I had
what cert?
I had a easy cert called ITIL. I was able to knock this out in about a weekend. I crammed this one, right? Didn't know what I was talking about. But this is for help desk. I had this and I had a degree. And we can get into that, let me make sure I pick that up after this break. Let me take a break. Let y'all get up, do what y'all got to do, and let's pick up from that point of certifications and degrees. And I'll tell you other certifications that you might want to look at that'll help you out in your journey. So remind me of that when we come back in about 15, okay?
Okay, cool.
All right. So let's take 15. Let's be back at what is it? 6 for y'all? 6:50 for right now. So come back at 7:05. I don't have a timer, but I'll see y'all then. Appreciate it. Now, to Leah's point of which certifications that I had starting off, like I said, ITIL is a inexpensive certification that you can get that is well known, um, but it's more direct to service desk and help desk. So when you go to putting in a ticket at your school or whatnot, and they have a IT department that gets that ticket and processes it, ITIL will help you understand it from a manager standpoint, learning about SLAs, service level agreements, and how they correlate to your users. So when you put that ticket in, let's say, for us, for example, if you put a ticket in with Verizon, your phone carrier, you're expecting to hear an answer for them in, what time frame. Is it going to be a day? Do you want to hear something within the hour? Do you want to hear something and have a result within 2 hours? Those things is what ITIL will bring your attention to, and then help you strategize and become better at within your field. That's one. And I was able to get my cybersecurity job with that, just that one. But I had experience on my side because I was already out of the army and I did computer work in the army. And then I was able to get with a TV company and do help desk for them. And so it was kind of like I used my resume as a heavy on the experience side until I got my certifications up. Now, for you guys, what I would suggest, if you want to get another certification, you can go and you can look at the ITIL one, but then you can also look at this one. And I think this one goes under the radar, but it's a nice one to get and really pass it. I want to say within like 2 weeks of learning it. It's the AWS Cloud Practitioner courses. And the reason why I say this is because everybody's moving to the cloud now. If you don't understand the cloud, then you're kind of missing out on the technology that we're taking a part of. And you all have something to do with the cloud, even to where we're meeting in a Zoom classroom, which is in the cloud, right? I'm recording this to the cloud. And so if you understand how the cloud works, and trust me, this certification does not break down the every little thing about the cloud, but it will give you a overall view of how the cloud works and then how we actually using it on a day-to-day basis. Then I think that'll be impactful when it comes to putting it on your resume, and then you're able to speak to it from a job standpoint, because they're going to be uploading, data to the cloud, pictures to the cloud, documentation, and they want to know not only can you protect it, do you understand why we're going to the cloud? Why is it's such a necessity? Because a big thing that I preach is that technology is only convenient. It's convenience. I'm sorry. It's convenience for us. It doesn't necessarily mean that we need to have it, but it's convenient to have. Um, if you got if you got an iPhone and then an iPad, then what's the difference between the two? Other than one is more convenient than the other when it comes to certain tasks, right? And so that's why, having these type of certifications, I think it shows that you are up on the different changes that's going on in the real world, and that you understand what they are facing when it comes to different technology, because they're going to constantly bring in new stuff all the time. So I would definitely say look into ITIL. Maybe it's like I think $99 for this one, and then look into Cloud Practitioner. I for sure know it's about $99 to take this one. Any questions on those? I do not have classes on these yet. I need to find some free time to actually make a class on both of these, but I would like to have some made out and actually provide them. But any questions on that? Do you guys are for the ones? Hold on. Everybody's in school, right? Thumbs up on that.
Yes, sir.
So, are we all taking cybersecurity as a degree, or is it kind of like, do your school offers that?
I'm going to school for computer information systems, and like during like some courseworks, they have like we do go over like cybersecurity.
Okay.
Yeah,
Anybody?
I'm in school for computer science, but I could concentrate in cybersecurity.
Okay.
Yeah, I can do that as well.
And that's at this point is just we need to catch up, and I'm particularly talking about HBCUs now, is that we need to catch up with other institutions that are offering cybersecurity as a degree. Not everybody does that. They do it as kind of like a specialization, and I believe that's because schools really don't know exactly how to put it as a program. Because I think they look at it as a technical degree and not necessarily a I don't even know, an academic degree or something like that. It's definitely not on the same par as American literature or African American studies or history as a major, but it's more technical, and I think they don't understand the business side of it, of how security professionals are built to just understand business, and then we think about the security side to the business. But I think that'll change over time. Maybe after you guys get y'all degrees and certifications, and um, y'all are seniors at your jobs, maybe then your alma mater will probably have a degree program offering it as a associate's or a bachelor's of science. But I'm pretty sure that's probably in the long future. But in the meantime, while you're doing that degree work, I say get your degree, but also get these certifications too on while you're learning. I'm assuming everybody's out on summer break right now. And so if you can knock out a couple of certifications, do that, please. I'm gonna just give you another one real quick. It's called Qualis. Forgive me on my spelling. Qualis training. So check this out, right? All right. So y'all see this right here? This is a free training at that, right? But they're gonna give you a not a certification, but a certificate of completion based off of vulnerability management. Now, we won't talk about vulnerability management until maybe about Thursday, maybe next week. But vulnerability management is a subsector of cybersecurity. And to put icing on top of that, hold on, let me get right. Go back over here to Indeed. Let me get up out of here. And just throw vulnerability management up in here. Vulnerability management making me look bad right now. Jesus. Do y'all understand why they do stuff like this? But vulnerability management is also a particular position that companies pay for. And when I say pay, they pay. And the thing about it is that you're not doing what I do at work. What I do at work is I make sure whatever tools we bring in corresponds with what we need for our business. Vulnerability management is going to look for any type of risk or what type of issues we may run into, and then they report it. Once they report it, it's up to the IT team to remediate it and fix that issue. It's only meant for the vulnerability management to find the issue and to report the issue. So keep that in mind as something to take a look at. This I'm put this in the chat. I'm sorry, man. I'm gonna butcher your name. Can I get a nickname for you or something?
Yeah, you could call me Ola.
Allah?
Ola. Yeah.
Ola? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah. So is your job like governance and compliance?
Say that one more time.
Is your job related to like compliance and governance or something like that?
It could be. Some companies can loop that in. But the ones that I've seen is going to be separated. So you have these certain silos where you have, matter of fact, this kind of goes into our first lesson. That when you click on the first lesson in Cyber Up, it'll start talking about positions in cybersecurity. So you will have something like incident response. But then you will have something like cybersecurity engineer that you see right there. And let's just say analyst for right now. But the analyst, see, the cybersecurity analyst is going to be very related to the incident response analyst. And I'll explain why in just a second. So I'm going to say engineer. And then after that, you're going to have you can have vulnerability management, right? Then after that, we can have what we call GRC. That's what you're alluding to, Ola, when it comes to governance, risk, and management. GRC. Then you got one that nobody really look at, and it pays just as well, and that's audit. Now, the reason why I didn't bring up the CISO or IT directors or information chief information officers is that these are 15 years and plus type of jobs, and plus you're going to need this certification right here. This is what you're going to see a lot. Once you get your security plus, you're going to start seeing this certification every time, the CISSP. Can you get this certification now and just skip the security plus? Yes. Would I suggest that? No. Do I have it? No. And I'm not telling you not to get it because I ain't got it. But I am saying that it's going to throw 10 times more information at you. And it's going to be a substantial increase when it comes to taking this test. I think it's $700 for this test. And there's no retakes. Well, you can retake it, but you're going to pay another $700. So just keep those things in mind. So that's your senior side of it. And then auditors, your auditors are going to make sure that we have everything that we're supposed to have when it comes to compliance. So sometimes they're in that group they may be covered under the director of GRC, but they're just really checking, okay, for ISO 27001, which we'll learn about later. That's that not certification. What did they call that thing? That governance. We're supposed to have so many firewalls or servers that's blocked by a firewall. And what our auditors do is that they'll pick a time throughout the year and they'll check to make sure that those things are in place. That's all they do. Now, once they figure out if it's in place or not, then they'll write a report saying the things that we need to change. So I think auditors are very lucrative for the amount of work that they need to put in. But I'm not saying that it's easy. But what I am saying is that I don't see too many people complaining about auditors. That's just me being real. And I think, me personally, I think that you can get in this just as easy as an entry level job as a security analyst. GRCs, again, kind of like auditors, but what they're doing is that they're making sure our policies is okay, making sure we're not taking on any kind of risk that we don't need to take on, and then we're making sure that we are in compliance with whatever regulations that we're under. Let's say if we are a company that take credit cards all day long, we want to make sure that we are compliant when it comes to PCI DSS, which is for credit card industries that use credit cards for transactions. They have a list of things that they want their people to abide by, and it's up to the GRC team to make sure that we have those things in place. Again, I already talked to you about vulnerability management, but it's one of those silos where this is all what they do. They find out, like, okay, hands up if everybody is familiar with what happened on Friday when it came to CrowdStrike. Put a thumbs up in the chat. So if we're familiar with it, then vulnerability management, that person was supposed to warn everybody that, hey, we got something coming down the pipe and it's going to be big. And we need to get ahead of it before it affects us. So when you think about all those people sitting in their doggone airport, they either didn't have a vulnerability manager to see that coming, or they didn't have another way of really fixing that. I just really find it to be bad. But anyway, vulnerability management is that where I'm going to see what's the problem of what we have in store. It's kind of like looking at updates. So if you got a Mac or if you have a Windows and you have that time where you need to update your computer or your phone, that vulnerability management manager or analyst is going to look at that update once it's primed to come out and see if we actually need to push this out to everybody. See, the problem that happened with CrowdStrike is that it was a lot of people who updated the CrowdStrike agent because it was automatically set to auto update. And when it auto updated, it looked for a piece of file in your system 32 for Windows, and it kind of fought it and just kind of really deleted it, which caused the blue screen of death that everybody was just showing. And so now it just creates a headache for everybody else trying to get everything back online, because now you got to figure out ways of how do you put hands on that computer when it's not able to get back on the internet. And it's just a pain, especially for us, for my company that's remote, where I got things in China, Indonesia, Africa, and I can't put hands on them, but I have to work with people who maybe don't have that much great English and try to walk them through the blue screen of death to get them back online. But a vulnerability management could have stopped this before it got out of hand. going back to cybersecurity engineer. So like I said, this is where I'm at, where I'm looking at the tools that we bring in, and I'm determining if that's something that we actually need. You can end up spending millions on these different types of tools, and they all do different things, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you need them. And so it's up to me to take them in, kind of get that demo, um, and see what it does, and then take it to our testing site to see if we actually need it. If it breaks stuff before we actually implement it, does it work well with the things that we already have in place? Um, is it worth the money? Is it worth the contract? Because the contract is just, if you can create a software and sell the software, please do that, because people will pay you for it. A lot of money. So that's engineering. That's above the incident response. So incident response and cybersecurity analyst is probably going to be your entry level points. And this is where we're reading a lot of logs. We're looking at a lot of entries that come into the network, and then we're stopping hackers at the first level. But it's not just on the network. It could be physical wise too. It could be people coming into the building, just plugging a USB port, a USB thumb drive into our computer, and then getting on the network that way. So incident response is always constantly moving, constantly checking things, and trying to figure out how to close those gaps once somebody even attempts to penetrate those things. So that was a high level look at some of the roles that we have. I know I went over a lot when it comes to the certifications and the degrees, and then the positions. Do you guys got any questions on those things? I know sometimes I can get a little long-winded. All right. So going back to CyberUp and going back to the course, this is what I want to do for this week going into tomorrow and Wednesday. So week 1, let's go ahead and let's try to knock out lessons 1 through 4, and then leave, I want to say, the last part of Wednesday and Thursday for crypto. And the reason why is because cryptography is going to be a little difficult to talk about and to get through. And so I want to leave a whole day for that and have that go into the weekend, and let's pick it back up on week 2. Because we're going to really, it's cryptography here, but then we're going to be talking about public keys on Monday. So, which is still just a continuation of cryptography. I don't want to get it confused with crypto, the money, versus cryptography, having things being unreadable. Those are two different things. They don't mean the same thing, not at all. All right, so like I said, we did a high level view of security roles. The video will go into security controls. I also wanted to show you this. So for each lesson, like I said, I might have a PDF for you to read. And then like for this one is some extra resources that you can look at. So this is a live attack map. So I think it's kind of cool where you can see the actual attacks that's going on right now. I wouldn't say these are real time, but it's real enough to where you could see it's not just waiting for a big action item like CrowdStrike to happen. This is going on all the time while we're speaking, while we're going out there and browsing the internet. It's all about if it affects you or not. And a lot of times it won't affect us, right? But when it does affect us, that's when it becomes prevalent, and we have, why those why questions, and what can we do to prevent it. My thing about cybersecurity is that it's not necessarily the people our age. Well, our age. I'm older than y'all, but the people who are used to computers, right? I would say anybody that's from 6 years old all the way up to maybe 50, 60 years old. I'm not worried about them. I'm more concerned about older people and then younger people and their information on those machines. A 4-year-old and their social security number being lost or stolen identity when it comes to a 4-year-old or a 78-year-old that has no idea why they're getting scammed over the phone. That's where, my concern comes in at. And I leave it up to you guys to learn this type of stuff. And then if you don't help nobody out, you help out your family. And with this type of information. So hold on, let me look at this chat real quick. Yeah. Any questions? If not, I'm gonna jump into a little bit of a lecture really quick. So I'm gonna talk about security controls from a high level, but I still need you guys to go through and look at these videos. And then what we'll do on tomorrow, I'll review these the first hour, and then the second hour we'll put some hands to looking at some different websites, looking at some different tools, and trying to marry these things up. Because the thing about Security Plus is that you can learn everything in these videos, like social engineering, but until you see it, then what you mean, Jonah? Like the website? But until you see it, you won't really understand how to use it in a real world scenario. Yes. So Jonah put in the chat about Try Hack Me and Hack the Box. Those are great sources to put those labs together. My only thing about these is that it might just be prevalent to me. I don't necessarily use this type of stuff in the real world. Mine is more built off of tools like this, and I have some stuff when it comes to VirusTotal. I want to show you guys stuff like this. This is what I use on the real world. But you can go to Try Hack Me, sign up for free, and do some of the courses to kind of get that feel of going through a process of incident response, figuring out what's wrong with it, and then fixing those issues. Great source. With VirusTotal, I like to go through, like if I'm having issues at work and someone is unsure about a website, so I'll take my website and matter of fact, yeah, I seen that was good. Throw a website in there and we'll see what does it come back with. So VirusTotal is a repository that checks with the major vendors in the cybersecurity realm. And if they deem this to be a malicious site, you'll see entries like this. And so this helps me out, wonderful when it comes to doing tickets at work and someone's unsure about what's going on with a particular site. And so I could throw it in here real quick and figure out if it's malicious or not. Now, you may be saying to yourself, well, some of it's clean and then some of it's malicious and suspicious. Which one do you go with? Well, I say play it safe always. Always play it safe. Never really kind of go off of the fact that Acronis said that it was clean. You're better safe than sorry, and probably reach out to this vendor and ask them why are they seen as a malicious site, which in this case for this particular site, this is a malicious site, sort of, kind of. So let's take a look at it real quick. So when you go to this site, it's actually, oh yeah, I forgot. Give me 1 second. Take that off and just go to, I'm a Google. So this site has malicious malware embedded on it, but it's used to test the security tools that you have in place. So a lot of times, if you just got a brand new, let's say, you want to replace your CrowdStrike tool and you want to get something new, then you can go to this website and test it out and download something malicious for learning purposes only to see if it alerts on it. I'm going to go ahead and click download and see exactly if you guys can get a little show. Might show something, might not. Let's see. They use cookies. So we'll get into cookies a little bit later. I tend to decline all cookies just because while they're not malicious, they are tracking. And so they track your movements. They track your browsing history. And that's how they end up advertising to you so quickly because of the cookies that we accept. So whenever you can deny a cookie, go ahead and deny it. See if I can download something here. Oh, what's down here? Let's see. Not giving me much action. Try to zip file. So it's thinking about something. I don't know if you guys can see that, but you can see how my browser is looking at it like something's wrong. This is the antivirus kicking in right now and just saying, no, we're not going to allow this particular malware onto the machine, even if I said resume. So that's great. This is, like I said, this is what I like to test out with. And this is what I would kind of encourage you guys to take that, what I just did right there, and put those type of things on your resume. What we just witnessed is just me testing antivirus, making sure that I have up-to-date signatures. And if you can explain that to an employer, then that's experience. Whether it came into a business setting or just like I said, us having class at night, it's experience. It's still experience. And we used a reputable tool such as VirusTotal in order to research a website. And then we also went here and actually tested out our antivirus to make sure that we could not download any malicious material. So if we could put those things on our resume, man, I think that could be a game changer. Any questions on that? Am I losing y'all?
So what if you try downloading it and it actually downloads? What goes on then?
Download it where?
You try downloading it on your device and it actually gets downloaded. What do you do then?
If it actually gets downloaded, then we're probably going to be looking at our antivirus that we should have on our PC. Do you have? Are you a Mac guy or are you a Windows guy?
Windows.
So check this out. Even if you have a third party, you should have a antivirus on automatically installed on your PC called Defender. Microsoft Defender. And while Defender is not the greatest, okay, I'm not going to vouch for Defender, but Defender is reliable enough to stay on your computer. If it was to be downloaded, Defender should catch it and do what they call quarantine it. It should be put into a separate file folder on your machine to where the only thing it wants you to do from that standpoint is just delete it. So I got to go through this whole mess to try to show you what I'm talking about. But apparently they got a dashboard now. So this is new to me. So I'm kind of, let me get geeked out about this real quick. Oh, this is nice. Okay. Okay. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to get somewhere. Jesus. Anyway, Defender's supposed to see it. Believe me. I didn't know it had this update to it, but it should have a place to where I can. So all my update, my your virus and your threat protection is on, and it should be on your computer as well. And so, like, to answer your question, if it gets to your computer, if it actually gets to your downloads folder, this is supposed to kick in and quarantine that device, quarantine that file immediately. If it doesn't, and then you start to see weird information or weird activity going on, then what you want to do really is come to your start menu in Windows. Mac, I'm not familiar with Mac that much, and I'll explain why in just a second. But you want to go to Task Manager. If you see any kind of weird activity, what I mean by weird activity, things are opening up on their own, things are going really slow, and you want to check on your Task Manager your percentages here. And 9 times out of 10, if you see your CPU hitting like 99%, 100%, your memory is up on 85, things are moving slow, more than likely that fan is going to kick on into your computer and start making some noise and work intensively. If that's the case, then you probably want to come here to the task and stop it. And that's simple as, highlighting it, right clicking, ending the task. You can end the task and it should shut it down. Now, some applications come back automatically because they're built like that. More than likely, a virus is built like that to not just stop at the application, the task manager, but task manager is a great way to stop any unwanted processes that's going on. Now, I hinted at not being a Mac guy because it's really only because I would say maybe about 70% of the workforce is Windows based. And a lot of Mac operating systems are it's hard for people to understand how to use the operating system in a computer setting. They can use it as a phone and maybe as a tablet. But when I'm talking about older folks, 60, 70 years old, they don't want to try to the they're not trying to do the computer scene as a Mac. And you know, I might be stepping on some toes, but I really believe that. And so I just chose to learn Windows, and Windows is continuing, like you just seen with Friday with the CrowdStrike thing. It shut down Windows. If you had a Macintosh in there as a backup system, you could have still kept the business going. And see, that's what I'm talking about when it comes to cybersecurity or informational security, is that you got to be able to look at every different aspect of it and say, hey, you know what? We don't need a Mac, but maybe we should put one over here just in case Windows goes down. And we can still have the print the itineraries, and the planes can still move. Because it didn't stop the actual cloud from being able to work. It just wasn't able to work with the Windows local machine. So unnecessary issues on Friday and today. But I got winded on that. Did I answer your question? I'm pretty sure I did.
Yeah, you did.
Okay. So that's embedded automatically on a Windows machine, but you can also put different antiviruses on there. So like I got another antivirus up here called Exidium, and I'm hoping to get you guys in this too, where this is a platform that allows you to have that that security analyst information, that security analyst experience from. If I can get logged in real quick. Bear with me. Two-factor. We'll go over two-factor, I think, on Thursday. And the importance of two-factor. If you have an account that offers two-factor, just go ahead and get used to it and just put it on your machine. When we talk about ransomware, this is your number one way of defending against ransomware is two-factor authentication. So, like I said, if I can get you guys in here, this would allow you to go into a desktop. A dashboard system and be able to see exactly what kind of like what we do on a day-to-day basis. I go to something similar like this for my job on a day-to-day basis. And what I do is I'll go to see exactly what machines I have on the network, what needs addressing, who needs patches, things of that nature. So I'm gonna try to get you guys in here in the user section, and so you could just browse around and see exactly what's going on. But sometimes your antivirus endpoint doesn't just have to look for viruses; it can tell you a ton of more things that's more useful. This is where we get into the EDR side of things, endpoint response and detection, or endpoint detection and response. Not only can it give you the regular stats about a PC, but then we can look at things like software lists, and we can create our allow lists as well as our deny lists. And we can do those things from here. And this is what I'm saying. When we go through our lessons, it'll tell you that in the lesson that, hey, you need to have a black list, you need to have a white list. That's all cool and everything, that you know what that means. But this is how it looks. And if you can remember this on the test, then you don't have to think about it as much when we can see what version we're on and why versioning is an important aspect to software inventory. Okay. All right.
Is the version on IP address?
One more time.
Is the version on IP address?
Is there a version on the IP address?
No, I said, is the version an IP address? Is it an IP address?
I'm sorry.
Like, if you go back to the place where it says version, right?
Where? I'm sorry.
The place you were previously on, I think that was software inventory.
On the software inventory?
Yeah. Is that an IP address? No, it's not. It's not.
No.
No. Yeah.
This is a version number. So whenever, and this is later down in the lessons, but whenever we do talk about versions, this is terrible, right? Really, when you think about it. So the first number before the first decimal is the major change. Everything after this decimal point, this first decimal point, is a minor change. So this is a minor change. This is a minor change. This is a minor change with the 113. Do you have to, like, let's say if you get a 114 comes out, but all of these numbers stay the same, do you have to update? Maybe not, because maybe that minuscule change is just a font. They're adding fonts to it. But whenever it changes to 127, that's a major change. Millions of lines of code has been changed, and it's best for us to update if we need to. Now we'll go into it when I say if we need to, because to push out the latest and greatest, that's how you get the CrowdStrike thing. Because once you push it out and it ends up being a dud, then it's out there and you don't have a way of rolling back because we can't even get contact with it. So it would be best practice for you to see that an update is coming and what we call white papers. We will read the white papers and understand what changes are coming down the pipe, and then go in a test machine like this. This is VirtualBox for you guys and girls that need to work on an extra machine. VirtualBox is a wonderful way to go ahead and download an OS and practice on that, and you can use that on your resumes too. But you can use that as a practice way of testing that version to make sure if everything is okay and if it works with what you got in play. Okay. So like how I got here, I got a server and I got a Windows 10 machine, and I could just spin this up and then use this as my test machine instead of working on my local machine. I'm not going to do that now because that's going to be labor intensive on my computer while we're doing Zoom at the same time. But I will spin up my virtual machines for you guys to see that when we start talking about the cloud and things of that nature, because the cloud is pretty much essentially virtual machines. That's all it is. And it's still booted up. Anyway, hopefully y'all can see that and I'm not freezing up. Give me a thumbs up if y'all can see that. Appreciate it. So virtual machines are good. It's a good way to get good experience of creating your own environment. And what I need to do is actually maybe take one of these days and we go over setting up a resume. Maybe I'll give you guys a template and we can use that template as kind of like a basis so you can write your resume. So all these things that we go over and that you're practicing on your own time, you can throw it on your resume. Because I promise you, anybody that's looking at that you worked in a VM and you spun up a 2019 server, that's going to be very different than doing help desk tickets resetting passwords. They both are important, but they speak very differently as far as volume is concerned. So my VM is taking forever to boot up. I just want to get to the splash screen so I can go ahead and shut it down, but I don't want to bore y'all with that. So I'm going to go ahead and shut it down. Well, you see that. It's popping up. It's probably trying to pull updates, but I ain't got time for that. Anyway, later on, I'm going to try to get y'all into this endpoint protection platform and let y'all play around in that as well so you can get some good experience. Now, it's at the top of the hour. I promised that I was going to do 2 hours. If y'all don't mind, stay right there while I look at this attendance one more time. And I'm going to let y'all get back to y'all lives after this. But while I'm doing that, please let me know if you got any questions or what did you think about. Do you think that this is a good way that we can go about this class, or do y'all want to see something different? Let me know while I'm doing this attendance real quick.
I like the lesson plan on cyber. I think it's well, it's new to me, but I like the look of it so far, so I'm interested.
Okay, cool. Well, if nobody got anything else, I appreciate your time. Please do not hesitate to email me or contact me on LinkedIn, or you can find me on Facebook, find me there, or just email me back at the Zoom link that I sent out earlier tonight. And I'll try to get back with you as early as possible. But remember, go over the lessons 1 and 2 tonight or tomorrow, whenever you feel like ingesting that type of content. And then let's talk about it for the first hour tomorrow, and then we'll do some hands-on for the second hour. If everything is
Yes,
cool
sir.
with
Thank
y'all.
you for your time.
All right,
Yeah.
y'all take it easy. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too.
I have one question.
Yeah.
Do I need I have to take my chapter 2 assessment. However, I got an email saying that it was from somebody by the name of Brian with the program, but basically it said, let me go to it. Give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
One moment. They said, yes, right here. Below is the voucher access code for your Core 1 test. Please plan to take your Core 1 test at your earliest convenience. The requirements from the Alabama Collective state that you must complete and pass the Core 1 and Core 2 exams. We will issue your Core 2 voucher once you complete it and show us that you passed the assessment. We will begin the Security Plus portion of the class Monday, July 22nd, 2024. To schedule the exam, click the link login and schedule your exam. So were they referring to the assessment or something completely different?
I have no idea. I'm sorry. But I'm not sure. The only thing I have an excuse that I was just really last week told that I was going to start this week. So
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm still trying to figure out, what all they promise you guys when starting this program, and then what are you expecting after, that first cohort was done with the A plus side of it, was it supposed to be taken, or can you take it whenever you feel like it?
Yes, sir. Because I'm about to take my assessment for 2 tonight. I'm about to take my assessment 2 tonight.
What's
And sir,
the assessment too? I'm sorry. What
assessment
is the
2 for
assessment
core
too?
2. It's the like the last big test covering all of the core that we just finished. It's the core 2 exam.
But that's that's the A plus core 1 and core 2 is
Yes,
what
sir.
y'all referring to. Okay.
Yes, sir.
But that's not the actual test for CompTIA, correct?
No, sir. And I was asking, like, I'm not really sure. Do they want me to take my CompTIA test before I try to take the second one? Because I don't feel like I'm really ready for it, and I'm still like watching videos and stuff on YouTube. And I
Mhm.
really like there's some principles that I kind of don't really grasp all the way, but I also I'm not sure because what does the test like even look like? Does it look like the assessment? Does it look like it's really just like not knowing?
If I knew better, I never took the A plus, but I think the A plus would look like the Security Plus, where, and if you have that access to that website uh, to do the lessons for CompTIA, they should have a practice test in there, and that's how it should look. But I'm not told. I'm not 100% sure. So I would reach back out to who sent you that email and ask them if they want you to take that CompTIA exam, um, or when can you take it, when, because there's no need for you to take it if you feel like you're not going to be ready. That's not the point, in my opinion.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
No problem.
You have a great night, sir.
All right, y'all too. Anybody else got anything? Y'all there?
Morning. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Doing well. Blessed up,
That's good. That's good. We'll give it a couple of more minutes and then we'll get started. Okay. I can't find what I want. All right. Good evening. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Doing good. Is there any questions about yesterday, what we went over? Were you able to get to the Google Classrooms, check things out, or are you just kind of letting everything from yesterday sink in?
I was able to get into. I do have a question. So I know Google Classroom has an app as well too. Is there a way to sync that Google Classroom into the app itself so it'd be a lot easier, or would it only be within like a desktop setting, or would it be able to, you know?
I believe that if you download that Classroom app, when you log in with that email that I sent it to, it should sync automatically, and it should just replicate whatever we have here.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So, just real quick, for whoever is signed in as iPhone, just throw your name in the chat so I know who you are for attendance. So just to kind of recap, we went over CIA yesterday. We went over confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Those are the basis of what we're going to base everything that we talk about going forward on those pillars. We also talked about security controls, how we could put things in order to defend against any type of threats, risk, or vulnerabilities that we may face. Those security controls may be managerial, operational, physical, or technical. And it's on you guys to understand what type of items fall in each category. We also went over some title roles: security analyst, SOC analyst, vulnerability management analyst, or CIOs, CISOs, cybersecurity managers, cybersecurity engineers, and then we kind of touched on the domains. But as we go along, we'll dive much deeper, or it'll kind of become clear of the domains that everybody is in. Everybody pretty much falls under the same domain of the umbrella when it comes to IT, right? We fall under that umbrella, but we also kind of fall under the domain of business and business operations, because we have to know what we are dealing with when it comes to business. I have already put the lecture from yesterday into the Google Classroom here. It's uncut, unedited, so I think this is right at 3 hours. So you can go ahead and click on this and be able to, I think you should be able to view this. I don't think I need to give you permissions because I have you guys into the class. So if you don't have access to the classroom, please reach out via the chat or via the chat or LinkedIn, and I'll get you a link to the classroom. Carl, go ahead and send me an email, and I'll go ahead and put your email into the classroom, and it'll send an email to you to get you into that classroom. Any questions going forward before we go and jump into lesson 2, which would be threats and attacks? Any questions? All right, give me a couple of minutes, seconds. All right, head it your way, Carl. If you don't see it in your inbox, check your spam because I might be jumping in there. All right. So hopefully we can get into a good bit of stuff. Hopefully I can show you some stuff you've never seen before, and we can have a good session like we had yesterday. I was very, very happy with how things went yesterday. I was very pleased with that. So let's keep it moving and let's jump into lesson 2. Recording is going. Comparing threats types. So in lesson 2, we're going to talk about the different threats, attacks that we can come across. When you're thinking about attacks, mostly everybody jumps back to viruses and worms and things of that nature, but that's kind of, early 2000s. We have our main threat today is going to be a ransomware attacks. This is where someone uses social engineering to try to really kind of get that link in front of you to click on it, and then once you click on that link, it uses encryption to lock everything up on your computer, and then they will ask you for a ransom in order to get your valuable information back. Ransomware is tough to defend against because we have to, as security professionals, we have to teach the clients how to be more mindful of what to look for when it comes to ransom or phishing emails, or like how we talked about yesterday, someone dropping a USB and plugging it in and then clicking on certain things that you have no idea what you're clicking on. The thing about a ransomware is that once it's started, once it's kicked off and it encrypts everything, it doesn't erase your information. It's just blocking you from seeing it. Only thing they're really doing is just basically putting a password on it. If you look at my screen and I go to the file section, hopefully it won't freeze up on me, and I go to save as a copy. I think, no, hold on. Let me get right. Info. Okay. So if I go to protect presentation, I can protect this presentation with a password. And once you put that password on your document, it encrypts it. And when it encrypts, obviously no one else can get into that document unless they have that particular key, which is your password, to open that file. That's the only thing they're doing when it comes to ransomware. They're locking your whole computer down with one particular password. And they'll say, hey, give me 14 Bitcoins and I'll give you the password to get your files back. That's great. But if you pay that 14 Bitcoin for that, there's no telling that person will not just reactivate the ransom again. So, I always teach, if you get attacked by a ransomware attack and your files are encrypted, just go ahead and count your losses, charge it to the game, and wipe the machine clean. Do not pay the ransom. You should always have backups. Always, always, always have backups. In order to beat ransomware, backups is your number one thing. In order to beat ransomware, backups will be your answer. In order to beat beat ransomware, you got to have the backups, because it's just, it doesn't make sense. We had a up in Charlotte, we had the school district was attacked by ransomware, and they wanted, I think, the equivalent of 32,000 in bitcoins, and they end up paying it because it was, a lot of students' information that was encrypted, and they pretty much crippled the whole school district at that time. But if they had their backups properly, they just could have, wiped that one or two machines and just restored from backups. Maybe been a day behind, and kept it moving with, regular operations. So let's jump into it. Vulnerability, threat, and risk. Whenever we have a vulnerability plus a threat, it creates what we call a risk, right? So a vulnerability is not necessarily something that you're dealing with, it's something that you're exposed to. So we all have a vulnerability to COVID or the flu, right? Doesn't necessarily mean that we will get it. We are just acceptable to it. And we have a vector or some type of opening to it. Now, the threat would be COVID or the flu, right? And so how those things combine, if someone comes with COVID and we don't have COVID and we're in the same room, our risk and likelihood of getting COVID has substantially went up. And the same thing goes when it comes to computers or cybersecurity attacks, right? Whenever you are acceptable to an attack, if that threat is present, it could be a big risk that you actually become a victim of that attack. So last night I talked about vulnerabilities as far as patches was concerned, updating your phones or your computers, because those patches fix vulnerabilities that's out there. Those vulnerabilities are, mishaps that we have in the codes. On your computer and your phone, you have millions and millions of lines of code that the computer is reading behind the scenes, right? And so they are written by humans, so therefore they could have mistakes. And if they have those mistakes, those patches come out normally every month in order to fix those things. That's why they give you like the big red exclamation point or the big red number in iOS to say, hey, come on, let's go ahead and update your phone, because it's going to fix those vulnerabilities. Now, the threats are the attacks that can come along with those vulnerabilities. Maybe taken over by someone that you didn't give access to, being able to remote wipe that machine, um, being able to take the pictures from a phone. Those are the threats. And so if those vulnerabilities are present on the phone, and that threat being, let's say, some guy in Kansas being able to hook up to your phone, then now the risk of you being hacked is very high. Now, if you patch your machine and you bring that vulnerability down to zero or very low, then the risk and the likelihood and the impact is very low. It comes down. We're able to control it more, because we're never going to eliminate the threat. There's always going to be threats out here, but we can do something about our vulnerability, which in turn help us with our risk. Okay. So on the test, you're going to see this equation. And just remember that if you have a vulnerability and then you have a threat, then those things together will bring on a risk. Now, the risk for certain, let's say, computers or information within a business, the impact could be high. It could be sensitive information, so the impact could be very high, or it could be very low. It's just the scheduling for the day, so the impact could be low. The likelihood is more based off of if the threat is I want to say, more imminent to actually attack or be in the area, the likelihood is probably higher. But then you also have something what we call you got man-made attacks, and then you have God attacks, or acts of God, right? And what I mean by that is that, pretty much anything that's on a computer or technical will be man-made attacks. But then you also have risk of tornadoes, flooding, hurricanes, those things that can impact the data center that we have our information on. And us as professionals, security professionals, we need to be aware of that. So, in order to know what part of the United States that we live in, and know what type of acts of God that we're susceptible to. Now, in Alabama, I would believe that y'all are susceptible to hurricanes, tornadoes, maybe earthquakes. Are y'all?
The tornadoes for sure.
What about hurricanes?
If you're in Mobile, more than likely.
Yeah, hurricane. Mobile, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Earthquakes? I'm kind of reaching.
Not over here. Yeah, it's more on
not
the
over
West
here.
Coast. Yeah.
So then we would say the risk and the impact will be low, right? We probably wouldn't have to do anything for that. Flooding, and I think flooding will be more on city to city.
It depends on if you're in a rural area, because some places do flood worse than there. I know, depending if you're like in a bowl or if you're like in an area, because I know, I'm from Phoenix City, and Phoenix City floods depending on where you're at. So,
okay, so all of those things we'll take into consideration, only because if we have data centers set up and we're running those data centers, if we flood out, like I worked at a bank, AgFirst actually, they flooded out with their data center. So we had to force our traffic to come out of Alpharetta, Georgia, versus being in Columbia, South Carolina. So those are the things that when we built the new data center, they took into consideration of how do we protect against flooding. Now, here's the thing. The flooding may come along every 10 years. So those things have to be in your, in your research. And when you go to your CIO or your CFO and you're looking for that funding for that type of project, you have to have that in mind. Like, hey, we could protect the data against tornadoes, but how often do we get tornadoes? Do we get it every year? And do we get touchdowns every year? Like, does it tear stuff up every year? And if so, maybe we do want to push everything to the cloud and have things in different areas around the country. But if not, then maybe we don't have to spend that much money in that area. That threat is still there, but it's not necessarily intimate to be a high likelihood of something happening. So those those act of gods and the man-made attacks, they work in the same way when it comes to threats. They are, if we have people that necessarily don't really know about email security, maybe we want to do a lot of training when it comes to phishing emails and spam, because that could be a surefire way somebody can get ransomware into the building. Okay. On the other hand, make sure that your fire alarm system is up to date and working properly, because like in one case, do you want to make sure that you have a water system in your server room? If the servers catch on fire or something sets that system off and it wets everything in that server room, then now we lost everything that's computer wise in that particular room. We can use gas to alleviate the fire issue, but if we use gas, then we got to make sure that there's nobody in the server room when that gas suppression goes off, because we could potentially kill someone. So we don't want that on the bill. So all those things we need to take into consideration And this is where, for me, I just say, hey, point everything to the cloud and don't really worry about having things on premise. But I can't say that every company is like that. You're probably going to find some that's having servers on the actual campus. The one thing I want to talk about on this slide is the internal and the external threat actors. We always kind of think that all the threat actors are external, but I would look at the internal threat actors a little bit more, just because they can accidentally leak your information out, or you could have a disgruntled employee that could possibly take something sensitive and then sell that information off to someone else. Maybe um, like the lowest level of that is if I don't like you like that and I take your email and now I just sign your email up to a whole bunch of spammy type of websites. So now you're just getting all types of emails to your inbox, just flooding it. That's the lowest level of just pettiness, right? But you can also have somebody that has been missed over for a promotion in the finance department, and so now they decide to leak the information of all the pay grades in the company. And you, as a security professional, you have to be responsible for that, because um, how do we keep that person from actually posting that on Instagram, on Facebook? How do we stop them from actually emailing that to themselves and then posting it outside of work? How do we keep it within our network? And this is what we kind of touched on last night about only giving you the information that you need to do your work. And I need to lock everything else down. So just in case I don't, I can't be in every department at every time. So I don't know all the relationships that you got with people. So if somebody tee you off and you decide to go ahead and give out so many passwords, or let somebody have your username and account and then remote into the from a different PC off campus or whatnot, I can't let you just do that without me having some type of knowledge of it and then being able to shut it down as quickly as I see it. Something has to alert me and let me know that that's happening. That's more than likely what we call DLP, or data loss prevention. It's very hard to implement, but it's needed because the internal threat, you already have the threat inside of your network. It's hard to go ahead and say that everybody's going to be a great employee while you're working there and not just accidentally leak some information out. Oh, I didn't mean to send that Excel spreadsheet out that had all of the bank account numbers on it. I had that happen to me. Or they put it into a cloud provider, let's say box.com, or they might put it in the OneDrive or Google Drive and have sensitive information sitting out there. Well, the thing about that is that once you put it in a cloud provider, that cloud provider cannot just delete your information whenever you decide to delete it. They have to keep it for so many years, really. And that those years may be up to 7. And so you got to be hands on and lock down the network as much as possible before your information get out. Now, yeah, you're going to be looked at as, oh, security doesn't want us to do anything. They always, blocking websites or keeping us from doing our job. But that comes along with it. It's either you lock it down now, or if something gets out, you have to answer for it. And I'd rather not answer for it because I can't. I don't have time for that. So that's the internal, external threat actors. So what's some of the motivations for threat actors? obviously money, right? Or I'm sorry,
Greed, terror.
greed. Yes, I would say anything that your normal criminal would be motivated to do. Probably your threat actors are probably motivated as well. But when we think about those active gods, right? It's not, you know, the weather's not out for you today, but at the same time, it's just, um, are you in that type of environment to where it acts upon you? As far as man is concerned, I like to look at them as a practice. Some of them like to practice on different types of businesses, especially smaller businesses. Before you actually go and you get the nerve to try to attack Microsoft, maybe you might want to attack your local bank first, because your small um, credit union that's only pertaining to that city, it's probably not going to be up and ready when it comes to their policies, having the right devices in play, the network locked down, and you probably can get some good practice in. That's why I kind of preach to these mid-sized and small businesses that while you may think that you're not important, a hacker doesn't really care. They're just trying to get some practice. So whenever they do get the nerve to try to go after the government, let's say, or the city hall, they know how to get past certain technical controls that's in place. Now, when we go back to ransomware is pretty much the motivation of that is just the money, right? It's definitely the money on that because of the ransom. But at the same time, it could be a disruption, just being able to, you know what, I'm a cause of disruption in your business today, and I'm going to make sure that you have no business going on today. And if I can put that ransomware in place, and once is locking down that computer in your environment, then you're not able to do any work. And far as I'm concerned, I've done my job for the day. And a lot of times when you see stuff like denial of service attacks where they're doing maybe a ping attack, and that's sending a whole bunch of traffic to a particular server or a particular user, that could bring down the servers at that time, and now you're not able to fulfill any orders at that time or any type of service requests that you have from your clients. How we get around that is we normally have something doubled up. So if something is uh, taking on a heavy load, we can have something what we call like a load balancer to actually send all of the legit traffic or the extra traffic and balance the two requests between between the two machines, and therefore we can constantly keep things going. Or if one machine goes down, we can always still keep the business running with another one. That's going back to the availability side of the CIA triad, being able to always have the servers ready, up and running. Now it's not just ransomware. You also have blackmails, extortion and fraud. Your normal things, right? And this is where I think the social engineering comes into play more often, because in order to get these types of attacks off, I need to be able to set it up in order to actually put it into place. Maybe I have something on this particular owner and I'm going to hold them accountable, or I'm just going to blackmail them until I get what I want, right? Or going back to the insider threat, when you're talking about fraud, maybe I've been working with this particular account for years, and I'm not going to do anything, outstanding, but they missed out on my bonus, they didn't promote me. I'm just going to take a penny from each account every month, and I'm gonna just slide it into this, separate account that I got over here. Nobody will know. I'm just gonna take a penny for 250 accounts. 1 penny. Nobody should know, shouldn't make a lot of noise. Especially if you look at a bank like working at a Bank of America or Wachovia or something like that, where you got millions of accounts. How do we block that? We make sure that those tellers, they cannot have the access to do those type of things, or you put kind of like a dual control in where you can take the money, but now you need your supervisor to actually sign off to say that you can move this money over to this account. Now, the thing about that is that they can you can get into what they call collusion, where, you know, all right, me and you, we got an understanding. If you take a penny, I'm gonna give you a penny, and we just take it from these 258,000 accounts, and we good. But I got to have my security controls in place so I can see something like that. Now, if you're talking, you know, you seeing traffic like that, which you're probably you're gonna see some wild stuff when you start seeing what people actually do on a day-to-day basis. It get kind of wild. But you can't don't take your, you know, professional advice. Don't take the law in your own hands. You are not a cop unless you work for the FBI or whatever. But don't just go and just say, oh, I seen you doing this, that, and the third. You going to jail. No, don't do that. Just take it to their boss. Say, hey, they wilding out. They've been taking this. This is what, and have your paperwork straight. Show the paperwork on what they've been doing, and then leave it alone. Because immediately, once you're catching someone doing a crime, it really needs to go to legal almost instantly. Right? So just keep those things in mind. If you see something wrong and you know for sure that you've seen a consistent history of someone breaking the law, do not take the law in your own hands. Just go ahead and send that up to the proper channels and let them deal with that. Also want to talk about nation states, right? So you're going to get this in your exam too. Nation state actors are not necessarily hackers, but they're kind of like marketers almost, where the best way I can explain it is that they have a political agenda when it comes to putting things in your face or manipulating certain campaigns. So we all know it's voting time right about now, and I advise all of y'all to go ahead and vote early if you can. Go ahead and knock that out. But nation state actors normally will have a particular party that they are working with, and now their whole thing is to vandalize or maybe push a certain agenda for that particular party, that particular candidate, whatever they're hired to do. And so these, you've seen it more in the 2016 elections more than ever, and now with Trump and Biden the last time, it was more on the actual stage, and people actually brung it to everyone's attention. And now it's not so much in play right now, I don't think. But I do kind of worry about the actual the voting machines being rigged in some type of way. That's kind of sketchy to me. And plus, Trump had his campaign hacked. I want to say about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I thought that was kind of weird too. But anyway, the nation state actors they're in high demand as of right now because they have a particular whatever they want to push out. That's what they're going to do. They're going to try to get in front of your particular social media and give you what you want to see. They have the algorithm as far as what you like to see when it comes to each candidate. And so they'll try to push that narrative towards you and against their opponent. You'll definitely see this on the exam as well. Any questions? Now, going into hackers and then hacktivists. Hackers is the traditional term for someone who, okay, they don't use this term anymore because of obvious reasons. But back in the 80s, what they used to call hackers were crackers. Okay, ease up. Now, they changed that into hackers to, obvious reasons, but it used to be someone who cracked the codes of machine learning, or, computers. They changed it into hackers of, and that's where the name kind of originated from. And so that's where we're getting someone who actually manipulates the configurations of computers or systems. And when I say systems, don't just think about a computer, think about policies, um, operations that we actually have in the day-to-day operations, these systems that we have in place that includes your computer, right? These hackers come in and they disrupt that. They actually they look and study it and say, okay, I found a hole here. I can go ahead and manipulate that if I apply this, that, and the third. Okay. Now, um, the obvious thing is that they work alone. I think that's a stereotype. I don't think that a lot of them work alone, but that's the way we see it on the TV screen, right? What you want to know is that they took out the word gray hat, but we got white hats and then we have black hats. And it's obvious, right? The white hats are going to be for people who look at cybersecurity and they use it for good. And then the black hats are used for basically hacking things, and they're doing things for own self gains. Now, when I say they took out the word gray hat, is because gray hats sit in the middle, of course, and they decide if they want to be a white hat or a black hat. So they may look at a website and scan it and make sure that everything is okay. And then if they find a bug on that website, the white hat of them may say, hey, I'm gonna contact the owner of this site and tell them to fix X, Y, and Z. But the black hat of that side of that person may look at them and may look at that site and say, you know what? I'm gonna hold this site for ransom and I'll get the money and then I'll let it go. Or I'll tell them, hey, this is what you got wrong with your site. I'll fix it for a fee. And if you don't let me fix it for a fee, I'll just go ahead and tell somebody else to exploit it. That's that gray hat. And so while I don't have it on this slide, I would say still learn white hats, gray hats, and black hats. Um, the famous term that we all hear when it comes to they have a conference in Vegas. That's DEF CON, but they also have a black hat conference where you know I wouldn't say that they're all criminals, right? But they are, I say, a bunch of gray hats that go out there to do conferences, talk to each other, socialize, and then come up with ways of, or tell each other about what they have been seeing out here in what we call the wild. And the wild is just, going out there and browsing on the internet. All right. So this is more on authorized versus non-authorized, is more on the pen testing side of it. Pen testing is actually testing your network to make sure that you don't have anything wrong. But a hacker kind of falls in that same line as a pen tester too, right? Where they're not given a lot of information and they are skilled and trained to look at things from an outside point of view and try to make their way inside of your network. Um, And a lot of times, if they can find the authorized way of doing this, they can find a username and password in order to get inside. The non-authorized way is to find that flaw that you maybe skipped over and then break into that, or they do a brute force attack, and that brute force attack is just trying every possible way to break this password. And then once I break it, then I'm in. I used a non-authorized way to get into that. And just to kind of alleviate on that, or expand on that, every password can be broken, right? It will, if you're using a tool such as Kali Linux, you could use something called Jack the Ripper or Cain and Abel to actually do brute force attacks on passwords. And if your password is weak, then it should take no more than maybe about a couple of hours to break a password. If it's strong, a strong password, when you're talking about 8 characters, 2 symbols, and uppercase and lowercase, and a special character, you're talking about maybe it went from a couple of hours to a couple of years to actually do a brute force attack and go through every, possible digit for each space. That's why people are constantly telling you, when it comes to your passwords, make them longer and then make them more complicated. And I think, not in today's class, one of these classes, I'll show you how to make a password where it's fairly easy, because we're all kind of victims of it, where you got so many passwords for everything you do. And everyone wants you to have a different password for everything you do, but you got maybe 10 just on your phone alone, 10 different passwords for 10 different accounts. Well, that's where I would suggest you use your fingerprints and your face unlock. But a lot of people may not be so hip to want to do that, and not want to be, keep that stuff on their phone. And I understand that, but it's less on your part. But I'll go into how to actually make a password that you can use, and you just have to remember a couple of things. All right, moving on to unskilled attackers. So this is where this word called script kiddies comes into play. Script kiddies are newbies, people who they will Google how to make a ransomware, and when that first that first search comes back, and the only thing you have to do is actually click and download it and then send it to somebody, that's a script kiddie. They're click click and play, or plug and play type of hackers. Just, they don't know how to hide their IP address. They don't know how to hide or use VPNs to jump from different countries and things of that nature. They don't understand the whole inner workings of a network just yet. And so they may be caught faster than, what we have when it comes to the lone hackers or your black hat hackers. When it comes to hacker teams and hacktivists, now these are people also employed by the government, like nation state actors. But these hacktivists, these are groups of people that that's all they do, is they exploit um, countries or companies to actually get, some type of publicity gain out of it. They're normally associated with this mask guy right here. If you guys have seen this guy before, I don't like this mask, but that's pretty much that's their little symbol thing going on. This is where you start getting into the dark web. These are more likely your individuals that are not being held accountable, right? They are probably at this point, it's too expensive to actually get it down to one person or one group at that. The Security Plus doesn't necessarily go too far into hacker teams and hacktivists, because it's just not in our realm of far and trying to actually get into the dark web, how to actually get there, and then how do we navigate around. I've never been there, and I'm not trying to go there. Just to put that out there. I'm more trying to play the defensive versus trying to be on an offensive. And that's where I lie at. Any questions so far?
I do have one question.
Sure.
So I know you said about making your passwords, more intricate and to be more complex. I know for iPhones and Apple products, what it'll do is if you have, say if you're signing up for something password wise, it'll suggest you a password. Like it'll be complex and everything like that with special characters, numbers, and things of that nature. Do you think that still be a good way of using security for your passwords, or would you still want to create your own instead of using that one?
I am up in the air when it comes to password managers. I will suggest the password manager. I would suggest it before you start. I would suggest that before you use the same password for everything. But no, I'm not gonna say that. But we're all victim of using the same password for everything. All right. I am not better than y'all. So just putting that out there. But I know better. I just, I don't do better. But anyway, the thing that I don't like about passwords managers is that if you use a strong password to your password manager, you ain't getting in that joker. And that's a self-inflicting wound.
Yeah.
Right? But the perfect thing about that being on your cell phone is that you always got your fingerprints. You should be good. I would say go ahead and use it. It shouldn't be no problem. And I don't see any kind of hiccups if you're going to the different sites and it's always offering a new word, a new password. Long as you have that phone, you should be good. Now, here's the thing: when you go and decide to go and get the iPhone 16, are you going to be able to carry that thing over to the new one? I would make sure that your Apple ID profile is up to date and backed up. Now, when it comes to mobile phones, we don't really necessarily get too deep into mobile phones. We'll talk about internets of things, but we don't really get into like the etiquettes of how to handle your mobile phones. But I would suggest to anybody, whether you Android or iOS, always have your Apple ID or your Android account backed up, because we changing out phones every, I would say 2 years, 3 years, we're changing phones, and it's just a pain to try to bring things over. Go ahead and send it up to the cloud and update that profile there, so when you get your new phone, you're able to pull that stuff down and have that stuff for you, and you don't have to worry about just not wiping your phone totally clean before you sell it.
Yes, sir.
Because I had a couple of, you'll buy a couple of iPhones off of eBay or something like that, and just trying to get doggone the Apple ID off of an old phone is, you might as well throw it away. It's a brick.
You're not gonna get into it. I'm not gonna lie. Apple security is top tier.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a pain. Can it happen? Yeah, I just don't feel like doing it. I really don't. So we had when I worked at a TV company, that was the first time I really got into iPhones, and this is after BlackBerry kind of folded, and so iPhones were the thing. And just the Apple ID, man, upgrading and just trying to take that old phone or anything connected to that phone, it'll all work if you have the ecosystem. But once you decide to go and upgrade one component, you have to basically, to me, wipe everything. But if you got different passwords for every device, then it just gets, it's messy. It's just messy. But yeah, I still don't see no problem with you using the suggested passwords, unless you are planning to go on a desktop and then go to that same website, and you don't even, unless you're able to see that password in that password manager and then type it in, you might have a problem there.
I was just gonna ask that because I feel like it'd be different trying to use a PC. PC would be, I guess, you'd be more vulnerable alongside a PC opposed to.
Now it's all secure. It just
Mm,
doesn't make it's not user friendly when it comes to
okay.
you want to be more efficient in your day-to-day action. You said you work in a hospital, right?
Yes, sir. Mm,
So a lot of times you may have something on the tablet, but then like y'all have computers in the aisles, I mean in the
mm,
hallways or whatnot. You might want to
mm,
go in straight as okay, I seen this on the app. Let me just look at it in a desktop form because it's different
yeah.
and it has more options that I could look at or whatnot. And you like, all right, type in your username and it's like, oh man, what is that? I set it up on the phone. It just throws your day off. That's all I'm saying.
Mhm.
And that's where I probably would stay away from it. That's me personally. I stay away from that. But
Yes, sir.
if I know I'm not going to look at it on the desktop, I'll use it on the phone.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
No problem. All right. So going back to the nation states and the advanced persistent threats. So this is I'm going to speak more to the advanced persistent threats. These are going to be more of your hacktivists, your nation state type of individuals. These are people who are probably already in the network and you don't know that they're in the network. Okay. They're probably infiltrating, taking data slowly but surely. And by it being so many logs coming out of the firewall, you can't really see if there's anything going to a particular site or a particular machine out there in Russia, or if if they're exfiltrating the data at 3 o'clock in the morning out to North Korea. So these advanced persistent threats, they tend to sit low and don't cause any issues to your security controls. They get into your network and then they just slowly keep an eye out of what they want to look for. So if they see any type of 9 digits being created on a Excel spreadsheet somewhere, they'll take a copy of that and they'll send it to their servers because those 9 digits might be social security numbers, or they might be bank account numbers. And it's very subtle. You don't really see it. So whenever you see it abbreviated as a APT, you're dealing with somebody that's very skilled, and yet they don't really want the attention because they may sit there for years. And when I say years, maybe 7 years, 8 years, just collecting data. Um, when I think about something like an APT, I'm thinking more of a government type of threat that just may be sitting on a government server somewhere looking at the traffic go by. That's why it's so important for them to bring in cybersecurity professionals to try to even that out. Um, it's not a losing war, but it is something to be aware of, and we try to put in um, more hands on as far as having 24-hour socks in that case where someone is constantly watching the network 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We will normally have another company come in and do that for you. Like, you're not, more than likely when you guys get the job, you're not going to be looking at got you. You're not going to be looking at the firewall logs every day. You're going to be looking at the notifications that may come in that you deem to be important. But a APT is going to have so little movement that you might not just see. You might not see it, and that's just the bad thing about it. But hopefully, you can get a good SOC in there that can look at the logs and say, "Hey, this traffic is going somewhere that we don't think is a good place. Do we want to put a block on that?" Of course, we got organized crime. We already kind of touched on that before, where people are doing things for monetary gains or some type of ego trip, or trying to, practice their skill sets. But we also have, believe it or not, competitors. This is where I like to give my example of, would Pepsi actually hire a hacker to hack Coca-Cola? Or let's say if it's someone fighting for actual attention, would TikTok hire someone to go against Twitter and actually, you know, hack Twitter, or maybe bring the servers down just for a little bit? Matter of fact, let's go back to another one. Would PS5 hire someone to hack Xbox? So now we have those servers, those gaming servers, and if we can get majority, we know that if the Xbox servers are down, then those gamers will come over to the PS5 side of it and be able to play on our platform and give us more traffic. Would I hire someone to actually perform those things on a daily basis, on a weekly basis? Is that possible? Of course it's possible, but is it something that is it ethical? Like, would companies actually do that? And I think so. I really do think, like, behind the scenes, yeah, all day. All day. Like, my friend just he sent me a text this morning how the Xbox servers were down when it came to online gaming this morning. And I still don't understand how you could be Microsoft and any of your systems are down at any given time, right? You just, it's too robust for you to be down. So me personally, I just think that that's something external sending traffic to actually disrupt that flow of traffic going into Microsoft. And I like this bullet here where it says combined with the insider threat, right? That collusion that I was talking about. Your competitor might see that you're a good employee, or you have a particular status within that company, and then they hit you on LinkedIn. Hey, I see that you've been working with Nike. I work for Under Armour. Hey, real quick, just see if you send us some prototype drawings of the new shoe that you got coming out for the new NBA season. We'll throw something your way if you can find us some good information. Not saying that it's ethical, not saying that it's right, but I'm saying that it might just happen. Okay. Now, in this slide, the one thing that I wanted to focus in on is the internal threat. Like we already talked about, it could be unintentional, where somebody is, oh, I didn't mean to share something. Oh, I didn't mean to give that password out. Whatever the case may be, that could be an internal threat, or it could be intentional and actually have some type of malicious act towards it. But I wanted to highlight the shadow IT here. The shadow IT is when clients or people on the network, they take it upon themselves to actually try to help IT out. So they might bring in a router, they may bring in a switch and plug it up to the network. And when they do that, those items are unauthorized on the network, and they could be vulnerable to certain attacks. And if the IT department doesn't know about it, then they could end up, creating another what they call a vector into the network, and then creating another risk that the IT department has no idea about. But this is often alleviated with a lot with training and security awareness. And they're saying the lack of those two things would normally result in a unintentional insider threat. All right, we almost halfway there, and then we'll get to this break. All right, so I already kind of talked about those vectors. Vectors in an attack surface is pretty much just if we have the center of our network being, let's say the our main building. What are different ways that threats can come into our network? Can it be um, tablets, mobile phones, laptops? Could it be social media accounts from a personal phone or from a house somewhere? How big is our attack surface? Because our attack surface is not just in the building; it's all around, um, and anything that connects back to our systems. And that's where we have to be aware of and actually put controls in for that. Thinking about going back to the example of protecting your house. How many different ways is it to get into your house? You got the front door, the back door, the garage. Maybe you can climb down a chimney. Maybe you can come through the windows, a basement. What are the different ways that you can actually get into the building? And those are different vectors, right? Now, software is the obvious thing when it comes to your computers. Your software is normally going to be vulnerable if they're out of date or they need some type of patching done. And it's on us to actually understand when these updates are notifying us, and then we need to actually put them in place in order to um, bring that risk down when it comes to vulnerability. Now, it's always important to understand when systems are not supported anymore and applications are not supported anymore, because now what that says is that third party or whatever company that you're working with when it comes to that system or application, they're not looking at the code anymore to try to fix it. It's just on you. Whatever we left undone is just undone. And so that's why I highly recommend that if you see anything that's out of date, Windows XP, a little bit of Windows 10, try to stay away from putting any type of sensitive information on that, because you don't know what patches you're missing, because that is not even supported no more by the vendor. You also have network vectors, and so this is getting in through the Wi-Fi. In the second hour, I'll show you guys a tool called Wireshark, where we can look at the traffic going back and forth from different appliances and see if we can actually look at those network packets. Um, this can be done at any place, and is actually a good tool to learn and actually put on your resume. You also have things like Bluetooth, where we can connect to each other's Bluetooth if we have those little pin numbers in order to have that connection. But you want to make sure that your Bluetooth is up to date too, so you're not really bleeding that stuff over. But these are also different vectors that people can take advantage of, right? Normally, um, 9 times out of 10, the Bluetooth on your laptop is probably defaulted to on. So it should be on right now just to listen to, mice or wireless keyboards. But let's say if I have a device that can connect through it via a phone, and if it doesn't ask me for a PIN number, then I can Bluetooth into your computer and gain access that way. The LoRa based vectors. This is more popularized by the removable device. I said this last night when it came to the USB attack, where I would write an important person's name on a USB, tape it up, and then put it in the bathroom somewhere, or just drop it in the student center, and then have somebody pick it up and see what's on it. That creates a curiosity that it creates a vector into the network, kind of just based off of the lack of awareness that the client may have. Just real quick, let me talk about Trojan horse malware. So you're gonna see this on the exam. Trojan horse are, and it's not as prevalent as it was back in the day. Trojan horse is malware or some type of virus that you think is a good piece of software in the beginning. So it may be some type of like a calculator, or maybe a plug-in to the window, the Google Chrome that you're using for a calendar in plug-in or something like that. Something that you're thinking is going to help you throughout your daily processes. And then when you go to install that application, it turns out to be a virus. And that's simply just a Trojan horse. Going back to the story back in the Greek days, where they're thinking that they got a present, and what it actually was something there to kill them. You also have messaging based vectors. This is where your emails, SMS, which picked up a whole lot lately with the robot calls as well. The IMs, you don't really see IM attacks like that going into like Microsoft Teams, or someone jumping into the Zoom chat here. You don't really see that too often, but it happens. Um, I'm starting to see a lot of social media and web takeovers. Getting your social media hacked is still I haven't really figured that out. Maybe just because I don't do the work at work on social media sites. I don't understand how people have their sites, their profile taken over by someone, and they don't get it back. I still don't understand that. But we see it all the time, right? Now, if you just so happen to have that, maybe a business account hooked up to your TikTok or your Instagram, that may be feeding back into the network. And so that may be a way back in. That might be a vector there. You also have supply chains attacks. So what does this mean? This means like if you're depending on a particular company to provide you a asset or something that you actually are using for work. Maybe if you're a bread company and you're waiting on the bread vendor to give you a product so you can actually go and provide bread for people. If they are out of bread or can't get to you, or let's just say they don't have power or what have you, then in turn, that's a denial of service for you. You can't provide any service to anyone until you're able to get back up and running. This is where you see the CrowdStrike thing that happened not too long ago, maybe about 2 months ago, how that was a supply chain attack for a lot of businesses. Airport shut down and everything because that one vendor had a problem, and then now everybody else was affected. Any questions before we get into social engineering? Any questions? Shouldn't be long. All right. Social engineering. So this is where you're hacking the human. You're playing on someone's intelligence. You're lying, pretty much, right? This is where you'll hear any and everything, and it's not the human's fault or the person's fault, because we're just made to really kind of help each other along, especially in a working environment. We're not here to really cause any kind of problems. And so people who use social engineering know that, and they try to manipulate us based off of that. Now, a lot of times you get impersonation and then pretexting. This is where those IM or those SMS messages come into play, where they're telling you one thing. Maybe your UPS package hasn't been picked up. Please click this link so we can tell you the whereabouts of your package. but you wasn't expecting a package. Those are attempts at social engineering attacks. Um, those calls that you just randomly get, those are legit calls, I believe. They are legit. I think your number is pretty much on a list that they're trying to sell you something. Um, but every now and again, you will get someone that's trying to get something personal from you. They're trying to get a phone number, address, social security number, birth date, something personal that's directly linked to you. And then that's a more direct of a social engineering attack. When they're trying to just sell you something like life insurance is up and running now because of open enrollment between now and November. You're going to get a lot of calls of, hey, open enrollment is now, do you want to, we can beat your company's rate or what have you. That's just you're on a sales list, right? But you being on a sales list might be the result of you having your information leaked by a company that you gave your information to. There's nothing you really can do about that. Just kind of like wait it out. But you got of course, the classic phishing attacks. These are, just parts of social engineering, trying to make you confused on an email and send you to a particular site. In the second hour, I'll show you some examples of this. Phishing is the same thing as a phish email. It's just in voice um, settings, actually getting you on the phone and trying to talk you into something that you're giving up. Smishing is more on the texting side. So reading those texts that you don't know where it came from, but they're telling you that they have some important information to tell you. And then farming is getting traffic to go to certain sites via a DNS spoofing. So if you guys are familiar with DNS, DNS is a network protocol that turns the regular words of a URL into a IP address, and then you go to your website after that, right? So they'll take something like ESPN.com, and then ESPN.com changes into an IP address, and then at the end is the website. That process of it changing over to the IP address is called DNS, domain name service, DNS. And so if they can spoof that, if they can change that, then they can send you to a particular site that you have no idea that should be there. And I'll show some examples of that in the second hour as well. Especially these typo squatting sites. These are my favorite things to look at, just because you'll see how good they are, and you just got to respect the fact that someone will take that much time to spoof us a whole website just to get your information and to try to get something from you for free. And I'm talking more like your social security card or your bank account information. That's typo squatting. Just to give you more of a contextual definition of typo squatting is taking that same URL and maybe changing a word or a letter or two. And so when we're typing, sometimes our fingers may just naturally hit the wrong key. And instead of going to Facebook, you may go to FaceMook, which is an M for the B, right? And what typo squatting does is that hacker will create a whole site based on the domain FaceMook, and then you go there and try to put your username and password in, and then they're able to collect that credential. All right, last slide here. Business email compromise. So what I always kind of preach about is never give out never give out the emails that you don't want to be out. I would also, in my earlier years of teaching, I would say don't give out your business email. And that's the more professional way of saying it. But don't give out emails that you don't want spam to go to. So when you're, what I hate is in South Carolina, man, they got Dish Network. They'll be in Walmart trying to sell new subscriptions, and you're trying to be nice and just say, man, I don't want it, but they want your information anyway, and you'll tend to give them your name and number as well as an email address, and now you're getting all these spam emails from them because you gave them that address. My advice is, have a fake email that you could just put down at any given time so you don't have to worry about that. But you also need to make sure that if a business email could be spoofed by someone, and if you're not familiar with that person, and they have a domain that's similar to your business email, just make sure you're looking at the spelling and making sure that if it doesn't match up, that you might not want to open that email, because it may not come to the spam inbox. It might just go to your inbox, and they're only just waiting on that one click to try to take you to a particular site. Any questions? I know I kind of ran
No
over.
question.
All right.
No question at the moment.
Let's take 10 minutes and meet back at 7:25, and then we'll do the last hour of it, or whatever, the last 45 minutes of it, and try to get y'all on their way. All right. And I'm gonna go ahead and take attendance too. So
Okay.
I'll be on here for a while just to do the attendance. So where I want to start off is a site for email security. And it tells you if you actually had your email hacked before, or if the information has been leaked out, right? So this site, Have You Been Pwned, can tell you if your email has been a victim of a data leak before. And as you can see, like, I had my Lee Mitchell 15 at Yahoo for years. I want to say about 10, 15 years now. And so what that means is that, there's been plenty of time that the information, I would say, around this account has been part of some type of data breach. I'm gonna put this site in the chat, so just in case y'all want to check some of your emails that we use on a day-to-day basis, test it out, see if there's something that will interest you. Now I'm gonna also show you my business email that I rarely ever give out to people. I only give it out to companies, and as you can see right now, as far as they know, it hasn't been part of any type of breaches. So I think this is a cool little way. It's nothing that you would use on a day-to-day basis as far as like threat hunting or something like that, but it's nice to kind of understand, hey, maybe I want to make a new email. Maybe this email is a little tired out. Might want to use something else. So that's that website, as far as showing you how we're all affected by some type of cyber attack. I want to make sure I got my next thing out here. Okay. My next piece I want to show you is a threat map. So a threat map, again, something that you don't necessarily use on a day-to-day basis, but it's cool to talk about and to look at. These are the threats that's going on real time, quote unquote, real time. And it could be all types of different types of attacks that's going on. And they're are going from place to place across the country, within the country, and it's just kind of really cool just to watch these type of attacks that goes on. And the most things that you see is just these three that's highlighted here at the bottom: malware, some type of install, some type of software that's gone out there, some type of phishing attack, and then some type of exploit. Exploit means I'm actively trying to take advantage of a device. I'm actually putting in a code to try to um, take over something or to actually lock down a PC or what have you. So they're actually being attacked at that moment. You could find these threat maps from anybody. I like to use this one, and I think another one from another cybersecurity company. I think it's Fortinet that has another cool one. But I like to have this just to kind of show that it's not just whenever you see it on TV; it's constantly going on at all times, and you can just see how it's just going at the rate over here. Slows down a little bit. How these attacks are just being recorded. Now, you may be looking at it like, well, okay, I know, right? When you look at the attacks, it's like if they could see it going on, why not put a stop to it? And a lot of times these are what the firewall sees. So to explain the firewall, your firewall is going to sit at the edge of your network, and it sees traffic going back and forth in and out of your network. But its job is to look at what's coming in, determine where does it go within your network, and send it there or drop it. And Checkpoint is a cybersecurity company that provides those type of devices. Fortinet is another one that provides those network devices, and they can create, based off of the information that they see, they can create these maps that I would say is pre-planned, but they market it to us as if it's live, right? But nevertheless, it's something cool to look into. Again, nothing that I would put on my resume, but it's nice to see. It's nice to see the currency of it. All right, so let's get into the out of date software. Earlier in the slides, I talked about the out of date software, and I wanted to bring it up. I wanted to actually show you Windows XP, but this is Windows 10, right? So Windows 10, I want to say last year became a out of date or not a supported operating system by Microsoft anymore. And this is running slow, so forgive me. I'm running virtual box at the same time that I'm doing a Zoom call, so it's eating up RAM. But I wanted to try to show you the updates. I should have just already had it open. Okay, Jesus. Let's try that again. I'm trying to. Okay, Jesus, come on, work with me. Today, we might not get through this just because I don't have enough RAM. I'm surprised that I'm able to have this virtual machine up and be able to see you guys on the Zoom as well. But I know I'm stretching it. Let me try to close out some windows real quick. I don't need the threat map anymore. I'm gonna leave this up. I don't need that. I'm gonna leave this up. I'm gonna go there in a minute. And I don't need this. Now let's go back to virtual machine. But anyway, just to kind of kill the radio silence here, the Windows 10 machine is not up to date as far as what a Windows 11 machine would be. It can only update as far as what Microsoft has left it off to be. And so you won't receive any new updates after a certain time. Okay, once you patch everything that you have in there, then you're kind of just leaving it out there for really to be another way for someone to actually get into your system. So I have a vulnerability that's high on my computer because this is out of date software that I should have off my machine, but for learning purposes, I have it on there. And if you guys want to try working with a virtual machine, I would suggest getting something called VirtualBox, and this will allow you to actually load on different OSs on your machine if you have the RAM to hold it, and you can practice with different OSs on your machine.
These operating systems that, of course, are updated and to relevance and doesn't have any compromising factors.
I would suggest that, but if you're, let's just say, if you're trying to really build that resume, you want to make sure that you understand what you're looking at when it comes to like Windows 10, Windows 7, XP, just to kind of get a feel. You can always take it off once you're done with it. Like the thing about VirtualBox is that once you're done, you can always just blow this away by hitting remove once I shut it down, right? Or you could just shut it down and then now you're disconnecting it from the network. So you're kind of alleviating that leaving it open to any type of vulnerability that might be out there. You can shut it down and delete it, or you could just make sure that you shut it down. But that, that's on you if you're going to put a old operating system on there like I am. But I pretty much just use this for learning purposes. And in a VirtualBox, in a virtual machine, it's very hard for a hacker to come into the virtual machine and then jump out of that virtual machine into my regular machine, which would be here. This background here. It's super hard to do that. Normally, because if I have my configurations right, I should not be talking to my virtual machine at all. Not from my regular desktop. Yeah. And plus, I probably got it on the lowest amount of RAM for it too, so I can't do much here. But yeah, that's what I wanted to show you. And I pretty much got my point across, but I wish I could show more. But it's not going to let me do it. So I'm going to just exit out. Shut it down and get that RAM back. Shut it down. But definitely want to look out for those. And if you can, go ahead and update them as much as possible if you have to have them. Because in some places, like let's say if you're like me, you have to work in an industrial plant, we have to have Windows 7 in our environment because we have certain power belts or conveyor belts that only run on a Windows 7's machine. And if we take that out, then there's no net guarantee that the Windows 11 machine that we put in will run that conveyor belt. And so we pigeonholed ourselves into just keeping that one particular machine. And so how do we come up with a compensating control to protect against that? Is that we make sure that it doesn't have any type of internet access, and we just kind of keep it to itself. We tell the person to turn it on, but you can't get on the internet at all when it comes to this computer. Its sole permission, its sole purpose is just to run this conveyor belt. And in a lot of places that we go, you're going to see a lot of out of date software, out of date operating systems, and it's up to us to actually try to do something about it. So we saw yesterday when I pulled up my Sophos device, you seen that it was already telling me that it's out of date, and that I don't have a license for it, but in turn it's out of date too, because these things normally update on a daily basis. So if there's a vulnerability for this particular version, someone could possibly take advantage of it and possibly do some harm to my computer. You know what I mean? And when you're talking about giving up access to your computer like that, you don't necessarily need someone to click on a link to give you ransomware. They could just load that piece of software on your machine and be able to kick it off if they have the proper permissions. So that's out of date software. Um, let's go into Wireshark. We talked about how the network could be a vulnerable spot where we can look at traffic going back and forth. Are you guys familiar with Wireshark? Have you seen this type of tool?
Honestly, no.
No.
I
Okay.
haven't seen it.
I've seen a little of it, but it's just a lot to decipher. So
Right.
trying to understand everything is a headache.
Okay. Well, I know I've been yapping a whole bunch tonight, but I'm gonna try to go over Wireshark just real quick.
Oh no, I was just saying to like the traffic, understand the network traffic when with Wireshark, not you.
Gotcha. No. It's no problem. Wireshark, as a security professional, you're not going to use this on a day-to-day basis. You shouldn't, unless you are. Is really according, how small is the company, and then how much of troubleshooting do you have to do. But Wireshark sees the traffic, network traffic going back and forth to everything that's connected to your internet on that particular network. This works. This is a free download, and I'll put the address in the chat so you guys can go and check it out. Download it yourself if you want. Let me know if you are confused on what version to get or what bit to get, but you can find it here. But what it does is that you can see all of the different networks that it picks up here. And what you want to do is click on the one that you're connected to see the traffic. Once you connect to it, it automatically starts pulling down all of this traffic. This is all of the devices in my house that's conversating to something. And at this point, if I stop it, we have already got tons and tons of traffic. Tons. Right? Now, you're right. It is a lot to actually take in and see what's going on. I'm not asking you to become a guru, but I'm asking you to look at the basics of what's actually going on. Every device has an IP address, right? And then if that's the case, then these source IP addresses are things that I should know that are communicating in my household. As I can see, this 206.247 is constantly showing up. This 192.168 is constantly showing up. These are actually the only two that's showing up. So these are, I wonder, since I'm upstairs, I wonder if this is my router and my computer, because these are the only things that I'm upstairs with. So what I'll do is I'll pull up the CMD command prompt, and I'm going to do an IP config just to find out what is my IP address for my computer that I'm on right now. And I can't go off of this one because this is for the wireless network for my virtual machine. So I'm looking for the Wi-Fi network for my particular computer.
Is this a separate operation? This configuration?
Say that differently.
Is this a different platform that you're on currently looking at your URL?
The black screen here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's a command prompt. So you go to your start menu and you could type in CMD if you're on a Windows computer. And it should bring up a command prompt that you can open up. Now, this command prompt brings up information about the back end of your computer. So you can look at your IP address, but you can also do things like a ping, and you can ping stuff like Google, right? And what this does is that it's counting how many times it can actually go out to the Google server and check that if it's there and then give you a reply back. Is there more sexier ways of looking at this? Yes, but command prompt is pretty much your basic way of doing these things at a quick glance. It's also a nice thing to put on your resume too, being able to work with a command prompt. So when in a command prompt, I normally will come in and look for my IP address, or look for someone else's IP address, or see if I'm at work and I need to know if another computer is on the network. I might try to ping that computer to make sure that they're up and running. Does that make sense, or do we need to go into networking a little bit more?
It makes sense in the idea that I'm uncertain exactly what you mean by pinging the other device.
So real quick, so to ping something, the command ping is to actually reach out to another computer and say, hey, are you there? Are you on the network? Are you communicating? Can I communicate with you? That's all, all those expressions are expressed by the command ping. Now, this is, it means nothing by itself. I have to add it to something. I have to tell it to actually go and look for another computer. Now, I should be you are only able to ping things within your internal network. So wherever you're at right now, whether you're in a building or in your house, apartment, dorm room, whatever you have in the internal, you can ping those things. So if you got a printer, and if you know the computer name of the printer or the IP address of the printer, you could ping it to see if it's online. Right? Now you can also ping things that's outside of the internet. And that's when I'm saying you could ping something like google.com and see if it's up and running. You get a IP address from Google. This IP address is from a Google server. And basically these bytes and times and the time to live is basically telling you that my computer and a Google server is talking back and forth and saying, "Hey, we're both communicating, and we have no problem communicating with each other." Okay. Now, I can also do this for any website. So, ESPN.com, and you see that I get a totally different address, but my ping times are pretty much going to be about the same. Your ping times are pretty much going to be around how fast your internet is. Okay, so you really don't have to worry about that. But what I do want you to know is that you see how I put in ESPN.com or Google.com and it came back with the IP address. Remember when I was lecturing, this is DNS working. This is the DNS protocol is taking Google.com. A computer doesn't know what Google.com means. It knows how to talk the numbers. And so it automatically takes DNS and translates it into the IP address. And it says, oh, you don't mean Google.com. You mean you want to go to 173, 194, 219, 101. That's where you want to go. Okay. So I know I threw a lot. Does that kind of clear up a little bit more picture as far as pinging? Pinging is just really
Yes, I understand what binary code is. And
okay.
that aspect of knowing an address. Everything's a destination. I can understand that much.
Okay. But do you understand the ping aspect of it?
Yes, they're in between a URL or just the communication between your computer and the destination that you're attempting to communicate with.
Correct. Now, going back to what we was talking about tonight, I brung up very shortly a ping attack. And I said that a server can send a whole bunch of pings at a particular server or a particular computer, and it could flood and stop the services of that server because it's constantly asking, hey, are you there? Hey, are you there? Hey, are you there? And the thing about a ping is that it will ask one time, hey, are you there? The response back from the destination is, yes, I am. Then it's looking for an acknowledgement showing that you have received that message and that you can stop the communication, right? That's why you get these these 4 little pings and you stop it. But if I'm constantly getting at you with servers, like 4 or 5 different servers, all sending the same thing, I'm creating a denial of service to that machine because a server or a computer is designed to always answer the next command. And if your only command is, hey, are you there? I'm creating a I'm not letting that computer answer that and then move on to the next service or command.
In that instance, can you flood the firewall, or does the computer understand the kill to command?
The firewall is supposed to, you would like for your firewall to be smart enough to see that type of traffic and stop it, cut it off. But you also want to put some configurations on your server to have to say, hey, okay, if you don't get an acknowledgement after so many times, this time to live right here, if you don't get a certain acknowledgement, go ahead and drop it. Go ahead and drop it and move on. That's where, going back to yesterday when we talked about operations, those things are in the operations. Those things we'll talk to the networking team and we'll say, hey, for our servers or for our firewalls, we want our time to live to be this particular time. Because just in case you get
Policy?
a ping, I'm sitting in.
Policy? No,
Not in the way
operational.
it's
My bad.
operational
My bad.
and going in that technical realm because we got to make the configurations in the technical. You get what I'm saying?
No, that made a lot of sense. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, but good question. All right. So going back to Wireshark, if we know, okay, so going back to my command prompt, I'm gonna go back to this first tab. This wireless LAN Wi-Fi is what we clicked on here in Wireshark, and we could see that my computer that we're currently looking at, my IP address is 192.168.86.36.38. Jesus. And I've been talking to these particular addresses constantly. You can see I'm talking to something, and that whatever this is talking back to me. Right? And you can see the acknowledgement here. You remember when I said that it'll ask a question, but then it will send, it's waiting for an acknowledgement to stop that particular conversation that it's having. Right? And so now I don't know what 206, 247 is, but let's see if we could ping it and maybe see what if it's on the network, maybe. Ping 206. Jesus. That is not on what I said, 206.247.137.229. So since it's timing out, that means, let's see if it comes back with another one. Okay, so it's timing out. I would assume that this is an outside address. So let's take this address. And now let's do kind of like a reverse lookup. What we want to do is, instead of having it being an IP address, we want DNS to tell us what's the name behind it, if there's a name. And so if you guys were logged on when I was on here earlier, I've been messing around with the NS lookup. Matter of fact, let's do it in the command prompt. NS lookup is a way to see and have that reverse lookup, but it basically takes an IP address or domain name and give you more information about it. Now, what does it did? What did it do when I gave that command NS lookup, then space, and then the IP address? It let me know that well, this is not important, but this is important. This is the Zoom call that we're on. I'm constantly talking to that. And so now going back to Wireshark, since we did that little bit of investigation, we could see, okay, one computer is talking to something on Zoom constantly. That's all you see. Now, can they see the people that I'm connected to on Zoom? No, it's not that intrusive. But I can run Wireshark from the outside of my house. I can run, this could be my neighbor for all I care. It didn't ask for no password or anything like that. I just have to be on the same network. Okay. And if that's the case, then you can use something like this tool just to kind of get that basic information of what's going on. Okay. If I wanted to be mischievous, if I want to be malicious, I could say, okay, with just that little bit of thing, and I can tell that they're talking about Zoom. Let me see if there's any kind of vulnerabilities for Zoom that I can use on this particular address, the 192.168.86.38, which is my computer. Because I know that person has Zoom because he's talking to them. That makes sense? And that's not getting into the whole packet frame here. Wireshark can be way more intrusive than that. You can get into, if you're using HTTP, you could pretty much see what's in the packet. You could see the images going across the network. But that's why we preach on getting on HTTPS, and we'll go over that next week in the networking class. But Wireshark is a good free tool to use, and only thing you need is the basics to understand, and just to know that you're talking from time frames. They give you time frames here, and then you're talking about from a source destination to a source destination and a destination that it's going to, and then the protocol that is using to talk back and forth. Okay.
I have a question.
Yep.
So In cybersecurity, would we be asked to like say look up look through packets for certain destinations if somebody was to get like malicious emails? In the time that I was using Wireshark, we were basically given different projects as to where we had to sift through all the information and see, look at the destinations, find out where they came from, the sources, and basically who was sending them. Would that be a task that you would think that we would be doing if we were on a cybersecurity team, or would that be more like a data forensic scientist job? Do you?
It would be both. It's how intrusive do they want the information when it comes to a regular cybersecurity team? If you're in that threat hunting field, that category, they're going to be, they will have more sophisticated tools than Wireshark to actually perform those tasks. You'll get something like at work, we use a tool called Abnormal, and it's just for email security only. And so we can look into someone's email box and be able to look at the headers for that particular email and trace it back just off that email. You don't have to necessarily go through Wireshark. Wireshark is a good open source tool if you're working for a small company and they have certain, you're trying to figure out why certain things are not talking, or maybe you're blocking something and it's not really showing up in the tools that you have. This is going to show you all of the IP addresses talking. So yes and yes. Good question. As we go along, we'll go more in depth with Wireshark, but I just really wanted to show you how when it comes to what we talked about tonight, the attack vectors are all over this place. Well, and this is just talking about my computer. What is that? Ooh, I think I know what this is though. But anyway, okay. Oh, that's nasty. Okay, let's jump into it. All right, Wireshark, spam emails. Let's go into the typo squatting sites, and then we'll finish up with these. So these sites that I'm about, I want you guys to be aware of them and look. This is a site called OpenFish, and OpenFish is sites that are compromised and are actively looking for your information to take advantage of and actually steal information from you. So again, I don't want you to go to this site, which you could, and click on these and get taken for it, right? I just, watch me on this and just don't partake into it, because I just don't want you to, I don't want something to happen and then I feel bad because you were trying to learn, and nah. So what we'll do is, I already got this one site open, and this is for a TikTok wholesale. And I think this came off this one right here, www.tiktok59.cc. Maybe. Is there another TikTok? So it probably did a switch over. But anyway, as you could tell, Google Chrome is already telling and yelling at us that this is not a safe site. Beware. And that's mainly because this has already been reported. And so it's already yelling at you to not do anything. But I just want you to look at how good this looks as far as a website looks. And so for a person that's really not looking at this URL up here, it could look like a legit website. And I'm assuming you can click on certain things and it could bring those items up. But it's all about when they want you to put something important in, then that's when they're going to take that information and run with it. So now for that $93 for this Fire tablet, they're not going to give me a purchase order. They're just going to take my credit card information and leave, or not even, follow up on it. But you could tell that they put time and effort into it to where they even put the reviews on it. This is a good one. They even got everything down to the details down here for all rights reserved. Very good website in my opinion. As far as this is where typo squatting comes into play. This is where a phishing site comes into play. This is what they're looking for. And as a security professional, I want you guys to pay attention to the URL and the obvious that Google Chrome is telling you not to go here. The thing about that is that it's confusing when you're looking at it on your mobile device. Let's try to get to another one. Let's try Adobe. See what they got. So nice and simple, right? This will be a nice little link that you could put into an email saying, hey, we enjoyed your business the other day. Here's the receipt from the invoice or whatever on the services that we provided you. Please click on it to make sure that everything's fine. Now, Google Chrome doesn't tell you anything here. Doesn't even, tell you that anything is dangerous. But I probably will look at Hootsuite down here as something that I'm not familiar with. And I would probably ask that person in the email who received the email, are you familiar with the sender? And if not, we probably need to go and have this scanned at a site called VirusTotal. So VirusTotal is another site that you can use as far as resume building. You can take certain files and throw it in here and get a check among the industry leaders as far as if it's safe or not. So a lot of times I'll go in here and I'll check for Morris EDU, which is my alma mater, and you could see all of these cyber networks saying that this is a clean network. If it had any type of malicious activity, it would obviously show something different. But we could probably, just to kind of go in on that, we could take that and let's put this in here, a known phishing site, paste that in there and see if we can come up with something different. And as you can see, VirusTotal will let you know that, hey, this is a malicious site. Don't put anything in there. And you can find out some more things on the details tab. So I'll put VirusTotal in the chat as well. Always keep that in your back pocket as far as a threat hunting tool. Let's look at one more and then we'll conclude for the night. Let's try eBay. So not a necessarily clean website, but it's asking for information, which what these sites do. The one thing that's going to stick out is the URL, and that is not secure. So that's a one dead giveaway, or not putting any type of sensitive information in there, and that it doesn't really kind of match the original eBay website. And so we want to make sure that if we see anybody on these type of websites, or if you're finding yourself going to these type of websites, that you don't put any type of sensitive information in these sites. All right, any questions?
Is there subnetting in cybersecurity or on the
No.
security?
No, not at all. That's Network Plus. All right. If there's no questions, I'm gonna go ahead and conclude for the night, and I'll get this lecture up for you guys on tomorrow morning, and I'll see you on Thursday.
Thank you.
All right, y'all take it easy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night,
Thank you.
everybody.
Good night, y'all.
You have a good night.
Good night.
Y'all have a good one.
Good morning, afternoon.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good.
That's good. I normally get started maybe about 5 minutes after, just to kind of let people get in. But yeah, we're gonna try to shoot for maybe 2 hours and some change tonight. Hopefully, I can share some good information with you guys.
Okay.
If you don't mind, can you go ahead and put your emails in the chat? I need to sign you guys up for LMS so we can share some resources, and you can always use that as a place to get worksheets and stuff that I sign out. Appreciate that. Shortly, sometime tonight, you'll see an email come in that I'm adding you to a Google Classroom, and that's where we'll use as a kind of like a meeting point. I know that Dr. Blair said that you guys should use the Security Plus LMS that they bought for you, but I don't have access to that, so it's going to kind of be kind of hard to use that as in conjunction with what I'm teaching, but it all should match up.
Okay. I don't have a security plus anything.
Okay. I was gonna say they probably haven't sent that out because I was just about to ask because I didn't have mine either.
All right, yeah, well, that'll even be better, I guess, from my standpoint of you guys can just go in here and tackle it. Give me 1 second. So on top of this, are y'all are currently in school right now?
Yes.
I am not.
Okay.
But I will be in the spring.
Not a problem. Hey Joshua, how you doing?
Good afternoon. I'm good, and you?
Doing good. If you can, go ahead and drop your email in the chat.
Okay.
I want to get you added to a LMS real quick. And for everybody else who's joining, just go ahead and good evening. How are y'all? I just want to let you know, please drop your email in the chat. I want to get you guys signed up for a Google Classroom so we can all share information there.
Hello, Miss Lee. You got a haircut.
Yeah, man. I said I was going to leave it be until I started teaching again.
Okay.
I said, man, let me go ahead and buzz it off real quick.
I'm a master barber too, so I noticed it.
Oh well, yeah, I could tell. You could tell I jacked it up, but hey, I had to do what I had to do.
Oh yeah, hey, that's what we do to survive, man.
Seems like everybody got a Gmail, which is great. I'm going to be sending out an email very shortly to the emails that y'all putting in the chat. And it's going to go to inviting you to go to the classroom. And there we'll have the syllabus and I'll put some resources in there. I think. Am I missing one? Did everybody put their email in the chat? Calvin, did I get one from you?
In the Slack?
In the chat.
Oh, in the chat. Oh no, sorry.
No, you good. All right. Send that over. Okay. I'll put it in the chat. See, I'm gonna put it in the link in the chat. See if you guys can get to it. It might block you, so I might have to work on that myself. Let me know what it says.
It says we can't access it.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
It says wrong account. Your account can't access this class.
I'm wondering if that's because it's pivot. All right. I'll get to it. Let me go ahead and get started. I appreciate y'all jumping on. Real quick, as far as cameras is concerned, I'm not big on cameras, and plus, I think it kind of invades the privacy. But if you want to have it on, that's cool. Um, I'm still able to teach, and I'm still able to go ahead and be engaging, but it does help me out whenever I do see head nods and things like that. When we get into places like encryption and websites and networking, it helps me understand if you guys are grasping what I'm talking about, if I can see you. But you know, if you got something personal going on, by all means, go ahead and take care of that. So I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen, and I'm gonna work on getting that Google Classroom shared out with you guys. I'll probably do that during the break. So for those who just joined, if you can, please put your email in the chat. I want to get you guys signed up for a Google Classroom so I can share some materials with you. So I'm gonna go to my syllabus here. Let me know if y'all can see it. Give me a thumbs up. Appreciate it. All right, so short little syllabus about the class. In this syllabus, I'm gonna have the Google Classroom link as well as the Zoom link here, and it's gonna go over pretty much the scheduling of the weeks and how we're going to tackle things. So it's going to be pretty much 3 topics that we're going to cover in each week. We're going to pretty much have that for each day. So for today, we're going to cover the security concepts, but then on Tuesdays we'll go over the threats and types, and then on Thursday we'll tackle IAM, identity access and management. Now on that Thursday, I'm going to also have some type of multiple choice questions that you guys can go over, help out. You can always go back and test on these things, because while we're going through that many topics, I want to make sure that you are also practicing how to actually prepare for the test. Yeah, okay. So that's the reason why I want to have that Google Classroom out there. And plus, if I see anything such as, let's say, some internships applications or something like that, I can throw it in the Google Classrooms. You should get an email and alert you. And if you want to partake in that or ask me some questions about it, that'll be to your benefit as well. So this will be in the Google Classroom, and it'll look like this once I get everybody added. So I got to figure out how to get you guys up in here. When I tried to add it, it started to give me started to fuss at me, but we'll take care of that. Going back to my syllabus. I also got my pivot address, email address, but you can also find me on LinkedIn if you want. And I'm typically active on there. So you can always ping me on that or text me on my cell phone number here. I don't mind answering any kind of questions or anything that you haven't troubles about or you're curious about. I don't mind talking about that thing. So, always reach out if you feel the need to. So that was just a real quick overview of the syllabus. The class will pretty much go like this. In the first half, we'll go over some slides, right? So the slides will be maybe about 20 slides long. I'm gonna try not to bore you to death with slides, but the slides are necessary in order for us to cover the topics in the Security Plus. Then we'll take maybe like a 15-minute break, and then we'll go on and we'll do some type of hands-on, or we'll look at some material that corresponds to the slides. That way, I'm not just killing you with power slides. I'm not a big component of that, and typically I think students learn a little bit better when they see the software that I'm talking about, and they're able to go on their browser and test it out themselves.
Will you also be dropping the slides in addition to the recordings? So like,
Yes,
will you just drop the recordings and the slides? Okay, sweet. Thank you so much.
I think, yeah, I already got them listed here. So once I get you into this class, you can always jump back onto the slides whenever you feel like it. And
Yes, sir.
they'll have the video recording up at the end of the week. So you can always run these back over the weekend, which I suggest you do. Just real quick, let's go over. I meant to pull up CompTIA Security Plus, their website, but let's go over it real quick and why I'm adamant about this certification. This certification is I want to say, it's almost like a holy grail of cybersecurity when it comes to employers. Now, when you're talking to someone like me who's been in cybersecurity for some years, I'm not going to say Security Plus will teach you everything, but it will definitely give you the knowledge and the jargon that you need to land jobs. And that's going to give you a head start over. And I don't want to, anybody that's going for a degree in cybersecurity, it'll probably be more direct than any degree work that I've seen just yet. A lot of degree work that I've seen may touch on topics in Security Plus, but the Security Plus gives you a actual good foundation of what we're talking about whenever we're talking about security analysts working in a SOC, things of that nature. So that's why you'll see on these applications, they're all asking for the Security Plus. And so with that being said, it's a very sought after certification, but it's not an easy certification to get. This is something that we can't just cram for in a couple of weeks and actually do it. I would suggest, in order to gauge yourself, if you can take the topics in the Security Plus and explain it the same way that I'm explaining it to you throughout these different weeks, then you have a good understanding of the test. And when they throw little questions at you to confuse you, you'll be able to see through the fluff, as what I like to call it, in order to pick the right thing. So it's not just remembering these definitions. You have to understand why they're talking about PKI versus symmetric encryption. You have to understand the difference between each one of those. You just can't say that public key infrastructure is that, and that's the only things to it. It's people build their whole careers off just knowing PKI, right? So it can get a little bit murky at times. I say all that to say that this is a very critical certification, and if you actually pass the certification, you set yourself apart from a lot of those applicants that are putting in for the same job, right? And then if you got the degree work and everything that goes along that, then you further set yourself as a better candidate for these types of jobs. Cybersecurity is a hot topic. A lot of people are hiring for it. I would also say that the remote sessions of it, where a lot of people were working remote, are probably dwindling now, and a lot of people are going back to the office. I was able to get out of that, and I have a job that's 100% remote, but I can see how some people are wanting people to come back to the office. I say all that to say this. The Security Plus can bring you into a realm where if you land one of these jobs, it can be very life changing, especially for students coming out of college, dealing with whatever issues that you may have coming out of college, right? Student loans, what have you. It can set you up for good things. A way for you guys to get an early jump on it is to look for these internships and try to get those internships while you're in a program somewhere, and get your foot in that company then, and then just transition into actually working for that company. I've seen that work time and time and time again. So I would put that in, into you guys' ear as well. And you don't necessarily have to have the Security Plus to do so. Okay. So it's not necessarily a make or break thing If you feel confident about the topics that we're talking about, you should be able to at least land an internship and then get in there and start to reap the benefits. For anybody else that's now just showing up, if you can, just please put your email in the chat so I can get you signed up for the Google Classrooms. Any questions on the Security Plus so far?
No.
Okay. All right. So, quick thing about me. I am based out of South Carolina, Rock Hill, South Carolina, and I've been in the IT field since 2007. Like I said in my intro, been in cybersecurity since 2018. LinkedIn. This guy. And I got into cybersecurity with a bank that not necessarily cared about if I had my certifications or not. I had a guy that took a chance on me, and I was grateful for that. But this is my LinkedIn. I'm gonna throw this in the chat for you guys that want to get in contact with me. And the only thing I do on this LinkedIn is I just post cybersecurity content all the time. I'm showing this because I want you guys to create a LinkedIn profile and start filling in the things that pertains to cybersecurity here. Because when you're putting in these applications, they're going to try to do kind of like a lookup of you and see what kind of, what type of social profiles you got. They want to come to you want to point them to a professional profile such as a LinkedIn, and then show your work here. So if you see here in this feature session, you can actually post, some of the things that you're working on. I'll show you a site that you can record yourself and actually post those things. Or if you're working on things for other class and you feel like um, it's a good project to actually show and put on display, you can always post it and tag it here in this feature section. And so whenever someone comes to your profile, you can always just scroll down and see what they're actually working on here. So I want you guys, and you don't have to do it. It's not necessarily necessary for the Security Plus or for Pivot, but it would benefit you if you were to go ahead and just make a professional profile, and it kind of gets you already having those bullet points for your resume, because I do want you to build your resume as well for those who don't have a resume or you need to spruce up that resume. Where is mine? So right here, you can always just put the things that you put here and just directly translate it to a resume, right? Okay, so that's enough about me. If you guys don't mind, like I said, if you just came in, please put your email in the chat. If you don't mind, I just want y'all to kind of do like a round robin and just kind of let me know who you are, and then what are your thoughts on cybersecurity. Is not right or wrong, anything like that. Just kind of want to get a baseline of what you're thinking about when it comes to cybersecurity. What does it mean to you? Do you think it's something that you're looking to get into? Are you nervous about it? Just your initial thoughts is all I'm just asking for. So I'm not gonna call anybody, and whoever feels like they want to go first, just come off mute and just let me know a little bit about yourself.
I'll go first.
I'll go first. It's all right.
All right, I'll just do it. Hi, my name is Caleb Walker. I'm a senior computer science major at Alabama State University. My thoughts on cybersecurity, what it means to me actually, is just something that's very important nowadays that we're living in a life full of technology. Then it's like you see every day on the news, like most of the time on the news about data breaches, lawsuits against big companies, and then like just recently they had a data breach with some information about missiles that was going to be launched in Israel. So it's like it means a lot to me, and it's something I want to get into and I want to learn more about because I am a computer science major. I thought about cybersecurity, but I said I thought about software engineering, but then I said I got this class. So I'm like, let me try cybersecurity out. So what I think about it, cybersecurity is just most definitely like per se protecting information, like encryption, and then also trying to defend from others, if that makes sense.
Yep, totally. I understand it. We'll get more into uh, those people who are actually committing crimes and why you never see any kind of arrest that happens to them. They just kind of do whatever they want to do and reap the benefit. Next.
My name is Ryan Edwards. I am a senior mathematics major at Miles College. I am interested in cybersecurity because of, like he said, the welfare of our United States secrets, classified information, and thus for with the current time that we live in, information is a must that we keep it in discretion and secrecy. And like he said, many things such as missiles being launched or just different information that really shouldn't be led into the public is a major concern, not only for us as the public, but in mainstream with the government and what have you. So I think I can see it as a tool that I can use to propel me in the future and promote change in my life and the impact of my families. Also, a quick note. I also wanted to ask, as it pertains to the national security of the country we live in, what skills we're going to learn at this classroom.
It's going to, and this is just not just a security plus certification. This is just overall. I'm going to tell you about any and everything to protect information. That's not just uh, changing your password, using two-factor, using your face unlock. It's not just that. Those are basics. Those are nice. It's good to have, but you have to think like and I don't want to use hacker because hacker is so cliche, right? Scammer. People who scam don't care about how they scamming you. They just want the end result. And then however they trick you is how they trick you. So now it's my job as a security professional, and it will be your job as a security professional to understand every avenue that could be taken in order to protect it. So what does that mean? If you work for Under Armour, right? How do I protect Under Armour's design of its new Steph Curry shoe before it gets over there and get bootlegged, even though it's going to get bootlegged anyway? How do I put that in a safe spot? And then when I put it in a safe spot, how do I protect it? And another way to think about that is think about where you all are at right now in your house or outside or wherever your car is at. Whatever you deem to be possessive to you, how do you protect that? Am I going to put a lock on the door, lock on the windows? Do I got an alarm system? Or maybe do I need to go and I put cameras up? All that pertains to, now we say cybersecurity, but it's another word they also use for information security. And it's just, it can go a long way, man. And that's why it's not just one or two jobs that you can get. It's tons and tons of jobs that you can get. Great question, though.
Thank you for that. Yes, sir.
No problem. Next.
Alrighty. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Hi, hello. My name is Sydney Fleming. I'm a sophomore computer science major at Alabama A&M University. Go Bulldogs. So currently, I'm looking to further. So I already work for the school's IT department. I have 2 years in help desk experience, kind of being exposed to a little bit more of the help desk, working on tickets, resolving student issues, working with a little bit of the system in I guess Active Directory. I want to take this course to really further myself and get my foot into the door because currently I have an internship with a cybersecurity department for Land O'Lakes, and I'm just kind of hoping to use this knowledge to further my path when I get there, so I can get my foot in the door and continue to come back as a full-time worker.
Awesome.
And then what it means to me, making sure my customers are happy. Ultimately, at the end of the day, I like the customer service aspect of working in cybersecurity, knowing that I can give somebody else the assurance that whatever I can do pertaining to your safety, I can help you with. So, and then all the other stuff with the world. But yeah.
And I'm with that, and I'm cool with that, right? And this might be a little bad influence on my part. Be selfish, because if don't pigeonhole yourself to the help desk. Everybody who's listening to me, don't pigeonhole yourself to the help desk. Learn your craft and get a particular thing that you're specialized in. And you'll see what I'm saying as you go along, but you're in a great spot. I appreciate that.
So what about systems administration? Because ideally I want to be a CIO or a CISO, Chief Security Information Officer. That's where I'm at the end of the day, that's the real goal. So I can work in my own department and
We'll
run
jump
it.
into that in the second hour. Go ahead.
Okay. Hey y'all. Okay, so I'm Delasia Kirby. I am a master's level social worker, and I'm currently getting my master's in system and material engineering. And okay, I'm gonna be honest. I took the course transparently because when I think of cybersecurity, I think of Penelope from Criminal Minds. And so I've always loved the way she handled things, the way she was able to help and attack. Like you said, don't use the word hacker, but coming from my naive background, how she was able to protect people utilizing her knowledge against hackers, And so I recently got married, and my husband's best friend is in cybersecurity. He didn't have any degrees or anything, and he's flourishing. So he always told me to do this. And I'm just like, coming from where I'm coming from, that's not something that, I've ever heard of anyone just in my area or in my, neighborhood doing that. So when the opportunity was presented to me, I was like, this is my chance to be like the 2024 Penelope. So I'm not sure where this will take me, but I know that my next step is to utilize this in potentially helping, especially in the area of children. So maybe I would be in a department in which focuses on like maybe protecting children, and because so much crazy stuff going on in the world, but I want to use this cybersecurity opportunity to network back to my social work degree and just focus on the kids. They're the future, and there's a lot of people that don't focus on themselves. Yeah, I don't know how that's going to mesh well together. You should hear all the people telling me like, engineering, social work, how'd you do that? But I'm gonna give it to God, and we're gonna rock this school out.
Awesome. My wife's she's a social worker,
so basically I'm your child. I'm mixing together. Thank you for adopting me.
I don't like her job, but it's okay. So
we'll get to that.
I'm sorry.
The second hour.
I'm sorry. No, I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, I don't want to. But see, I didn't do child welfare too, so that's another thing. I did clinical mental health. So don't.
That's nice.
Okay, hey, I already understand. I got you.
I'll give you everything that I got as far as cybersecurity, and it can be stressful. Some areas can be stressful, but compared
I don't want to pinpoint. I don't want to pinpoint I just don't want to pinpoint to that though. So I am open to opportunities and venturing out and doing different things too. So that's why I'm here more so but that was my ultimate goal, to be like the 2024 Penelope.
Okay, awesome.
If I could go next.
Thank you.
My name is Bridget Thickpen. I'm actually a graduate from Alabama A&M. My major was forest science. And so right now, I'm actually a mail carrier, and I've been doing it for a few years. And I'm actually looking for a change of career so that I can better provide for my family. I don't see myself doing the mail carrying too long. It's very physical. So I was looking, what cybersecurity means to me is a different level of learning and a change in my occupation, as well as a different level of financial security for my family.
Awesome. I'll try my best to not open some doors, but show you where the doors are. Awesome. Next.
Okay, my name is Lynn Moten. I want to learn cybersecurity because it's an important field that helps protect people and organizations from online threats. And also, I know that there are many job opportunities in cybersecurity. So I'm just trying to transition myself. I didn't tell you what I was doing. I am a nursing student at Lawson State Community College. So I'm just wanting to just kind of jump out there in the area of technology and just learn how technology works and how to defend it from attacks.
Okay. Awesome.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Andrevius McElhaney. I am a graduate of Talladega College in Alabama. And currently I am working at my college as the IT specialist, just touching on all basic areas. And now I am looking for further avenues to help pursue or help me pursue a certain area, I would say. I chose to take this course because after working at my college, and seeing how everything is on the administrative side, and they have me touch literally everything. So from networking to um, audiovisual studies, I see what a lack of cybersecurity measures could do to a place. And I also dealt with a lot of scammers in the past, such as ones from Cash App scammers, and uh, I also got interested in cybersecurity from things such as DEF CON, in which I was able to learn how people are able to get through to you and things like that. So my question would be, would we be also learning about like social engineering skills and stuff like that?
Oh yeah, I love the social engineering. That's my thing, because it doesn't matter how technical you got to be. It doesn't matter if you can hack every firewall in the world and the ones that need to be built tomorrow. If I can take you to lunch and get you to tell me the password, it doesn't matter. And see, I'm terrible at that. I'm not a people person. I don't make small talk great. So I will stick out like a sore thumb if I'm trying to social engineer somebody. But the people, those scammers, or the people who can, like my mom said, who could just lie, they are great at it. And we need to be able to defend against it, or to see what type of things we need to put in place to, protect against it.
One thing I've seen so far is just like where I work, we have a lot of elderly people, and they're kind of afraid of technology. So even now they'll be like, "Oh, your IT here. My password is 123 Cookie Lane." I was like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa! Don't tell me nothing." So it's just I'm trying to also use this opportunity as to help a place where I came from, because even I plan on staying in touch with this place even after I leave, but I want to make sure they're secure as well while I help build myself up.
Okay. I'll try my best to help you in that situation. It'll be a lot, but when it comes to elderly folks that they want to be in the technical field and use our devices and things like that, but at the same time they ain't really checking the email. They just clicking on whatever. Like my mom she got like 10,000 emails and clicking on every one of them. And I'm just hey, try my best to pay attention to the bank account if somebody's pulling something and we need to shut that down real quick. But we'll get into it. Anybody else?
Hey, my name is oh, go ahead, bro.
You got it.
Okay, my name is Albert Lee Clark II. I am currently a police officer at a community college in Mobile, Alabama. I'm sure y'all watched the first 48. I used to work as a police officer for the city of Mobile. I just feel like I need to gain a new skill. I have a passion for the cybersecurity. I figure if I could secure a campus, my area, keep crackheads out of school and off people's homes, I can do that with the cybersecurity stuff. Also, I'm an Air Force veteran, and that InfoSec you were talking about, Mr. Lee, they were big on that. Like,
Oh yeah.
and it's a demand for it. The Space Force is all cyber now, so that's another branch of the military. And I just want to gain that skill to stop policing and as well as make enough family for myself, make enough money for my family and my kids.
Yeah, the government is very big on cyber because um, all of their information is sensitive. Any bit of their information that gets out could be grave danger to some part of the United States. So they're gonna, they're paying the most, and they're gonna be more susceptible to bringing in people to this field. But again, it all kind of starts here, knowing the basics, knowing the foundations, and then setting yourself apart. It's not is it sounds great right now when we're doing the introductions, but when I get into these lectures, man, it could be like, man, I ain't doing this. I don't want to learn about no networking and protocols and things like that, but it's necessary. And so that's what makes this field can be so rewarding, is because you're learning a particular sector that only you know. Your networking people, your IT, your help desk, your service desk, your server admins, they're not going to know as much as you, and they're going to come to you for guidance. You don't have to do the work, you just have to tell them how to do the work. You'll tell them how to secure their systems, but you ain't got to do a thing.
Nice.
Now, if it's not secured, that's your fault. I told you what to do. That's what I do. I don't. But we'll get to it. I'll try to make that easier for you.
Thank you.
Good night. My name is Shosha Gardner. I'm a senior information systems major at Talladega College. And what really made me get into the field of IT in a sense is I did it when I was younger because I'm from the Bahamas. So when I was younger, the government, they offered a program that allows students to get all of their certifications as well for free, as well as they're being paid during the summer. But I didn't take it serious because I was only 12. So I missed it on the opportunity. I missed it on the whole thing. So when I came to college, I didn't really have a major, but I remember I used to deal with IT. So I was like, I'll try to do it again when I enter college. And I haven't really found like a feel for it in a sense. I mean, I'm able to do it, but I didn't really find like that burning passion to do it every day. So I interned this summer and I interned as a marketing major, and that kind of piqued my interest. So since then, I've been trying to figure out how I could combine cybersecurity because I was interested in cybersecurity after I learned about the Internet of Things and how IT is connected to basically everything. So I'm trying to find a way to combine cybersecurity with marketing and just go from there, honestly.
I never thought about the marketing team. Uh, Given the places where I work, I always looked at the marketing as a department that had to have certain applications in order to get their job done, in order to promote the brand. But I never thought about how cybersecurity can be intertwined with it, other than they do a lot of businesses with third parties. and we'll go over third-party vendors and how we should check their credentials before we bring them into our network. But I'll think more on that. That's interesting. Let me think more on that and see if I can get something more insightful for that.
Yes, sir.
But I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else?
Hey, my name is Calvin Hilliard. I'm a systems engineer candidate at Alabama A&M as well. I have some IT experience working for Facebook or Meta at their data center location. Then I kind of transitioned out of it. Now I'm back circling around. The reason I kind of circle back was your answer to my question in orientation, Mr. Mitchell, as far as when I was asking about Python and things of that nature, because I always thought you had to know, Linux and some kind of Windows scripting language or stuff like that. So when you said, you've been doing what you're doing for this amount of time and it's different, it's not just one thing as far as cyber goes. It's not like a one-track mind thing. So that kind of helped me wanted to gain more knowledge about, okay, so what side does he know about the field, which made me way more interested. So yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, man. If you leave it to these commercials will make you feel like you got to have the hoodie on and a basement and just be going at it with the codes all day, all night. And man, I'm not coding. No, that's software development. That's building websites. We will tell, like again, like I said, you will tell those software developers how to be more secure, but it's up to them to actually put the code in. Now, if the website gets hacked, that's not your fault as a cybersecurity analyst or a technician or engineer. You told them, no, whenever you write code, make sure someone else checks behind you to make sure that you're writing the right code. Or in today's world where we use Chat GPT for everything, if you're going to get the code from Chat GPT, make sure that it's a secure code, that we're not putting it out there for somebody else in another country can go ahead and manipulate it, or we got the right permissions on it so no one can manipulate it, what have you. But yeah, that's a market. Nah, I hate to put it on marketing, but that's the way we got it, where we feel like we go to school and we got to learn Python in order to get into cybersecurity, and that's just not. We'll look at some applications tonight. They're not asking for Python. They're not asking for a scripting language unless they want you to work in some type of software development. But then you're not a cybersecurity analyst, you are a developer. So a lot of things can go along with those titles. And you'll see that I got a handout that has those titles names on there. So we can go about that later on. Anybody else need to do an introduction?
Just for clarification of that question, again, you can walk into this classroom with very little coding experience and have a successful tenure.
I do not know how to code at all.
Thank you.
I will not. Now, the Security Plus they ain't gonna ask you nothing about that, man. They would, the thing that I just said, you have to check behind someone when it comes to coding. That's a topic that we'll go over in software development, but I don't know the first thing about it. I lied. I do, but this is all about, picking up a YouTube video and I'm following that. Do I know what I'm doing? I have no idea. That's just straight up and down. And I don't expect for you to know it. And I don't think anybody interviewing you would ask you that either. So, I'm sorry. Does anybody else need to do an introduction?
Yes. I'm not done background. That's good. Sorry. But nice to meet everybody. My name is Majesty Milligan. I am a sophomore computer science major at Alabama, the Alabama A&M University. Um Yeah, we do have a classic this week. But yeah, so what cybersecurity means to me, so it kind of piggybacks off of what you said. I myself actually am a budding software engineer and or like software developer. And that's kind of the way I think is that I feel like being able to have cybersecurity underneath my tool belt adds more nuance and depth to my availability as a potential asset to a company. You know, like you said, when people are coding, what they don't think about is cybersecurity. And I feel like me having that knowledge when it comes to my code and those two things being able to interact with each other is going to be helpful for me personally. And I think just overall being able to add that as because at the end of the day, you know, it's easy to code, but not let me not say it's easy to code because that's difficult. But just picking up code is one thing, but being able to apply that code to systems, to applications is another. And I feel like a great tool in helping you understand systems, especially when it pertains to coding, is things like cybersecurity. So I think that's what it means to me.
Awesome. Yeah, I wouldn't now in your particular case, it will separate you with the other software developers where for those who don't have that skill set, it will put them on par with every other cybersecurity analyst. You get what I'm saying? And if you were to go for a cybersecurity job, you would still stand out because you have that skill. It's like speaking another language, literally, but you know, it is. And it's almost like speaking Spanish or French, and you could put it on your resume. What makes me stand out other than these other 50 candidates is that I can go over to France and I can pitch to those people over there. And that just sets you apart. So I'm not saying that you should pick up um, code and actually learn it. I'm saying it's not necessary, but I'm not saying that you shouldn't at no point in time. If your employer says that, hey, we'll pay you an extra 15 grand to learn it, man, you better pick up some classes and do it. But going for this certification and then an advanced certification in cybersecurity, maybe in the CISSP, they might ask you a little bit of basic coding, but I'm not worried about it. But that's awesome. Anybody else? Going once? All right. Awesome. Did the lady drop? I think so. Okay. All right. So we're at the top, almost at the top of the hour. Do y'all want me to go ahead and jump into the slides or do y'all want to take a break? Keep it going.
Keep it going.
Keep it going. All right. Let me go ahead and share the screen. I got some emails into my class. Y'all should have got a these individuals got a invite. I did have a problem adding Sydney's email. It didn't like that email. Do you have another email that you can give me?
I do, sir. Give me 1 second. I'll type it in chat.
Okay, cool. And then everything's going right. Okay. Okay. All right. So I'm already adding things to that classroom, and I'll get it looking more prettier later on today or later on tonight. But anyway, this is where we'll be putting things at for you guys to actually jump back into. Let's go ahead and jump into this first these slides real quick. And I'm gonna try not to make you bored. If you got any questions, please stop me. If you know, as you could tell that I like the questions, and it'll make you understand the topic a little bit better if you ask the question that you're having a hang up on. If you just keep it in your mind and then I jump off and go off to another whole nother topic, I might confuse that idea that you had. So please just let me know. Sydney, I got it. I appreciate it. Hold on for 1 second. Let me try something. All right, lesson 16. This is not lesson 16. Jesus Christ, please don't tell me I got the wrong thing. No. Bear with me, y'all. Jesus Christ. Lesson 1. Summarizing fundamentals and the security concepts. In this course, or in this lesson, we're going to go over the basic security concepts. We're going to go over security control types, and then we'll go over that illustrious security roles and then the responsibilities that some of them have. But we'll go a little bit deeper than what the exam wants. But let's go ahead and jump right into it. When we're talking about the basic concepts of cybersecurity, is always built off of the CIA triad. Any course you see me teach, I'm always going to start off with the CIA triad. And it's a triangle. Let me see if I can put it up real quick. It's a triangle that really kind of how you base everything when it comes to how much protection you give a particular thing in cybersecurity. So the CIA triad looks like this, right? And get a better one. So you see how confidentiality is at the top, you got integrity, and then you got availability. Now, confidentiality is for hiding that information from someone who doesn't want to see it. The integrity is making sure that no one can change that information who doesn't have the permissions to change it. And then availability is for those who needs to see it. They need to see it at a particular time, right? They may want to see it all the time, or they may need to see it whenever they want to, log into it. Now, for every company, this triangle looks different. It may be small for the confidentiality because we don't really care about hiding that information, or it may be big on the integrity part because we don't want nobody changing the bank accounts without anybody knowing, right? So it may be big on the integrity and big on availability because you still want to see your bank account at any given time. Imagine if you couldn't see your bank account at any given time, y'all would have a fit. But confidentiality is also big for a bank too. So you got to take that into place. So at the basis of it, everything that we do, whether it's from policies or technical firewalls that we bring in or new software, or we're bringing in some type of a double server, so we'll make sure everything is up and running, it's based off of this triad. Okay. Now going back to the slides here, going back to the slides here, the non-repudiation factor is not a part of that triangle, but it also is very important because now it plays off of the integrity part of it, where you can't deny that you either change something or you sent something, right? That non-repudiation is something great, right? Now, here's the thing. You may say, well, how do we actually apply all of these things? Confidentiality is normally going to be applied with encryption. That's pretty much it. So, if you got a note to write down for the Security Plus, if it's dealing with confidentiality, more than likely it's dealing with encryption. We'll get into encryption, I think, next week. Integrity is going to play off of that encryption because if we put the encryption in place, then we should be able to say, hey, nobody can modify it unless they have what we deem to be the same key or the proper key to allow those changes to happen. Now, we can also put processes in place for that integrity. But it's many factors we can have when it comes to integrity. Availability is 9 times out of 10 going to be, can I get to said site at any given time? And I want you guys to think about this. Think about those websites that are always up, always running. They never have any downtime. Since we all been using social media, how many times has Instagram went down? Instagram has got to be the worst, I think, site when it comes to availability, because it's just, even though Facebook may be up, Instagram goes down, and it will be down like for a couple of hours. That's terrible. But that's the availability part of it. Now you think about a site that never goes down is Amazon. Amazon is always up no matter what, and that's mainly because of the data centers that they have. Um, their whole basis is built off of the AWS platform. So to have them have any type of downtime is pretty much remarkable. But that's what I want you to think about when it comes to confidentiality. We're talking about encryption, integrity. We want to put things in place so people can't just change whatever they feel like changing. And then availability. Can you get to your Netflix account whenever you feel like it? That availability part of it. Then non-repudiation is going to play off of that integrity part. Now the framework.
Can you say that again? So we have confidentiality, availability, and what else?
Confidentiality, integrity, and then availability, and then non-repudiation. This piece right here. So this is your CIA triad. You're going to base everything off of this. Now, in the real world, once you get your job, are you going to, have something that you always checking back on the CIA triad? Nah, but it's something that you're going to have in the back of your mind that, okay, this is very important to Nike. These files that we need to have, I want to make sure that I encrypt them. I'm putting that confidentiality on them. I want to make sure I share it with the legal department. That's the integrity part of it. And then I want to make sure that I put it on the backup server so it's always available to those people. That way I covered all of my CIA triad with just those 3 simple things. And then now, if I put that integrity piece on there, I put the right permissions on it, then I can't worry. I won't worry about anybody coming to me and saying, "Oh, well, you let Ricky change it because of whatever, y'all are friends or what have you," right? The politics. You can say, "No, that's impossible because I have these things in place." That's the non-repudiation. You can't put that on me. Okay. Cybersecurity frameworks are ways that we can go to different companies and then get started from scratch. Now, a lot of times when you guys get into your fields and get those first jobs, you're going to be already under a framework, probably ISO 27001 or NIST 853. It's 9 times out of 10 going to be your 2 different frameworks that you operate under. These frameworks pretty much give a overview of how we want to, as a company, protect our data in all fashions, right? Now, does a framework tell you exactly what firewall you're going to use, what type of antivirus you're going to use? No, it won't tell you that, but it will tell you that you might need to use some type of endpoint protection. It'll leave it vague like that, what we call high level. And leaving it vague like that, you're able to go from company to company and maybe take that same framework from company 1 and apply it to company 2, who has nothing in place, and see how we can protect the most important data that we have. So as you can see here in this slide, that we put our defenses out here on the outer perimeter, and we have our processes in place, but the attacks, the external attacks, can come into play, but they won't be able to get only but so far, because we have put things in place to alleviate those attacks. Now, we're never going to be able to extinguish every attack. It's just not going to happen, right? Or we're not going to eliminate every risk. We're always going to have risk. but we should have things in place so to where if something does happen, we can react to it and be able to uh, protect the data as best as possible moving forward. And that's the most important thing, is that it's not about if you get attacked, it's when you get attacked. And when you get attacked, do you have a plan for it? I don't know if you guys remember about the gas shortage that we had that was a cyber attack. It was maybe about 3 or 4 years ago where it shut down the whole East Coast line because it was a ransomware attack that shut down the pipeline. Yes, Caleb. Or are you saying you do, or
Oh, I was saying I do because it affected my family from coming to my graduation.
oh man, sorry about
Yeah.
that. That sucked. Yeah, I was just sitting at the house because I didn't have no gas, but that sucked. My dang. But yeah, that's an effect of it, right? You could shut down literally a whole East Coast, and the how we said it in the introduction, no one be held accountable for that. And now is we can pretty much say, hey, this country did it, but that doesn't necessarily bring any justice to it. um and just to touch on that just real quick, the reason why you don't really see a lot of people going down for cyber crimes is because it costs a lot of money to put that research in, to research and catch those IP addresses going back to who actually sent what, right? So if I go right back here, this same concept can be used by the hackers. If I'm a hacker and I use encryption and I use integrity, then what? I can't say for sure that Steve sent the doggone ransomware out because it's non-repudiation. How can I say it's him? It that's the way it works at this point in time. And so that's where you'll see a lot of people saying, hey, we got attacked, and your information may have been leaked, but we ain't gonna do nothing about it. And we just want to give you a heads up. Your credit score may be affected. Our bad. But that's just, the nature of the beast right now is just kind of, you got to throw your hands up at it, because even though like the latest one you seen was with CrowdStrike, and it wasn't really a cyber attack, it was just it was a self-inflicting wound where they didn't follow a process, and then they end up shutting down pretty much all of their customers. It even shut down our company, um and you just had to clean that stuff up. But there's nothing you could do about it. And I'm pretty sure the person even at CrowdStrike they're still working there. It's just right now at this point, that's why I think cybersecurity is such a growing field. They're trying to get more minds into this field so we can be able to have solutions for these type of actions that's happening. But as of right now, it's kind of dim.
Mr. Lee, will we
Yes,
be
sir.
learning the PCI DSS skill?
I will bring it up,
Okay.
but as far as going in depth with what that policy, um, what that governance is,
Mhm.
no. But you need to know about it if you're doing any type of credit card transactions. We
Uh-huh.
need to make sure that we are PSI DSS compliant. And just like how, so when you're talking about that, and I it's kind of in this field, but it's not. It's really in the governance side of it. When you're talking about different regulations, it's on us to understand what regulation or what type of regulation we fall under. It's easy in the government, right? The government is going to tell you that they're going to have you do all type of training and say, hey, this is the things we fall under. Make sure that we have these things in place, because when you have those audits and you have people come behind you and check your stuff, you need to be straight up and down. But for your local veterinarian shop, and you're the IT guy there, or you're the cybersecurity person there for your local hospital or what have you, something small, you may not follow every HIPAA law, or you may not even be thinking about HIPAA. And while we're talking about HIPAA, would you say that it was a little bit out of pocket when we first got the COVID cards and we had the strings to go around our necks to show if we were vaccinated? Is that an invasion of privacy to know if you have a shot or not? That's a medical record. That might be in a violation of the HIPAA laws. That's stuff we need as security professionals. We need to dig into those type of things before we let let's just say our college say, hey, now everybody that's coming through the gate, now they got to have the COVID tags on. Maybe not. That's why I'm just like, if you don't want to have your camera on, don't have your camera on. I can't tell you that's why I'm kind of weary of those type of things. The privacy of it is I don't think it's not ironed out yet before you can make those type of demands. Any other questions? All right. Moving on to the gap analysis. So when we have this framework right here, right, we're going to mitigate a lot of our problems. But when we put these controls in, move the whole thing. You see right here where it says control actual requirements. When we put in our asset management, our governance, our risk assessments, when we put in these different types of controls, they're not going to eliminate everything we have. It's always going to be some type of residual left over. And with those residuals, hopefully we can have enough controls in to alleviate that. To give you an example, think about your house. I'm going to lock the front door, but then somebody can just break into the window. So you know what? I'll lock the windows. Well, they still probably get in. Okay, I'll put bars up on the windows. Well, they still might, if they really want whatever you got inside. Okay, well, I'll get a gun. Okay, I'll get a guard dog. Okay, I'll get another gun. So you can have all of these things where an attacker may get past that one security control that you have in place, but then you have something in place that can alleviate that. Hopefully they won't get past the first gun, and you can go ahead and alleviate that threat right then and there. But the same thing when it comes to your data as well. Your data is set up to where if they get past your firewall, hopefully we have permissions set up properly to where everybody can't just open up any type of document that they want. We have those things locked down. That's in assets and identity and access management. We have those things. People can't do whatever they want to do because we have the confidentiality locked away. And so even if you get past one security control, we can stop and slow you down here. That's the whole point of having these type of risk assessments and then going after those gaps that we leave open. And I kind of touched on this slide too, that that access control. Just because you work here doesn't mean that you need to see everything that we do here. Especially if I give you a computer username and password, or I let you onto my network, you might not need to see every application that we work with. If you work in the legal department, maybe it's only 3 applications you need to work with. I'm going to give you access to those 3 things. Do your job in those 3 applications. If you want access to another application, you will have a process to ask me permissions for that. And 9 times out of 10, that process will come from your supervisor. They will say, yes, this person needs access to this application. I can give you access then. That way I can hold that type of permissions down and know if someone has more permissions than what they need. Because if their account gets hacked and they have all the permissions in the world, and the only thing they needed to do was just really get on Google Chrome, then I'm doing too much. They're doing too much. As a security professional, I'm going to be held responsible for why does this person have all the access to all the legal documents that's needed, or the HR doc. That's unnecessary. And so you need to lock those things down and only give people enough information or enough permission to do their job. Very important. That rule is gonna, I would say, use that in an interview. Only give people enough permission to do their job. Only. All right, so we went over the CIA triad, the framework, and the gap analysis. We talked a little bit the IAM. Let me jump on this. Well, did we talk about that? The 3 A's here, right? So we talked about IAM, but this authentication, authorization, and then accounting. Real quick, authentication, I give you permission to actually do whatever you want to do with this application, right? The authorization is you actually applying your username and password to actually do said task, right? The accounting is going to be the auditing or me checking behind you, or not me, but that auditor is going to be able to check behind you and see if those permissions are correct. Because that auditor, when you're talking about having an audit, an auditor is going to hold you accountable as far as are you doing right by your position and by the company, right? They're not going to really worry about if you're doing the most efficient thing, making life easier for everybody to go to work. It's, can you do the most safe thing that's based off of our framework that we talked about here in earlier slides, right? All right, let's jump to security controls real quick. Now we identified the problems. We have a ton of them, right? So how are we going to actually start thinking about putting in different types of controls? We're going to bust them down into these categories: managerial, operational, technical, and then physical. Managerial is going to be more your policies, your account, acceptable account policies, user policies as far as what you're allowed to do on a system, what we don't tolerate, those things that's very high level. Those managerial policies are going to account for that. So we're going to put the baseline of saying, hey, this is what we want on our network. That's why that section is not so big, because it shouldn't be deviated from when it comes to those policies. Operationals, on the other hand, is actually what are we actually doing at work? How do we make these things work when it comes to our security control? Are we, when you're on a security team, are you checking the dashboards every day? When it comes to an incident, are we doing our tickets and alerting the help desk on what happened? And when they get a call, are we giving them the right information to troubleshoot that ticket? This is the operational. And sometimes those come with guidelines that we have. And I'll show that after we take our break. Then we have those technical things. A lot of times people want to jump from the managerial, those policies, right down to the technical category, where we're putting in servers, firewalls, IDSs, IPSs. But that's not necessarily a thing that you want to just jump right into. You may not even need something technical, because to add something technical, man, is a lot of money. It'll add up quick. There's plenty of companies out here charging, I want to say $40,000-$50,000 a month for you to use your Microsoft account. Like, I'm assuming a a lot of you guys have Microsoft accounts like OneDrive, things of that nature. When you think about the business who gave you that account, they're spending some money for you to have that license every month. And so if you don't have to have a technical security or a something technical to actually fix that issue, that let me go back to that slide. If you don't need something technical to fix this gap that we covered here, then and if we could fix it in the policies, let's fix it there. Right? If we just tell everybody, hey, you can't go on Facebook at work, then we ain't got to worry about buying a piece of software to monitor Facebook. You get what I'm saying? And so that's how we look at, that's how I will look at technical pieces. And then you got your physical. This is where I was saying that cybersecurity is just not on the computer. It could be, can I get onto your premise and actually get to your data center, get to your network closet, take the actual server with me and take it home? How easy is it? A lot of you guys said that you were out of school. Now, I'm not familiar with you guys at school, right? Because I'm here in South Carolina, and y'all HBCUs is different than the one I went to. But the one I went to had a gate, right? Just one gate in and out. That's it. That's the only way onto the campus. I'm assuming that's the way y'all are. How easy is it to get past that guard? Are they on point? Or
It's
are they kind
typically
of,
like octopus, and it's facial recognition. It's typically
really?
yes.
What?
And it's easy to get past them. Only during certain events. Only during certain events we have to like show our IDs just to get on campus. But if you have a decal, that'll be easy but shoes. 3 in the morning, like if you come like around 3 in the morning or anything like that, they be asleep. So you have to blow your horn just to wake them up. So yeah.
Can I get on there at 3 in the afternoon? Easy. If I were to come there with
No,
a,
you actually cannot.
I'm sorry, say
Yeah,
that
you
again.
can.
Not on our campus. Actually, they go through they go through actually having to scan your ID and making you fill out a full like identification form. I think it's actually after 6 p.m. is when they kind of start letting people go off the basis of their ID.
Oh wow.
Okay.
So if I had, I'm
But
sorry,
you
go
just
ahead.
have a decal. You just have to have the decal, student decal, in order to get onto campus.
Not during the day, actually. So from I believe the time of 7 a.m., anytime that we can have a possible vendor on campus, that's when they start kind of locking down the access gates. And then I believe it's after 6 p.m. that then they start letting students with decals come onto campus.
Oh wow.
Can I print that decal out off of Google?
No.
No, you cannot actually.
It's tailed to your car. It's tailed to your license plate and VIN number and your name.
It is possible to scan one, maybe steal one.
Yes, it is. So DPS moves around campus with their laptops, and every single person that has an A number that is put it into the system, they have it on there. So, like, let's say I drive 2 different vehicles, so they have the vehicle 1 and they have vehicle 2, and then they also pull up from that. They will go to the databases that they're able to go through, and then verify those cars and see if they belong to you or somebody within your family.
Joshua, you wanted to say something?
I was saying, correct me if I'm wrong, because it's more than me from Talladega on the call. But as far as getting onto our campus, we have an open campus. So like, we're basically, you would drive through our campus from one side and get out through the next. I mean, we have campus police more like patrolling, but necessarily like a gate or someone to stop you. No, we don't.
And that's the way I see a lot of PWIs in here in South Carolina, where you don't even know where the city starts at, where the school starts at. I'm interested to see, like, my whole scenario is if I buy me an AT&T shirt, collar shirt, and I roll up to the gate and I'm just in a panic. Hey, I need to get in there right now. What's your online school system? Is it Blackboard, Moodle,
Most of
Canvas?
it's Blackboard.
Canvas.
Oh, Canvas. My bad. It's Canvas now.
Let's just say I get out of the car and say I need to get on there. I don't have time to sign in. I got to get to the network closet immediately. Canvas down for the whole campus. Nobody can get to their classes. I don't have time for that. Will that security guard still make me go through the process? I mean, yes, that
They should.
technically should. But if I catch you at like I said, I love 3 o'clock because you just ate. More than likely you just ate. You kind of groggy. You're waiting for 5 o'clock, but you ain't really there yet. And if I just come up there and I slam on brakes, I don't have time. I'm using what we call not impersonation. It's almost an incitement. Can I fool that security guard into saying, "Hey, the network is over there, the network closet. You're going to go to that building over there and check in with such and such and such."
Honestly, I don't know. I can't speak for them on their behalf because I don't know how they think. But I feel like your chances, you may be able to pull it off. Now we have someone in the IT department that is on the call, but more than likely they direct you to him. They'd be like, okay, you have to speak to so and so. So as far as getting to IT, because my parents had to drop me to college before, and they like sometimes they was there after like the moving day, and they just asked like, hey, can we go to so and so place? But they direct you. But as far as actually getting like now for you to get like in the server and all that, you have to speak to IT. But I feel like if you wanted to get to a department, they would give you like a hassle to see like if you legit and if you seem legit or you under a company, they might direct you to the IT department.
See,
I
go
would
ahead.
say to input is that maybe this is kind of related to the whole reference to permissions thing. It's just that with the fact that this is also a community and people live here, it's like there are so many extenuating circumstances that I feel like you could more than likely get on here. I'll be real with you. Like, for instance, one of the biggest people, the biggest stranger, I guess, that accesses our campus a lot are DoorDashers and like Uber Eats, Grubhub, and they may take your info for the first time, but more than likely they're gonna let you through. So it's like with the fact that many people need permission to access it because of the fact that we do live here and we have business going on here that isn't just IT. It's like I feel like it will be a hassle, but I don't think it would be impossible. Now, as Sydney said, because Sydney does attend A&M as well, it's like and depending on the time is when security is like increased. Like if you're going through like the daytime, I'll be real with you, you can probably get past a lot of people because during the daytime they can't really unless they stop you. If they stop you, then they can get identification. But if you're not stopped, you could basically walk anywhere on majority of places in campus. Granted,
Okay.
you have to look if you have the confidence, if you have the alias. But past like 6 p.m. nighttime, that's when security gets really tight. Because
But
I
see, I like the
Mhm.
Uber Eats piece of it because now I'm not really throwing. Only thing I need now is I could just buy that little light from eBay, probably the lift light, or like a Uber sign in my car. I think that'd be even better.
Are you like the social engineer we're talking about?
We're
The
talking
code
about that.
essential scammer?
We talking about that, but I'm gonna tie it all into this slide here. Um, if but basically it seems like we all kind of agree if we do this the right way, 9 times out of 10 we probably could see a some type of thing that's connected to the network. We can agree to that, right?
Yeah, as a possible.
So now I'm gonna slide this over to what y'all can see. This is called a rubber ducky, right? How easy is this to plug into any type of workstation? It doesn't necessarily have to be a server. I just need something on the network. And if I can get on the network, I can use this particular USB to talk back to me. And then I can traverse through the network and see different files. How easy is this to actually, let's say, I don't need to get to the server room. Maybe I need to just get to the library. Do y'all have like open computer labs that I could possibly just plug this into the back of something and keep it moving?
Yeah.
Most definitely.
Now, I'm not telling y'all to buy this thing right here, but this is a company called Hack5. I think they're pretty cool. As far as this is when you start talking about penetration testing, they all about this stuff, right? And you see this piece right here, you don't even have to plug this in. You could just set this up on the campus. So I could just say I'm just on the campus. Hey, I want to visit. I want to make sure my son wants to go here when he gets of age. Can I just walk around and see if y'all got a student center or something like that?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I can throw this over there by the student center by the TV and just say it helps out the TV. Don't worry about it. Just let it stay there. But this is going to put this is going to hack into your look at the traffic going back and forth on the Wi-Fi. And I'm pretty sure everybody's on the Wi-Fi.
I would say, to be honest, a more relevant example to this, which is almost very embarrassing for us, but we actually had a security breach at our university. A&M actually had like a lot of students, like this is just like as of last year, like a lot of our social security numbers were leaked and a lot of people weren't able to claim their social security like just like be able to claim as themselves. So honestly, with the fact that they were able to do that, and I don't even think it was as advanced as what you're showing right here. So I don't feel like many institutions, and that's what I say, I feel like it's dependent on what the institution itself is. And that's why I feel like universities are kind of a gray area because when you have to mix people living there and it also being a place with private records, it's like it becomes difficult for you to manage permissions so closely because you have so many circumstances where people have to consistently access those records for a multitude of reasons, whether they be a student, a IT worker, shoot, even custodians or janitors can access that on those areas. So
That's why I need to I just got to give you what you need to work. That's why I said it's say that at an interview. You only get what I give you to work. No. If you don't need access to the legal documents, I shouldn't give you those. So how do we do that? And we'll get into Active Directory Thursday. Those who are familiar with Active Directory, we can make a template, right? And we could say everybody who is a staff, we can give them this profile. Everybody who's a faculty, we'll give them this profile. And then every student we have, we'll give them this. And then we'll have one particular person that we designate to go through those accounts every year. People who don't come back every semester, people who have left the staff or faculty, let's take the permissions away. I worked for 2 HBCUs here in South Carolina, and I still have access to their emails. And I'm not going to say anything because they didn't tell me to come back. So I'm going to wait. But I'm thinking about that's bad practice, but and I'm ashamed. But at the same time, I use that as sometimes you guys will get it better if I can just show you what we're talking about in real life scenarios. Now, what we just did is that we just basically had a security team meeting, right? We all sat here and I posed the question. This is the threat. The threat is so and so coming up here and just plugging in the rubber ducky and then leaving. And then now they're just watching that data. They're not doing anything harmful yet, right? They're not taking any money from the school. They're just watching your data go by. And then over, let's say, 6 months, maybe I have some data that I can get as far as Social Security is concerned. And now that I have your Social Security numbers, I can either sell that on the dark web or I can use it and let's open up some credit cards in y'all name and let's go on a spending spree.
I have a question, sir.
Yes, sir.
So instead of creating the physical that would deter or stop it at the source, simply things like you described, which would be policy that only you get the information. That policy, is that managerial or is that operational? I got a little lost in that.
That'll be managerial.
All right, thank you.
It'll come down from your president and then whoever's under the president, right? But you're basically, and I'm talking about in the school setting, it'll be your managers will come up with the policies. They'll get it signed off by the president, but the president will be like, yeah, this is what we stand for as this university. I don't want anybody hacking our systems. we'll leave it like that. Then it's up to the security manager to be like, okay, we don't want nobody to hack our systems. Let's make sure nobody can put in rubber duckies. I want the physical security guards to make sure that it doesn't matter what time of the day. I don't care what the issue is. You will sign in and you will give me your ID card. You'll give me your driver license, and then you can go wherever you want to go.
Exactly.
So I have a question.
Go ahead.
So, in the case of someone who doesn't have a car, right, and they don't have to drive to the campus and sign in, like I could just simply be a student up to no good. How would you go about preventing me from going about my daily traffic? If I, like, for example, I'm cool with the security. Like they know me because I've been here for 4 years. So every day they know I go to the gym in the student center. So what if one day I was just up to no good and I went to the student center, doing my daily routine? How would you go about stopping me from putting a rubber ducky in the computer if that's my daily routine? Like you wouldn't be suspicious.
I would. What is it? Computer management. Check this out. This is a good session too. I wanted to let y'all know. Appreciate that. All right, device manager. This is what I would do. Just your regular, hey, I just want to be mischievous today. We need to lock down the doggone USBs. That'll be in the not the storage controllers. Here we go. You see all of these links right here? These can be shut down. I can disable the device. I'm not shutting down the computer. I'm just shutting down those USBs. And so whenever you plug something in, it doesn't communicate. It may not even charge at that time. But a lot of times when you shut these down, you'll get people to say, hey, we can't charge our phone off the computer. But I'd rather take that and say, well, nah, use the outlet like everybody else and don't use the computer. I'd rather do that and put a policy out saying use the outlet versus anybody just coming in there and putting in a rubber ducky.
That's how the military is. They stop if you plug your phone up to the computer, they shut down all access.
That is correct.
And you will get in trouble, like you will get reprimanded or Article 15.
Yeah.
They preach
because it's you could pull out that policy and say, oh man, ain't nobody gonna really try to do it. They know the policy is there, they'll get in trouble. And then IT will probably see it. Trust me. The only thing I would need to do is take that same rubber ducky and tape your president's name on that rubber ducky and just drop it in the bathroom. Somebody's gonna look at that rubber ducky and say, oh, this is the president's on. He dropped this. Let me see what's in this. Oh man, dang, we hacked. Oh man. All right. Well,
is there a way
so much for that? Go ahead.
Would there be a way to implement this via group
Say it
policy?
again. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Would there be a way to implement this via group policy so that you won't have to just go around to each individual device? Or say if I only wanted this to work in the students' lab, can I, set my view because you separated, which is, but is there a way that we could do this without physically having to go through every device?
Yes. Now, see, that goes back to what I was saying. Excuse me. I'm the security. As a security professional, we will tell help desk server team, hey, this is what you should do. It's on y'all to implement it. I'm not going to every computer and doing it. I would suggest that you use the GPO to go ahead and push that out. It's on the server team to say, if we push it out GPO wise, we may break certain things. That ain't got nothing to do with the security team. I told you, hey, this is a problem. It's a glaring hole into our network. You should fix it this way. So, all in all, that's how we looked at it. We solved our issue with a managerial policy. Our operations now is to tell the server team, hey, shut down the USBs on each computer. We don't have to buy anything new or technical. We just got to manipulate what we have in the network, right? You could buy something that just blocked the USB, but spending mad money. But then you can go physical too, right? So now, if you don't have a gate, well, if you do have a gate, you could tell your physical security, hey, I need you to be more in tune with who you actually signing in, signing out. If someone says they need to get on the campus immediately, they need to tell you who they're coming to see, and only that person can take them to where they need to go. They will not go farther than this check-in station unless someone comes and get them. I don't care if they throw every type of fit. Don't let them in. And you put that in policy so everybody will know. That way, you don't have to worry about them not paying attention and just catching them on a good day. Now, in the case of your case, Joshua, having access to everything, I can put, now I go back to my technical. Can I put an ID checker thing for every building so only people with ID cards can get in there? Maybe put that. Maybe, but if I still don't want to feel like I'm locking down the students like that, maybe I go through and I make sure my GPO's in set. Nobody can plug nothing in, but maybe I'm more stricter on my accounts than what I give people, and just live with that I'm living with that risk. That goes back to this slide right here. I can't eliminate it, but I'm gonna just live with it. And if it happens, we got something in place to kind of mitigate that, soften that blow if it does happen.
All right.
Okay. So so yeah, that was a good session. That's exactly what we do if we having a meeting, that's what we do. We'll say what's the problem and how we're gonna go about solving it. And really, it still kind of goes back to what I started off with the CIA triad, but it's back. We are not really thinking about it. We're just kind of like, this is the problem. How we're gonna go about solving it. All right. Any questions?
I just wanted to add to that. Add
Mhm.
to what you were saying about the accesses, giving access and then preventing access. I actually did an internship with the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory where I did software engineering work with radiation detectors. So, like we said in I believe the security control categories,
Mhm.
they only gave me access to what I needed. And then also and to prevent anything from getting out that didn't need to get out that's confidential, we had to go through a process in order to do our presentations at the end, just to make sure nothing is like, confidential that's in there. And we don't need to
Mhm.
release to the public. So yeah.
Which is the right thing to do. It's not being, snobbish or nothing like that to kind of lock people down, but you just don't know. Like, I think Calvin's cool, but he's seen the rubber ducky up here and he just, I want to try it out. He buys the rubber ducky, he programs it and throws it into your local Starbucks. You know who's good for just leaving stuff out there, man? Supermarkets and hospitals. Just computers just randomly out in the middle of the aisle. And you could just plug the rubber ducky in there and keep it moving. And go back home and see what you got. And that's what I look at on a day-to-day basis. Good stuff,
Yeah.
man. All right. So when it comes to your security tools, we can either prevent, detect, or then have something corrected. So we can prevent it. We can see the attack coming in. We can put something in place to stop it automatically. When you think of this is your antivirus, pretty much, right? It's not just the antivirus, but it's the example that I can give. Then you got your detective. Sometimes these things, the only thing they do is just they look at it, they look at what's going on, but they don't really take actions. It's just hey, we detected this motion and we're gonna alert you on it, but we're not gonna take any actions to stop it, right? Um, we got something called an IDS, intrusion detection system. Only thing it really does is just looks at it and say, oh, well, it's doing this. Okay. And then keeps it moving. corrective. Now, just in case you do get someone to plug something in and changes the network, or it throws off the kind of configurations that we have. Let's say we shut down all the USBs here, and then now someone plugs in a USB and it changes to have everything up and running again. Well, that corrective can go in, see the change, and then bring everything back to a baseline. This is where your server team is going to come into place. They got something called SCCM or EMCM that it's a Microsoft product that they can push out software and have a baseline configurations. And that can help. That could be a major help. So it doesn't necessarily have to be under the umbrella of security, cybersecurity. It can be the tools that we already have in place that we can use to help us with these three factors here. Now, I want to talk about directive. The security control can be direct, something that we just see blatantly. 9 times out of 10, this will be your viruses or your ransomwares. But then we can put some type of we can have a deterrent there. I'm sorry. Directive could be, is we're going back to the managerial part, that policy. Having some type of policy in place where we have that acceptable use policy, where if you ever been to like a hotel, and you get on the hotel's website, Wi-Fi, and they'll give you kind of like a site that you go to before you actually get internet, and they'll say, hey, these things are not accepted on our network. That's kind of a directive policy that's coming from the business to you as a user, saying that we don't accept these types of actions on our network. That's a directive. A deterrent could be, the one thing I want you to think about is just about beware of dog sign. So whenever you're walking somewhere and you see that beware of dog sign, you automatically get a feeling in your heart that, hey, it might be a vicious dog somewhere that ain't gonna be playing no games. I ain't gonna play around with it. I'm trying to deter you from being here. And when it comes to cybersecurity, a lot of times when you log into routers or servers, not everybody does it, but sometimes you would get these little flag messages saying that if you have no business being on this server or on this network, please disconnect now. This is a deterrent to get people to not move forward. That they're saying, hey, we see you, we're monitoring everything you're doing from this point on. And so you could put those deterrents there. Compensating controls are like how we already talked about, where we put a certain control in, but it doesn't cover everything with the risk. And so we'll have another thing to compensate for what this first control does not cover. So now let's get into, well, that covers our security controls. Any questions on that before we jump into these roles and responsibilities?
Yeah. Would another deterrent be like when you're going to like a new website or something, and let's say it's not secure, and you get that little message and saying that, hey, this website or this Wi-Fi is not secure, do you want to proceed?
It's the same feeling that you get from that, but that particular thing is a warning. It's just a warning that you shouldn't go to this website, right? Because they're using, we'll go over that next week, but you're using a unsecure protocol, and they're telling you, hey, you shouldn't share any type of sensitive information. So it's not deterring you. In a way, yeah, it is telling you to go ahead and turn around and not use it, but you still can. It's just saying that you're running a risk. So I guess let me retract that. Yeah, it's you're right. It's the same thing. I didn't think about it in that way, but when I think about it, yeah, it's a deterrent. I look at a deterrent like certain people are supposed to be here, and you're not that person. And so I'm going to put this sign up and say that, hey, if you ain't got no business being here, turn around now. In the example that you gave is more, those sites are for everybody to, those are when your scammers are, or your hackers out there trying to get some information off you, or if they forget to update their certificates. But all in all, yes.
Okay, like an Area 51 type of matter then.
Right.
Gotcha.
I got people who work here. You don't supposed to work here. So it would behoove you to go ahead and turn around. But if you want to come through, that's, hey, come on through. See what happens. So all right, let's jump into these security roles and responsibilities. When it comes to IT, you're going to be dealing with your CIO, Chief Information Officer. And when it comes to the security part of it, it may be Chief Informational Security Officer, CISO, CISO, or Chief Security Officer. Sometimes it depends on whatever company that you're looking at. They go by different acronyms. But in the hierarchy, your Chief Information Officer is going to rank higher than your security officer. Now, here's the thing. Your security, what you already kind of seen is that we deal with every aspect of the business. Everything. The Chief Information Officer may not understand what we understand. So a lot of times you will have your CEO, and then right under that, of the people who report to them, is your CISO and your CIO. Because your Chief Information Officer is going to tell you, yo, this is how we do with servers, desktops, laptops, iPads, all that. But they're not going to tell you what type of encryption to work with. They're not going to go over what we just went over with the rubber ducky. They're not doing that. The security officer should be able to go to the CEO and be able to tell them, hey, this is what's going on with your business. And so I say that to say this: when you get into cybersecurity, it's your job to understand the business inside and out. How do we actually do business? What are we doing on a day-to-day business day? What is my employees doing? Because if you don't know, then you don't know exactly what they're bringing into your network. And the CIO is not going to know. He's going to depend on you. So you got to know this stuff, and you got to be able to talk that business talk to that CEO. Okay. Now, the path up to that, in my opinion, is rough. Hold on, let me get through that, and then I'll jump back into that. Under your chief informational officers and your security officers, you'll have your managers, right? And then you'll have your team leads, which will be more your technical managers. But then you also have non-technical people, which would be governance, people who just deal with policies. That's a whole, we talked about those things already. And then we got due care and liability. So when it comes to due care, the only thing that's asking you to do is just be mindful of the things that you're implying to the company. Make sure that you do your homework before you're actually implying a policy to the company. So that's where the due care, and sometimes you'll see the word due diligence come into play. Now, to go back to the CIO and the CSO, CSO. The road from a analyst spot is a long 10, 15 year run. And and from what I've seen, is not a lot of us who I've seen there. And so that's one of my reasons of trying to teach as much as I can to people who are like us, because I feel like this is a shift in the working class, to where if we're not aboard and we don't understand how to get into this field, it'll leave us behind. And it's very rewarding, right? And I just don't see a lot of us in that position. And even less than that, I don't see the females in this position, those positions either. I see them in the technical side of it, but definitely not in the leadership position. So that's why I just kind of want to give everything that I can, so it can help. In turn, it can help me out. Y'all, I don't know how y'all can sit and take and run with the information that I give, and maybe one day y'all can help me, in turn with a position, because I've been stuck and I'm just kind of like whatever. But anyway, I'm getting into my soapbox. Anyway, wanted to put that out there. But I'm not saying that it's impossible, but I'm just saying it's an uphill climb. That's all I'm saying. Okay. So with the we want to talk about risk assessments and testing. And that's more on the technical side of it. Those who are security analysts or some type of engineering roles will go into understanding what the business does, having those risk assessments and those testing that goes along with it. Those engineers, we look at different types of software. How does it play a part in the business? Testing them out to make sure that they haven't received any type of leakage or been breached in the last couple of years, making sure that they have proper audits going on. So all of those things, your managerial and your technical engineers will take care of. Now, some business units that you need to be aware of is Security Operations Center. I will refer to this as a SOC, and your DevOps. This is where your software engineering and development is going to be. This is where they code at, DevSecOps, but they're coding with security in mind. Okay. But it's more of development and operations, where they're coming up with the software and actually engineering it for the company. It's just now we need to throw the security piece of it in there as well. And then lastly, we got the incident response. So what happens when you actually have a incident that happens? Who are we going to tell? Who we're going to, call in the middle of the night and get them on the computer as quick as possible? More than likely going to be your incident response team. Once you get into this field, more than likely you will get a second cell phone, and that would be a phone that you need to take around all the time, weekends included, holidays included. It comes along with every position that I've seen, that with the nice salary that they give you, they're gonna want that in time back, right? You don't clock in, you don't punch in, and none of that. You get a bonus every year, but if they need to call you on Christmas, they will call you on Christmas. They will call you on Thanksgiving, and that's the trade-off. So keep those things in mind when it comes to incident response. They are always and the SOC too, but when it comes to the Security Operations Center, you're more likely working with a team, and you have set hours that you're working. So if you work 12 hours, you'll probably have that, you'll do shifts like that. And we'll look at some applications. Sorry about that. We'll look at some applications after this break. But that's a review. Do we have any questions before we take this break? Real quick before I let y'all go, did everybody get the invite for the Google Classroom?
Yes.
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 I need to get.
I didn't receive it yet.
Give me 1 second.
I have a question.
Sure. What's up?
If you were, let's say, the cybersecurity engineer who designed, or didn't design, but better yet, gave your advice on what the company should do, would the then operational be the admin, or am I?
Yeah, you're in the right ballpark where once you give that advice and it's implemented, and we say, hey, we're gonna go with what Ryan said. We're gonna make sure that everybody scans, do an antivirus scan first thing in the morning. The operations of it turns into, okay, how do we make sure that our antivirus scans at 9 o'clock in the morning every morning, and then who gets the report? That'll be the operations of it. And more than likely, I'll, if I'm the manager, I'll put you in charge of that and say, hey, okay, since you came up with that wonderful idea, you come up with the cadence and making sure that it works for everybody. And if some people have a problem or they're not able to get it kicked off, then you need to work with them and getting that alleviated.
One final question. Directive is it enforces rule of behavior, deterrent or psychologically discouraged behavior. What is compensating?
Compensating is when we put a control in, but it doesn't eliminate the risk totally. And so we want to put another control in that helps it out and compensates for what the first control cannot totally do. We put the lock on the front door, but it still can, the person can still kick the door in. But if I got a guard dog, then that guard dog is a compensating control for the door being kicked in.
Sure. Yes, sir.
I have a question to follow. So would that be like, is that a section that we're going to talk about in this, like redundancy of doing things and
Yeah,
reinforcing
we'll
it?
get into redundancies more in the networking side of it. But when I start showing the tools that we have, so just in case you get past the firewall, we can have a EDR system that's going to be on everybody's PC, and we can monitor that instead of. And even if you were to shut down that endpoint, maybe I have two endpoints on there that you don't know about, and maybe I have a web browser that's looking a web proxying tool that's looking at where you're going at when it comes to web browsing. And maybe I can use all of these things to get a good idea of what's going on with you when it comes to what you're doing on the network. All right. Let's take 5. Y'all okay with 5 minutes? Or do
Yes.
y'all want to? Okay, let's do 5. And then we'll get to the kind of like a hands-on. I'll show you some more stuff. I'll show you some more stuff, and then we'll close up for the night. So let's be back at 8:05. All right.
Back.
All right, I appreciate it. All right, so let's go ahead and we're gonna try to finish up here, and I'm gonna let y'all have the rest of the evening. So we talked about policies, right? So a good place that you can go, and instead of coming up with these policies on your own, you can go to this place called SANS. So let me go in, and this is how SANS look when you first go to their website. this is kind of a place where you can get some resources. It's not a, let's say, always a go-to place to see if Sands go has the things that you're looking for, but they have a good bit of resources there. And what I like to go and get is that whenever I need a policy written out on a template wise, I can always go here and get something that's free and be able to just manipulate it. So you heard me say a lot of times about the acceptable use policy. Remember, the acceptable use policy is saying to that user, hey, we won't allow certain activity on our network. And in order for you to use it, you need to sign this policy. I like to say this to students where, you know, when you went to school this year or this semester, did your school have you sign an acceptable use policy before you actually started to use the computer lab or their equipment in that regards? Because, you know, if not, then legally you could do whatever you want on there, but you know, we're not trying to do that. But you can always come here as a security professional and have a template that you can just easily download and manipulate to where, you know, you can put your company's name in here and just put those things that apply here. Now, the wonderful thing about a policy is that it doesn't have to be directly tied to anything at your company, right? It has to be high level. So going back to our slide here showing that triangle, remember we're talking about the managerial part. It's small because at the top of the triangle, we're just trying to make sure that we are putting it out there, but we're not trying to cover everything. We just want to say, hey, don't y'all be doing anything you ain't got no business doing on the internet. Okay. And that's what this acceptable use policy will do. It's just very high level. We won't accept anything. The scope is very broad, but then again, is tackling all the subjects that you want to tackle. So this is what I would use SANS for. I'll put this in the chat just in case y'all want to take a look at it. And feel free to always save these bookmarks or any type of links that I give you, except for I plan to show you guys some phishing sites, some sites that's deemed to be not hacked, but they are bad sites. You know, they're looking for victims. I don't want you to save those, but anything else, feel free to save these things. Going back to the policies that they have a ton of them that you can use. Antivirus guidelines. These also kind of goes into the operational piece of it too, where now these guidelines, these guides, they can tell you how we want to actually do work on a day-to-day basis, right? Those are those guidelines that we talked about. So I think that's the second thing I want to talk about. Yeah. So that's one good example to show is the guidelines here. But I also had the guidelines for an assessment. So let me try to blow this up a little bit. This is sent out by the Small Business Association for cybersecurity for small businesses. And a lot of times a small business won't be able to hire someone to come in and do an assessment for them because now you're talking about maybe $1,000, $1,500 for an assessment. So what they did is that they came up with some guidelines that you would ask a small business owner about the one or two computers that they have in their business. So I want you guys to think about this in this category of, let's say, a small gas station, not necessarily your 7-Eleven, but you know, your local gas station that I don't know. Around here we call there's one called Scotchman. I don't know if y'all got a Scotchman. I don't know if the branch goes out that far, but I'm talking like that, like a small mom and pop shop. This is something that you can take to them, or let's say a local church or some type of community center, and ask them questions here to get a good cybersecurity assessment of where they stand at. Are they stand a chance of being hacked in any type of way? So I think somebody said that they work with seniors. This would be perfect to take to that center and ask them questions like that. Um, is the software and the hardware older than 5 years? I'm willing to say probably yes. And we'll get into why that's a bad thing, but um, having old equipment is not necessarily something that you want, especially if they're not supported by that particular company anymore. They could have what we call vulnerabilities that they don't support anymore. But you know, assessments like this have you asking, they will give you questions that you didn't really think about asking, but they're great to ask people and to see exactly where they stand at. Things of such as, do you have a VPN for remote access? Do you know what you should do if you lose a iPhone that the company has issued to you? Do you have a way of remote wiping that system? Uh, if you don't, then now you're going to look into the compensating control, or how we're going to put in a control altogether of how do we actually fix this issue. That's the wonderful thing about these guidelines, these assessments, when it comes to operational security controls. Now, we talked about the technical piece of it, technical controls, and I said that you want to avoid it if you can, because you don't want to spend that money on the licensings. But let's talk about the technical controls, and this is where I'm gonna show you my endpoint protection. One of my endpoint protections is a antivirus with Sophos, and Sophos is a cybersecurity company out of California, um, and they deal in a lot of things as far as firewalls, network intrusion detections, um, and endpoints, of course. I have their endpoint on my computer, and it tells me certain things, such as everything is out of date because I didn't renew the license, or the zero trust. If there was actually a feature in there to have zero trust implemented on my computer, if we were in a network type of setting, that would be great to actually have those things in place. This is what we call technical control. So even if they get past the policy wise, even if they are able to infiltrate that particular computer by bypassing the USB, something like this could technically prevent any type of changes to this computer. So having these things up here is wonderful. You always want some type of endpoint protection on it. And just to let you guys know, I think Majesty, I don't know if the Apple or the Macs have a antivirus on it. I'm not going to lie to you, but everybody who has a Windows machine should have access to the security console that's free on their machine, and be able to look at their endpoint protection. And I say that because, when you go and you buy these machines from Best Buy or Walmart or wherever you get your computer from, you don't necessarily have to buy an extra um, antivirus to go along with it. It already comes equipped with it. And you just have to go in there and set it up to your liking and let it do its thing in the background. So it's already free. Now we did talk about a little bit with the physical aspect of it. Let's bring my web browser back up. Um, but we were talking more on the fact of having a security guard at the gate, right? And a lot of times that is the security factor of it, a physical security factor of it, having someone, a security guard there. But you also got security cameras, a fence that you may put up, a fence with barbed wire fence around it, lighting for that fence because um, you might want to see things in the back of the building that's dark. Um, Maybe we want to put cameras up, so we put those lightings up so we can have lights for the camera. But I also wanted to bring this up right here. It's off to the left. This man trap door. So with a man trap, a person comes in to the building, but then they're not able to get to the lobby of this building until someone is able to actually let them in physically. And so this alleviates anybody who tries to piggyback way in, or a lot of times just being courteous. If you walk closely to someone will just leave the hold the door for you and not ask you why you're here. They were just trying to be nice for the day, and they'll just open the door, and I could just walk right on in and plug in the rubber ducky and then walk right on out. Because a lot of times in a day-to-day aspect, people are not really just thinking about cybersecurity. Um, and that's where social engineering comes in, because social engineering takes advantage of just people being people. And naturally, we just want to help each other. And so if I'm, like I said, if I go back to my example of, if I have a work t-shirt on, or like I said, I have a Uber Eats sign in my car, then that person is probably just looking at it like, man, that person just want to, deliver some food. That's all. I'm not trying to be a hassle. I'm not going to hold them at the gate. I'm going to let them go through, not knowing that I'm here to cause all types of havoc. And it's not the ideal thing to do, to have people go through a certain protocol. But if you don't go through the protocol and something happens, then 9 times out of 10, I'm, as a security professional, you may, have your job taken from you because we didn't follow the policies. And that's just the sucky thing about it, is where we're not trying to be mean, but if you're not mean, then and you're not able to follow the policies, it could end up with people's information being leaked out. And so you have to follow those things to a T and be able to secure your job. So whenever you guys do get into these positions, make sure that whatever policies we're having, hey, just make sure that you're doing exactly what you need to do to secure your job and make sure that you can move forward. So that's man trap. I also have ballards. These are another form of physical security, where in here, they just didn't want the handicap vehicle to roll into a normal space. But a lot of times you'll see this in front of the building, especially if you, let's say, if you have these in front of a important building, that somebody would, it will prevent someone from running their car into that lobby, causing all types of havoc just because you ran into it just to get access to it. So these ballards are there to prevent anything of that nature. Any questions?
No, sir.
I have one.
Yes.
Which I didn't know if you answered this in the orientation, but is the Security Plus test first or the A plus?
I think y'all got to do the A plus first and then get ready for the Security Plus. I don't necessarily like that, but because the Security Plus is going to, you'll see that it's going to be a ton of information that we go over. And the A plus is 2 tests to get that one certification. And You know, with you guys being in school and everything, it's just gonna be a tall task. I sympathize there.
Do you have the dates or anything for the A plus?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Yes.
I missed orientation because I got accepted to the because I wasn't aware of it until the Alabama Collective came to my school last week, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So I ended up doing the application anyways because I was interested. So is there any notes or anything that I can get or that you have that I can see like as far as the overview of the class more than anything? Other than just the syllabus, like important like dates like as far as the tests and stuff like that.
I'll put it in the Google Classroom, but I think I can get that recording from our last meeting with the orientation, and I can put it in there so you can look over it.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Also, I don't believe I was put into the Google Classroom. I don't know why, but I don't see myself.
Send
Yes,
me the I'm sorry.
I was gonna say I didn't see it as well. However, my laptop died, so I'm not sure how I would see it on my phone. But I can definitely check. And then, do I email you, or what would be the best way if I still don't see it?
Email me or get in contact with me over LinkedIn.
Yes, sir. I screenshotted your account. I know you put the link and everything, so I'll definitely follow up.
Can you put your email in the chat one more time?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna pull it straight up.
And then it was someone else that just mentioned they don't think they're in it too. I think
Just put my email down.
My next question is during that little transition that I had from computer to phone, it was a good like minute. How soon would I be able to go back and rewatch the video so that I can make sure that I'm caught up before tomorrow's class?
I'm going to make sure that this recording's there tomorrow, no later than noon Eastern time. So it should be about 11 o'clock y'all time.
Okay, that works for me. That gives me time. Thank you so much.
No problem.
I have a question. So we should have received an email with the Google Classroom.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. Say that last part. You kind of broke it up.
Were you sending an email with the Google Classroom on it? I didn't receive that.
Okay. Put your email back in the Why is it not taking this one?
Question. What is the correlation to spam? I mean, maybe I'm thinking too deep, but like the whole, when it comes to spam, how do they dictate what is spam? Like, how a lot of times, for example, your email just went to spam, right? But there's no sense of any confidentiality or anything in that. So is that something we would cover? I've always was curious, or is something you could just answer maybe?
Spam is not. So spam is for marketing. So I don't know if y'all still like pay attention to like getting mail in the post office or something like that. So you know how you get junk mail in like for real physical mail?
Yes, sir. Yeah, like the coupons and stuff.
Yeah, it's the same thing. So the computer will look at it like it's not malicious. It could be malicious, but it's not malicious. But it's just out of the blue. And since it's out of the blue, it's somebody probably marketing. We'll just send it to their spam.
Oh,
And
that makes
so
sense.
that's just a configuration piece. And that's why they give you the option that if you go into your spam, you can always mark it as not spam, and then it'll show in your inbox. But hackers have seen that, and now they're saying, okay, well, we'll take our chances. And some spam is phishing attempts. And so we need to, we'll take a look at those. and we'll go a little bit deeper. I got some stuff I could show on that. That'll be real nice to see. But yeah, that's what happens. Why is it? I don't like that, man. Well, it says okay. I got you already invited. So Clark, make sure that I might be in your spam.
Okay. Check.
Okay, did I answer everybody's question?
I have a question.
Yes.
Not about the Google Classroom, but it's about the program itself. Um, I don't know if it was mentioned during orientation, or I may not have heard it, but during the like in college during breaks, will we still attend classes during breaks, like a Christmas break or Christmas Day and stuff?
They said that we have holidays the same as the school holidays, so we should not have class.
Okay.
We shouldn't have class, but I think certain holidays like Veterans Day, President's Day, I think we still are gonna hold classes that day.
Okay.
We're not on like elementary or school grade calendars. We're on like college, so you know how college only closes every certain one. We're on the same kind of break. She said.
Okay.
But that's why I want y'all guys in this. If we can get in, if we can all get to this, make sure we get in this classroom. Everything will be here, and so even when we conclude, I'm gonna always leave this classrooms up, and you can always, even if you're not ready for the Security Plus at the end, you can always come back here and get this information and use it and continue to study on it until you're ready to take it. Plus, if we ever have like a issue where we can't meet that Monday or Tuesday or Thursday, I can always record it, pre-record, and put it in here. But I'm gonna try to meet with y'all every time. So just to put that out there.
Okay, so how is attendance took?
So Maria, I think her name was the lady that was in here at the beginning of class. She already took attendance. And what I would do if she doesn't show up tomorrow, during that first break after the slides, I would ask y'all to go ahead and put your name in the chat so I know that you're here, and I'll go ahead and mark you down.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that last part?
I say for that first break, I'll go ahead and before we take that little break after the slides, like tomorrow, I'll go ahead and ask you to put your names in the chat just so I can take attendance of who put their names in the chat.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
No problem. All right. So last thing, let's go ahead and let's look at some jobs real quick, and let's finish up for tonight. So I go to my favorite spot, Indeed, and I'm looking in the state of Alabama, and I'll leave it out here for, you know what? I'm gonna put quotation marks on cyber. Let's see. I don't like what they're showing me. I'm gonna show cybersecurity first. Now, here's the thing, and this is not on the test, but this is just, real life searching. You're gonna see a lot of different names for cybersecurity when it comes to job posting. And what I want you to do is to use this guideline that I had. Where is it? Let me find it. And I'll put this in the Google Classroom. Hey, where is it? Right here. All right, so you guys see this. These are the names that you'll probably be able to take from and just throw them into an Indeed or LinkedIn and get all the different types of job titles in their particular domains. This is not on the Security Plus. This is just information that you need to know. Remember, we talked about the SOC analyst. But then, if you feel like vulnerability or pen testing is more in the field that you want to go into, maybe you look for these titles. If you want to get with the networking side of things, maybe you go with the network security. I like investigation because then now you're talking about that FBI side of things. And I don't know if you guys have ever seen the FBI when it comes to cybersecurity jobs. They have had an uptick as far as jobs is concerned. But the thing about USA jobs is that they suck. And I don't like them because it's a different way you have to fill out that resume. That resume has to be block paragraph style, almost like APA style, when filling out that application. But as y'all can see, they got something here in Huntsville. Let's look at it. But when you're talking about getting with the government, you're talking about real cushy job for 20 years plus. Now, this is a GS 14 position, so they're going to want a bachelor's with this more than likely. But let's see if we can justify what I was saying. 9 times out of 10, I look at what they want here, which is what? Making sure you're looking over these policies, looking over those technical tools that we talked about, mitigating the vulnerabilities. Pretty much the things that we talked about today. And the wonderful thing about looking at these applications is that they are 9 times out of 10, the employer will train you on a lot of these positions. Sorry, that's the experience that they had. This is the major duties, which is still shouldn't be as different. Yeah, this is mostly planning and policy works. And see, this is what I'm saying. If you have the Security Plus and you have your degree work, I don't see why you shouldn't be able to fill out this application. Now, when you talk about the salary here, let's talk about salary for a little bit. Salary is a real thing. These are not fluff numbers. It's just the company needs to be able to know that they can pay you that amount and you be able to hold up your end of the bargain. Okay. They don't mind paying you the money because you know something that's that specialization that I was talking about. You're going to be able to tell others how to secure themselves, but they want to understand that you are confident in what you're talking about. So the numbers are not fluffed at all.
I know for many of those jobs, such as like the criminal investigator, they not only require, the bachelor degree, but the resume to be relevant and proper to format, and also a lot of times having a security clearance.
Yes. And the security clearance sometimes can be provided by them if they deem you as a good candidate. They can go ahead and pay for that. For mine, I actually had to join the army to get it, but I still haven't
I plan
figured
on
out.
doing the same thing, so that's
You're
nice.
gonna join the military?
I'm doing yes, that's my ultimate route. Currently in the ROTC program now.
Hey, I have no complaints about that. It's a great way of doing it. What branch you plan on going into?
I'm currently in Army ROTC, but I was exploring my options for towards cybersecurity, whichever can get me in the right space. So I was speaking with a
Space Force.
Navy recruiter. Well, space, yeah. No, I heard you. I heard you when you introduced yourself. The Space Force is definitely nice.
I understand the Army is cool and everything, and they are laxed on the requirements, but take it from me. I did my time in the Army, and don't get caught up in it. If you can go Navy or Air Force or Space Force, if there's a opportunity, take it.
Yes, sir.
Take it. Don't even think twice about it. Even if the Army say we'll give you a bonus, and they gave me 40,000 bonus, no. And the Navy say we ain't giving you a bonus, we'll just teach you the trade and you'll be an officer, go Navy. It'll when you get out,
Army
you
didn't
won't have to worry
offer
about
me
it.
the Army didn't offer me the opportunity. It was a Navy recruiter that gave the criminal investigative recruitment letter and just told me to put her down as a reference. I don't know the Army aside from having a sector based upon clearance. I don't know them to have any special agents.
They will tell you probably becoming a warrant officer will probably be their best bet of getting you into that field. But let me just take it from me. I just got out and it's 10, 12 years ago, but 2012. I got out in 2012. They tell you a lot. They'll tell you a lot just to get you to raise your hand. Navy, Air Force, Space Force, if you can.
Yes, sir.
All right. Just
Yes. For what I'm talking about, yeah. A degree is necessary.
yeah. Now, when you talk about this type of money, can you do it without a degree? I'm not going to say it's not possible. But I would say for most employers that's talking six figures, high five figures, yeah, they're gonna want some type of 4-year commitment.
So any kind of 4-year or just like a specialized 4-year?
Well, let's go back to Indeed. I've seen a lot of any type of 4-year. I've seen that, but they do. I've seen also a lot of people want it in that computer field somewhere. Now, how do we get over that? Okay, let's look at this. No. Where's my requirements? Let me take this off. See the FBI pop that back up. What I'm looking for, a lot of times in Indeed, you see these kind of a ghost accounts or ghost postings, or like 1,000 people already applied for the job, so it's just kind of like just hanging out there. I'm looking for something that's more solid.
So how you know the difference between, like you said, the ghost postings and what's
I guess because I look at them pretty much every day, I kind of see who I've already applied to and
Okay.
who's gotten back to me. Like General Dynamics, I know I have a friend that works there. They are pretty much, these companies are not playing around as far as giving out this type of salary, actually hiring for that salary. But this, you also talking about in Virginia. So, but that's what I look for. I don't want to get off a track real quick, but like this National Security Agency, I probably wouldn't look at that, even though it's in Maryland. I'm not saying that it couldn't be a government job. I just wouldn't look at it. I don't think it. Now let's see if it throws me to USA jobs. I might look at it. Because here's the thing: when you start, I've had people fill out so many applications. I've been part of that. I'm talking 100 plus applications. You get tired of filling these things out. But when you hit, man, you hit. But just to kind of go back to what we were saying, this is pretty much what you see. A 3 year a bachelor's degree with some type of experience. This is where I was saying, going all the way back when we first started class, have your LinkedIn set up to where the things that we do here in class, we can go ahead and put it on the LinkedIn, so you'll have those experience bullets ready to go whenever you have a bachelor's. A lot of times they want that bachelor. It'll be great if you had that bachelor's in computer science, but a lot of times my bachelor's in they just want to see that 4 year completion. I completed 4 years of college. My bachelor's is in recreation, to be real with you. Ryan, what is this? I'm sorry, threw me off.
It was a group me. I was asking the class to join.
Oh, for like a study session?
Precisely. Or just, just collaborating. I'm sorry, words. Collaborating in general.
Gotcha. My bad. I that's just me asking questions. My bad. All right, cool. But yeah, this is that bachelor's is kind of like, not saying that you shouldn't want to have it set up to where, you know what I'm saying, everything falls into place. I've just seen over my years that if you write your resume the right way, your bachelor's doesn't necessarily have to line strictly up with checking all the boxes when it comes to a job. I made sure that my master's lined up with cybersecurity, but not the bachelor's. And you don't have to get a master's. With From what I've seen, only reason why I got the master's is because the Army was still paying me to go to school, and I needed to use that up before 2027. So there. But looking for these type of jobs, it could be tiresome, but at the same time, like I said, if you find one, like a lot of times when I come here, I try to make sure I put the date posted 7 days ago, and that I want to put it on entry level. I'm going full time. I'm doing, let's do Huntsville. Y'all let me know if you've seen any type of business like this before. Let's do now let's go back to vulnerability management. So vulnerability management is a different sector of cybersecurity. And while you see a lot of people want a senior manager, they're really just asking for experience years, so 5 or 6 years to be a senior. But there you go. Just a degree work. And if you write it right, you can have a diploma, but then show the 11 years of vulnerability management experience. How do you do that? Well, if you think about what you've been doing, have you been vulnerabilities is pretty much just patch management. And what I mean by patch management is that a lot of vulnerabilities show up in updates that need to be pushed out to your PC. So when your PC, every once a month, it asks for an update, right? and it wants to do a reboot and do an update. Those updates that it's asking for is fixing security measures that's already there on your computer. So if I do updates, and we go here, bring this over, and I go to update history, all of these things right here that my computer has patched, they fix some type of security vulnerability that my PC had. Well, if you're used to doing this and you understand why this is important to do to a computer, you could pretty much say, yeah, I've probably been doing it for 10 years, right? Ever since we've been, because 10 years ago is what, 2011? We all had smartphones by then, been updating. Your phones does this all the time, especially if you're a Mac user, iPhone user, it and an Android user. Well, Android is kind of whack when it comes to updates, but iPhones are always pushing out updates. Now, a lot of times we ignore those things, but these are things that, they actually fix things on and they cover up vulnerabilities that we may have. So I click on learn more. And what this does is that it'll tell you what this patch actually fixed. So this is for Windows 11, the version number, the end of service. So you remember when I showed the list of is your computer 5 years of older? This is stuff like this kind of plays in the part where you may have something that has a end of service day. So now you don't receive any type of patches for that particular device. Well, if that's the case, then you might want to have it already updated for that particular device. So moving forward, you're not leaving that vulnerability open for it to be hacked into. So all in all, going back to our example here, we already may have these things. Now we just need to put it on our resume in a way of saying, hey, I can show that I have these types of experience. Now, are they asking for the Security Plus? They're asking for more a advanced certification, so that might knock some of us out of there. But a good way we can look for Security Plus is type in Security Plus and see who's asking for it. That TSA, they showing a lot of government stuff tonight. Let's go there. Yeah, so anything government, you'll go to this website here, USA Jobs, and you'll put it on here. Now, this is a whole nother beast. I'm not too keen on how everything works because I'm still trying to figure it out myself. And the thing about USA Jobs is that they may get back with you, they may not. They honestly might just leave you out there to dry. So I don't see anything about the Security Plus. Well, let's take it over to LinkedIn. LinkedIn is similar to, I think, is a better, more up to date than Indeed. And I feel like it's more like this job application right here. You can see that it's 9 people click this link. That doesn't necessarily mean that only 9 people altogether has filled out that application. I would say 9 people only clicked the link from LinkedIn. But I think that these are more engaged with what we're asking, what you see as live postings. Now let's see if I can find something that has the Security Plus in it. Let's go date posted. Then the last week. This company is pretty good. They're not showing me what I want to see. Check this out. So it doesn't seem like it's a cybersecurity job, but that's exactly what it is. It's a assets protection associate job. And this is actually pretty good just off of the title of it, right? It's good for entry level is what I really mean. But it focuses in on the endpoints off of the job title that what I see. Focus in on the endpoints, and that's a good way of get your foot into a job with the company and being able to then work your way up to another position. Oh, come on. Continue. Continue. I just want to see the thing. All right. Works on investigating critical thinking and working to solve complex problems. This is not a physical job. This is more, I bet you this is more on the endpoint protection side of things. But it being part-time, that's why you see the lower side of the salary. But I still think it's a good posting.
What could be the titles of the like non-coding jobs or non-hacking jobs?
I would, if I'm looking for coding, I'm probably going to put in software development.
Oh no, non-coding.
Non-coding. Oh, anything that we've been really kind of looking at it.
Okay, so like the vulnerability management and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, I'll put that. Where's my list? Give me 1 second. Use this. Oh, where is it? Use this piece that I'm gonna put in the Google Classroom. Use these roles to look for things that you want to see as far as the job titles are concerned, because it could be any of these things, and majority of these things are not coding at all, except for the DevOps piece of it. But I would definitely use these job titles to look for certain things. Let's say SOC analyst. Let's look for SOC. Okay. So right here, we talked a little bit about IAM. We'll talk about more about it on Thursday. But this is what I'm talking about. Bachelor's. And we'll get into more specific tools that you can use, but your Security Plus will help you out with job titles like this. This will be perfect. Blue Cross Blue Shield is always a good company to look at especially when it comes to like remote work. Bachelor's, and I don't see anything with the Security Plus no more. Stripe. I've been working with Stripe. Pretty good company. Want a bachelor's. And you know what I should do is I should break down an application like these responsibilities. I'm pretty sure when you guys read these responsibilities, you kind of maybe thinking like, can you do those things? I should break it down on like each bullet and show you an example of what they're asking for, so you can have a better idea if you want to apply for these jobs or not. Maybe I should do that as a kind of like a extra piece. Here it is. So they are wanting some type of certification. It doesn't necessarily have to be the CompTIA Security Plus, but they want you to be aware of them. So that's what I'm saying. And this is a remote position at that. Vulnerability researcher. I'm not too sure about this one. But another thing that I like about LinkedIn is that you can always reach out to the recruiter and ask them, more about it, or an update after you put in the application to that company. All right. Any questions?
No, sir, not for me.
No, there's no question. I do have one question though. I'll set that back. I do have one question.
What's going on?
So it was about the attendance. I'm the student that I talked to last time in the orientation standing. I work at a hospital, so that's probably the reason why you don't see me. I was messaging the group chat a little bit, but I know you were busy and stuff. I kind of came in late. I messaged Miss Mary Cruz to see about the attendance and stuff like that, but I have been attentive and been paying attention stuff like that for sure. But I didn't know how that whole situation with attendance worked.
I got you down now. She didn't have you because she left earlier, but I'm glad you said something because I got you now.
And
Yes, sir.
mine,
Okay.
I'm not sure if
Thank
she
you.
just went off of the roster. Can you double check for me as well, sir? Please.
Yes, ma'am. Give me
Could
1
you
second.
check
Got you.
for Ryan Edwards?
And yep, got both for y'all. Yep, got both of y'all.
Thank you so much.
No problem. So the only people I'm missing is Peyton, Bethune, Xavier, and Carl Matthews. All right. One of them up, and then the other one in another tab. So just right click on one and just open it up in another tab.
I'm using what am I using? The MacBook. Where my mouse? Yeah.
No problem. No problem. We could just because it's gonna be the same thing, just one looks different, right?
Yes, sir.
But this is what I was saying, how you got the open tickets, the unassigned tickets, and then all your other categories off to the left.
Mm-hmm.
You got different categories at the top that you can use and navigate to. And I'll let you just, whenever you get free time, just go through everything see what you got questions on and just let me know.
Yes, sir.
But this is your typical help desk, service desk queue. If they, you get into a business and they say, hey, we done put 2 tickets in your queue, this is where you're gonna go at and check those tickets, update those tickets, and then close those tickets.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now go to version 2 real quick, just to kind of show the difference. It's just an updated version. It looks a little bit more appealing to the eye with the little user icons off to the left, but nothing. It doesn't say anything different. So either you'll run into one or the other. You'll run into ones that we saved a little bit of money, so they gave you version 1, or we spent a little bit more money and we get a little bit more features with version 2.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But it's typically the whole same thing. Now, users normally don't see this side of the ticketing system. They see what you were logged into the first time.
Okay.
First time. That hey, you could submit a ticket here, and then they're able to check their tickets in that type of platform. But here, this is where IT people, we go and we check our tickets and then we update them. This is what you call the back end. I guess you could say it like that. Some people may use that terminology, the back end. Let me go and check my tickets, things like that. Any questions?
No. I like this. This interface, version 2 interface, look a whole lot better than. Well, I'm not saying a whole lot better. Yeah, it's more streamlined, I guess.
And go to RMM. This is the work I've been doing. So I got some clients for us to look at, and these are the agents that I have out there that's actually on machines, and some are running, some of them are already reported issues. And we'll get into this as we go along with these sessions. But you can, I got these there, so now you can click on the ones that I highlighted and just look at it'll let you drill so far into like file locations.
Yes, sir.
It'll let you remote into them, which I would not suggest. But
yes.
This is not just me and my household. This is, I think, 2 other households. Yeah, oh yeah. This is real. Whenever I say, hey, we have an application out there, we need to make sure this application is off all PCs that's under our care. You can go in here and we can look in the application part of them and then tell that endpoint to take it off.
Okay.
So we'll get to that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Whenever those names, those computer names are highlighted, you can click in them and then, drill down into them to see the information that the endpoint has collected. Okay. So This is your typical dashboard. Well, this is my dashboard. Your dashboard is at the top, and I'll go over that in a minute. But this is what I go and look at my agent, see what's actually going on. All right, this is what I'm gonna check every morning to see who's out here wilding out, what I gotta do. I got some mobile devices. You see a couple of iPads in there. I even got a couple of Android tablets in there. And I got geofencing on them, so I know the locations of those tablets, those mobile devices. That's crucial for MDM management, mobile device management. So all those things we talked about in Security Plus, this is putting the rubber to the road here.
I like this.
All right. Now, if you want to put an endpoint on your machine, let me know, or you can just go ahead and download it. I did put this endpoint on some of my virtual machines as well. So,
okay.
Because remember, your virtual machines are, even though they're sitting on VirtualBox, It may not be turned on. When they do turn on, they're connected to the internet, and they may be up to date and patched. They may not be. So it'll be good if you had an EDR system on it or an endpoint on it to be able to look at it from a high glance, from a high point to see what's going on with it.
Okay. What I do then is I use the HP to spin up a virtual machine. Because the MacBook, I don't have enough memory of it. Even with a solid state hard drive, the extra one, I just don't have the extra memory. So I'm gonna spin it up on HP. I think I can create a server and a regular machine. And
You as a security professional, you're gonna go through and see, okay, I got 10 alerts. What's going on here? And we'll get to this on why this is wilding out like that.
okay.
But this is, when you look down into it, this is your threat hunting at a glance. This is how you dig into what's actually going on with the vulnerability. What is the hacker trying to do? Not saying that this is being actively hacked right now, but this is how you threat hunt. This is how you look through and you see what processes is happening on that computer to
Yes,
see
sir.
exactly what is the hacker trying to do.
Okay.
Okay. But you still get your, you get your little nice graphs or
Yes, sir.
whatnot. Things to print out to people, getting a overlay of the network overall. So in our network for Mitchell Technologies, we got 2 Androids, at least 5 iOSs. Not at least, but we have 5 iOSs, at least 2 iPhones. I'll say that, and mostly Windows machines. But I like this that it also breaks it down over into device types too.
Yes, sir.
When people ask you what's in your network, it's nice to say, hey, take a look at the dashboard and say, okay, yeah, man, no, we only got 1 server in the that we're tracking. So if you see another server that's out there on the network, then we need to take a look at that because we should only have 1.
Yes, sir.
I'll go over ownership whenever we get to that, but it's basically you could set up different types of ownerships as far as let's say if it belongs to the legal department, HR department, so on and so forth.
Yes, sir.
And then the all important, what versions are we on? A lot of IT directors, CISOs will want to know what versions that we're on. A key note to remember is that you probably want to be on the 1 version back than the latest version. Just because if we haven't tested out the new version, and let's say the new version is vulnerable, then and we already pushed it out to everybody, there's no way to really roll back until the new version comes back out. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, because you get hit with a 0-day exploit, and if you're on the new version, you have to wait till a patch comes through to try to fix it.
Right. So we want to stay 1 behind, and then whenever that new one, because we know a new version is going to come, right? So
yes,
we just whenever that new version comes out, we'll make a way and make sure that we're not vulnerable for the one that we're going to jump to.
Okay.
At least have some type of mitigation in place that if we're going to move up, that we can have something in place just in case we become, that vulnerability makes us more risk aware to risk acceptable to what we're comfortable with.
Yes, sir. Now, let me ask you a question. In that regard, that is for like operating system, iOS's or Windows operating systems. You what I'm looking at here is regarding Android, Windows, and Mac OS operating systems that you want to stay one version behind. Is that what you were referring to?
No, no, not in regards to that. But you can look at it. So we'll have a conversation about it, right? So if we're like in our network here, let's say we call this give me a business name. Harmony Enterprise.
Okay.
So for Harmony Enterprises, we got these clients out here right now, and we're saying that, hey, we're on Windows 10, but we know Windows 11 is out here, and they're talking about actually moving up after Windows 11 soon. Well, me and you will sit down and take a look at it and say, hey, all right, can we move up to 11 because 11 is more secure? You'll say, yeah, we can. Any applications that can't work with 11? No ally applications can. Okay, then it'll be better for us to just go ahead and eliminate the vulnerability of being on a later version of Windows and just move up to Windows 11.
Yes, sir.
Now, in certain cases where, like, I'm working for the industrial industry, a lot of our equipment, those conveyor belts, a lot of machinery can't work with anything but Windows XP.
Yes, sir.
But what do? We don't want to move up. Yeah, we can move up to Windows 10 or Windows 11 and leave XP up behind, but then we can't use the conveyor belts no more. Mm-hmm. So me and you will sit down and say, okay, all right, since we have to have XP, they can't be on the internet. All right, because the application could probably work without the internet. The application just needs to tell the conveyor belt just to move to the left, left. That's it. It doesn't need the internet for that. So we could just leave that computer on XP and, cut off the network card for it. Make sure it doesn't have any network connectivity. Or segment it on the network. Put it in its own VLAN. Make sure it can't get out. But you still run a risk of it being connected to the internet.
Yes, sir.
All right. So we'll go over all of this other stuff in upcoming sessions. We did the device list. Good stuff here that you can click through. User list. Everybody here. All right. Now the configuration templates. This is like GPOs. This is how we tell the device how we want them on our network. As you can see here, and the word of advice, if you're going to put one on your iPhone or something like that,
yes, sir.
To revise iOS. Don't do the first one that I had, which is down here.
Okay.
That's going to have you change the password like every 2 minutes. Eating me off. But you can't go in here and change them. You got to make a new one and then change it. So if you go here to revise, this is what I mean. We tell the device what to do. So you go to edit, and then you can find what things we want, but then we can go in here and we can edit these rules. These are rules that we set. So in Harmon Enterprises, if we don't trust our people, hey man, let's just make sure that we give them a minimum of 6 on the passcode.
Okay.
Things like that. And we can tailor our policy off of these configuration templates. And then once we're ready to, let me get some more stuff. We can even do this. We can lock it down if we really wanted to. No, you can't install nothing. No, you can't uninstall nothing. No, don't use the camera. No FaceTime, none of that. I don't want no hotspot or nothing. We can do all of that here by editing and pretty much just unclicking.
Okay.
But then once you do that, the way you get it to go to that computer, that iPhone, you have to download that app. So you have to download this endpoint. We'll go over that in just a second. But anyway, you got to download that endpoint on that device, and then you have to tell that device to look for this profile. And once it goes under that profile, then it acts the way I want it to, because this is the configurations I want it to have. Okay.
Okay.
So if I didn't want anybody to download Netflix on a company phone, hey, I might have to say, is it just Netflix I don't want? Oh yeah. Well, okay, maybe I don't want to block any and every app from the App Store. Maybe I should go in there and have it look for a particular app in a different section. But maybe, this is a widespread profile here. So this is going to hit everybody. And so if we're just going to say is this certain things we want, we're going to probably manipulate this profile to show that.
Okay.
Yeah, this is how it works right here. This is MDM.
I like
good
this.
things, good stuff right here. Yeah. And so what I would suggest to you, you can go in here to these profiles, and just like how I got this test here, highlight it, and then clone the profile. Clone it, and then you rename it so I know it's you. And then you build your own profile on how you want it. Then test it on a machine or test it on a device that you want to put it on.
Okay.
And see if that's the type of reaction that you want. So if you had a nephew or a niece or something like that you ain't want them to, have stuff on their phones and stuff like that, yeah, throw this on there. This is a great way to do that. Same thing when it comes to Linux devices, Windows machines, Mac OS, same thing.
And I can do this on virtual machines as well.
That is correct.
Okay.
So let's jump to, go ahead.
You can you go back one screen? I want to make sure I get the right profile that I'm supposed to use. You want me to use the revised iOS profile as the template? Or it could be any of those.
You can do any. Once you clone it, it's yours. I don't care.
Right.
It doesn't matter, because what you're going to do is you're going to come in here and do this. Let's say we want to clone this Linux one, right? We're going to click this little, we're going to select it here in order to give us the options at the top.
Okay.
That is great out here. So we're going to select it. Then I say, okay, I clone it. It's going to automatically drop that down. I say this is these tests. I probably don't like the apostrophe. Testing out this new, clone it. Now it automatically throws me in, but now I can go through, and if I had me a Linux box that I wanted on this profile, I can go ahead and throw it in here. I can go ahead and configure my antivirus to scan whenever I feel like it. This is what I'm going to do. Schedule scan. Real nice stuff. Go to my updates. When do I want it to reach out for updates? Find access control. So that we can do enable the password protection. This is what we do whenever we're gonna, let's say we got a new client, let's say, yeah, like you just joined the company. This is what I'm gonna do to your computer before I send you the computer. This is why you can't just do whatever you feel like doing once I give you the computer.
Yes, sir.
Because this is what we call locking down or hardening. I'm going to set the configurations up to what's the standard of the business. And then once I give it to you, and let's say you put in a ticket and say, I can't install iTunes on my my MacBook. Well, yeah, that's because it's not an authorized application for the business. I prevented you from doing that from the get-go.
Okay.
And it's done all here with these profiles.
All right. All right. I like this right here.
We'll get into data loss prevention too. This is good too.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, play around with these profiles whenever you feel like it. Or
Okay.
you know, if you got a question and you want to go through one next time, let's go through one and then we'll throw a couple machines in there and see how it reacts. See how long it takes for that machine to actually talk back to this server and say, okay, no, I'm not going to allow screensavers to be put on this machine. Then we go test it out and we see if it works or not. So the security part of it, the endpoint, and this is where the antivirus is highlighted here the most. I think this is a highlight of this Exidium platform, just because it's a response tool that not only can it scan and look for a virus, it can also respond to it and isolate the machine and so on and so forth like that. People are paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for companies just to have this type of technology on their machines. So having that endpoint there, man, it's a big thing. I think this is if I can get this into a school system or a small business, and we could see this on a larger scale, you'll really get to understand where I'm coming from when it comes to the value that comes along with it.
Let me ask you another question then. I have Trend Micro and Malwarebytes on both my computers, laptops. Now, with this, does it interact with Windows Defender or will it interact with Malwarebytes and Trend Micro?
It will treat it as its own separate application. So it's not going to fight with those applications, but it's not going to work in conjunction with it.
Okay.
So those endpoints, a lot of endpoints can be on your computers at one time. So like here, I got Muninet on here, and it scans, right? But at the same time, it doesn't talk to Exidium. And then the reason why I don't like it is because I can't look at it from any place in the world. It's just like how you're logged into the platform and you could see the endpoint that's on this computer that I'm sharing with you right now. And say, hey, Mr. Mitchell, I think we need to take a look at it. Something's going on in the background. I can't get that much information out of here. It's just pretty much, hey, did you do a scan today? Did you find anything? No. All right. Well, this does that too. It does the scans, but I'm also able to dig like we seen in the earlier listing of it in the, what was it? Your regular EDR, Malwarebytes, things like that. The company of, whoever works for Malwarebytes or Microsoft Defender, they will see something like this that could be able to dig further into the files. But us being able to see this type of stuff right here, gold, man. And then you can investigate. And once you start putting all this stuff together, and you have a case on, you have a hunch, you see something in your firewall rules that says that you have some strange activity, and then you get to isolate that one machine. Let's take a look at the strange activity from the logs. Let's see if we can look at it here on the endpoint security portion of it. What did the endpoint see? And start digging down into it. Because more than likely, your regular A/B scan is not going to see this deep into the files.
Okay.
Hey, you actually got a memory leak, or this doesn't look this for some reason at some point in time. This amount of traffic is always leaving from this directory, leaving out and going to this particular address on the internet, which says that somebody has already infiltrated, and telling that that directory to send some information out to them. Your regular AV is probably just going to scan and look for signatures that they already know. Signatures are kind of like fingerprints of a known virus.
Yes, sir.
And that's what it's going to do. Hey, I don't see anything that I already know, so you're clean. This looks a little different. This looks deeper into it, and then if you had some people that know what they're looking for, then actually start to realize if you've been infiltrated or not.
Okay. All right.
All right. So now the applications. This is how, like I said, let's say you read something and you say, hey man, I heard that the Zillow app was vulnerable on this version. Let's check to see who has it on their machines. And now you get a quick rundown of all the iPads that have Zillow on them. So this bulk installation package is, let's say if we were working at a big university.
Yes, sir.
And we needed to put these endpoints on 500 machines.
Mm-hmm.
We can come here and work with a package installer called SECM or EMMC, I think.
Okay.
Anyway, SECM, Software Management System. They use that to take the endpoint that we will give them and then push them out to like thousands and thousands of connected computers. And they do this pretty much overnight. So this is how if you had like a hospital, right? New hospital just been built, you had 500 machines get put in throughout the hospital. You're not going to image each and every machine. You're going to put that machine in place, plug it up to the network, and now it's going to be listening on the network for that SECM to give it the command to install Windows 10 or Windows 11, whatever. And then with that, it's going to also install this endpoint on each machine.
Okay.
So that's where the bulk comes in. That bulk installation package comes into play at. To remotely access your device, perform routine security maintenance, which will not interfere with your work. Please click allow to start a remote session. See how it works. So from here, now I don't see any changes to my desktop, right? But
yes,
here on the platform, now I'm able to actually drill down into this is what's actually on my actual file directory.
Okay.
Let me show you here. If I were to go to, let me see, that is program file. So see, you'll see how these kind of match up with each other. Intel, OEM.
Yes, sir.
This
yeah.
is how, if I wanted to see those files, but I don't know if I can actually open those files.
Okay.
But then you go into, do you have something that can read it? All that. I can download the file. I downloaded the file. Now that's risky. I'm gonna just tell you that up front. When if you're doing this, right. So you want to do this and know exactly what you're looking for when remoting into someone's PC. Now this is just the back end. So even though it's just the back end and they can still continue their work, they were prompted that you connected to their PC and they had to give you control. But like I said, if you download the wrong thing that was, above your pay grade or sensitive, let's say you got a secret clearance and you downloaded something that was top secret, now we got issues.
Yeah.
So always be careful on that.
Yes, sir.
But good for you is that you get to play around with this stuff, see exactly what you're doing, because you don't want to learn on the job when it comes with this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Don't want to get started.
Right. So you want, you know what I'm saying? And the funny thing is that a lot of companies that I've seen, they don't even have endpoints that can go that far in between, like the remote session of it. They might have what I use, TeamViewer, or they might use Microsoft Teams to share the screen and stuff like that, or Zoom.
Yes, sir.
But when it comes to like those type of applications, when it comes to executing, installing applications, you're going to need that user to help you along with actually getting things installed. So,
yes, sir.
But I think there's still good stuff to look at and to learn.
Do companies make rules about remoting into computers? Because like at a bank, I used to work at BB&T a long time ago. You couldn't just randomly open up somebody bank account and just be like, yeah, let me send some money to this person. That is an automatic fireable offense. Do companies also make rules like that? So like, if we catch you just randomly remote into people's computer without express permission, or if you have any if that customer didn't give you permission to contact them to remote to the computer, that's an automatic termination.
Hey, I got this ticket for Emily. Emily she ain't been at work for 2 days. I need to get this thing closed, because the one thing about tickets is that even though Emily put this in, the time starts on these tickets whenever she puts the doggone ticket in.
Okay.
So if she's not there for you to get consent to remote into a PC, you got to do what you got to do. Okay.
Okay.
But pro tip now, if you do that, you log all of that stuff here in this response. Or some of them have notes. You'll say user was not in, remoted into her machine, fix the issue, close the ticket. You cover yourself yourself by doing stuff like that. Now,
yes, sir.
Let's just go ahead and just jump into this one real quick. So this is a ticket, right? Your normal ticket, right? So
yes,
Emily put this right in, and she put it in on the 26th. So we late on this ticket. The reason why we late is because of SLA time. So SLA is service level agreement. Service level agreement is a agreement that the higher ups have already made on your behalf to open it for users to open a ticket, and then for you to actually work that ticket and then close that ticket.
Okay.
When you get into this field, you will get to understand that SLA times can be a pain, because they normally don't start once you get these tickets. Okay.
Okay.
So you're going to be coming in at a higher level than help desk, or service desk. So help desk, normally those guys, they just answer the phone and then they type these tickets up and then they assign them to you. Okay?
Okay.
That's help desk entry level, where you're going to be coming in at a security level or more of a desktop support role or what have you. You're going to be one level above that. So a lot of times your SLA time has already started, and when you think you had 4 days to close a ticket, you may have 2, a day and a half, 30 minutes.
Good, no.
But you cover yourself because you see here, whatever, you know what I'm saying? It's already going to let you know. And before you get out here and start freaking out, just say, hey, I received said ticket at this date. The ticket was opened up on the 26th. I did not receive my account until the 31st. So, you know, you just putting that in there. Is it going to count against you? Yes, it's still going to count against you. But your boss will know that it's not your fault. Okay?
Okay.
Now, let's see what she got going on. I'm having trouble setting up my work email on my iPhone using the mail app. Okay?
All right.
Now, that's just troubleshooting it. If me and you working through this issue right now, I would say, all right, Chris, have her call you up on a different phone or talk to her on Teams or Zoom or something like that with the iPhone in her hand. And let's see if we can walk her through actually setting up the email.
Okay.
But we also, before we call her up, we probably want to go over here to the platform and see if she has the right profile on her iPhone. Because remember, we can set them up with different profiles, right?
Yes, sir.
And so we may have a profile, let's say, we set them up with different profiles here, Will. Right? And let's say if you were testing one out and you accidentally threw her phone into this test profile, and now she can't set up her email because of it.
Okay.
So we wanted to, double check, see if it's not in there. And if it's not, then you call her up and say, okay, walk me through what you're actually doing. And if you got it, more than likely, you're going to have the processes on a piece of paper, on a cheat sheet, and you're going to understand what's the proper steps to setting up an email. She's going to probably be missing some point. Maybe her email address needs to be changed. Her password is not right to her email address. And you just simply walk her through it. Once you walk her through it, and she says, oh, it's populating now, because I guarantee you, it's going to be probably a password issue. You tell her to calmly type her password in one character at a time.
Yes, sir.
She gets it right. It populates her email. She'll probably say, oh, you know what? I don't know what happened, but it just started working, right?
Yes,
she
sir.
says that, hey, it's all good. You say, all right, if you got any more questions or any issues, just give me a call. Glad to help you out. Put it right here in your response. Close the ticket.
Okay.
You see here. Well,
all right. So once again, you go and wait. Do you see if she's in that? No. Because she shouldn't be in there. So you give her a call, and ask her what was the last password. Do she remember putting in? Have her try that one more time. If that's not it, then you're gonna have to explain to her that you're gonna have to reset her password.
Yep. You'll reset her password on a Windows machine where?
On a Windows machine. Now. Do I remember that? In settings. You know what? I don't know. I'm gonna have to play around with it. I don't know that one.
Yes, you do. You do know. If we're in an enterprise, we at Harmon Enterprises, We're remote. He's using a
Oh,
Windows machine. More
oh,
likely.
access and identity management. In the what's the thing called? We built these things on the thing. I know where to do that now. But I can't call it out. I can't call it out of my head right now. But I know where to do it at.
Yeah, if you know the application, then that's the only thing you got to do.
Okay.
Reset her there. You make sure she log in, update the ticket, close it out.
I know what it's on the tip of my tongue. That's gonna bug me right now. Active Directory. Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Release of information.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's all about maintaining the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information.
Perfect. All of those things are true, and it's not just that though. That's a small part of it, and sometimes the worst hackers can be ourselves. We just saw that Friday going into this week. I even had to do some cleanup of the CrowdStrike mix up on Friday. That wasn't a cyber attack, but when you start to learn this information, you'll understand how if you follow a process, it's part of cybersecurity. A company like that should never shut down half the world, but hey, it happens. And trust me, CrowdStrike won't have any type of foothold in this industry. I think I think it's going to be over for them. But anyway, that lets you know just how widespread it can be. Cybersecurity really is about protecting your data from protecting yourself on the internet, protecting your data from people who shouldn't see your data, and also that CIA triad that you alluded to, keeping those three pillars the main thing throughout everything that you do in cybersecurity. You got to have confidentiality. People need to make sure that it's secretive from people who shouldn't see it. But then you need to have that integrity that if you put $20 into your bank, that bank knows that you put your $20 in there, and it has the integrity of keeping that data the same until you want to take that $20 out. That's integrity. But then it needs to be available. So think about some of the sites that never go down. They have a very high availability. The one that comes to mind is Amazon.com. Amazon.com never goes down. That site is always up. I even seen Facebook and Instagram. Instagram goes down quite often. But I've seen a lot of more sites just kind of go down and have that maintenance period where people need to bring it back up. Prime case was just this weekend where CrowdStrike took everybody offline. And that's that part of the availability that while it was CrowdStrike's fault, us as security professionals, we needed to have another thing in place in order to keep the business running. So a lot of those airports that you've seen that were shut down, they needed an actual game plan in place just in case that was to happen. You can't have people just sitting in the airport waiting on an itinerary to be printed, and you have no way of printing that off because the computer's down. So that's where we come in at, and we need to know these type of processes on top of stopping our normal hackers from coming in and hacking into our accounts. So all of that is entailed with cybersecurity. But thank you for answering that for me. So cybersecurity Security Plus is a well-known certification, right? It's kind of like the industry standard. Now, what we have is two different versions. We have a 601 and we have a 701. 601 is being phased out next week, actually. And that you can see that right here where it says retirement. So the reason why I bring that up is that I don't know if they bought the vouchers for you guys for the 701 or the 601. But hopefully it's the 701. I don't know who would be able to get us that information. But what I'm going to teach on these next 4 weeks, I'm going to teach on 601 and I'm going to add in the things from 701. So we fill in those gaps. It's really the same test. They're just going to change certain objectives out. So, we shouldn't really miss anything on that. Yes, I do not know how to say your name. Please say your name. I'm sorry.
It's Olashubumi. Yeah, so I believe like the other time they talked about like the 701 because they said the 601 was getting phased out like I think July. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So they were like they were going to get us 701 vouchers.
Okay. Well, I'll still teach on the 601, but like I said, I'll cover the 701 as well. So those things that they're adding in, we can go ahead and just cover those things too. And mind you, like I'm recording this session. I'm going to put that up so you guys can come back and study this whenever you feel free. I want you to understand that in order for you to pass this exam, it's a tough exam. So you're going to need to do some studying on your part. You have to. I don't expect for you to get on this class and really kind of soak it in these 2 hours that I'm talking. I'm not gonna be naive and think that. But I'm gonna give you everything that I think you need to pass this exam. But you're gonna need to do some effort on your own. And when you feel like taking an hour out of your day, maybe an hour and a half, and going on this website that I'm gonna show you and practicing this material, I believe that you can go ahead and have it stick and be able to pass this exam. So going back to this website here, it's a 90-minute test, multiple choice. But what it does have is maybe about 10 questions that are performance based. And what that means is that they want you to read a paragraph, look at a diagram, maybe drag and drop some things around. And that's going to throw some people off because if you don't know how the test is going, you're just going in there thinking that you're getting 90 questions.
Excuse me.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I'm getting my car fixed. My car had broke down.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to be like attentive as of right now, but I do have questions. Can I come back in maybe 30 minutes? Would that be okay?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me get you on the attendance. Jonah. Yeah, go ahead and do what you got to do. Again, like I said, I'm recording this, and I'll let you whenever you come back. I'll let you know where it's going to be at, so you can pick up where we left off at.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
No problem. All right. 90 minutes. 90 minutes. So it's going to be about 80 questions, multiple choice, but you're going to have those 10 questions at the beginning. It's going to be at the beginning, I promise you. And well, let me start off and say I am cybersecurity. Security Plus certified. So I have a good bit of experience with this test because I failed this test twice and got it on my third time. And so it's not something that you just up and know, I guess. But if I don't want to say that and then be negative, right? If you put the effort towards it, you can make it happen. Could I have studied better? Yeah, I think so. Could I have done things better when it comes to test taking? Yes. So did I have things going on those first 2 times? Oh yeah. So that might have all contributed to me failing that test twice. But the more I did take it is I kind of got used to what they wanted in that test and how to go about doing it. So in that 90 minutes, you want to make sure that you keep everything down to maybe about a minute per question. Okay. So no time to really kind of sit there, ponder on it, and then think about it about 2 or 3 minutes. You're going to end up, you're going to run out of time. So keep it to a minute. In this website, I got something for that to where we can practice those questions at a minute pace. I think I could put a time on it, but never mind. Anyway, it's based on a 750 scale score. You only need a 750 to pass. And the reason why I'm bringing up the passing part is because it's a weighted test, meaning the areas that you're weak in is going to ask you more questions in that area. Okay. So when we go over encryption, you may be able to go past encryption fairly easy in the class, but then on the test, if they ask you a fairly complex question and you straight up bomb it, they're going to keep asking you encryption questions, right? And then that's going to push you towards not getting that 750. So we want to make sure that we are able to understand every subject equally, so we can have a balanced test when we take this test. All right. Okay, so 601, 607. Okay. So when you guys get your vouchers, I want you to go to CompTIA. This site right here is called Pearson View, and it's the CompTIA site. I'm gonna drop this in the chat. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because you don't go to CompTIA to register for this exam. You go here to register for the exam. I have this in this. So let me go ahead and show you. I'll stop referencing. This is the site that I'm talking about. I got everybody access to this. So check your email that you gave to Pivot. You should have an email from me regarding this site. CyberUp with a 3 for the E. But
Yeah,
I'll have that.
Sorry, I saw an email like that, but I couldn't access the account.
Okay, we'll go. Let me get through this part, and then we'll have a session where we'll make sure everybody can get access to it, because that's going to be big as far as the material is concerned.
Okay.
All right. So you want to go here to register for your exam, and you can either take it at home or you could take it in one of their testing facilities. You choose and decide on that. Me personally, I had to go to the actual spot and actually take the test there. I think it's easier that way, but don't let me influence how you feel about taking tests. In today's world, you might have you might feel better just to take it at the house. The thing about having a proctor exam, which taking it at the house, right? A proctor exam, they're gonna constantly watch you like that. So you gotta have to have your camera on, and then they want you to spin your camera around the room, make sure you have everything off your desk, no doors are open. They're trying to alleviate any aspect of you actually cheating. So I don't like that. I think that's an invasive way of privacy, and you don't even really get to see you don't see their face, so you don't know who you're showing that stuff to, in my opinion. But I might be a little paranoid on that. But it is an option. So if you guys want to go ahead and do it at the house, that's fine too. But this is where you'll put in that voucher code, and you'll be able to set up your exam. I would say after our last class, I would say go ahead and schedule the exam. Just go ahead. If you feel halfway decent about the material, schedule the exam, commit to it, and go ahead and take it and see where you're at. Try your best on it. Make sure you study as much as possible. I'm going to leave you access to this material so you can use it at any time. Contact me at any time. and let me know what questions you got, and we'll walk through it. But that's the CompTIA site for Pearson VUE. It has to go through here. You won't be able to go here to CompTIA site and find a way to set up your exam. You have to go here. Another good thing about Security Plus, jobs. So that's I think me personally, I don't know about you guys, but that's the whole main thing about cybersecurity is that cybersecurity can provide a job that's very lucrative, very rewarding, and they're only asking you to trade knowledge for the type of job that you have. And what I mean by that is that they want you to constantly learn these new technologies, the processes for the job, and being able to be that subject matter expert when it comes to security of their data. And I don't know about the Nashville area too much, and you guys are in Nashville, I'm correct? Or this is Alabama. So Mobile? My bad on that. I was thinking about the other cohort. So I like to come and find jobs all the time. I did the same thing here. And I like to go on LinkedIn and Indeed. If you don't have a LinkedIn account, do yourself a favor and make one. And if you're a person that don't mind networking, LinkedIn is a perfect spot to do that, especially while you're in school and you're looking for internships. While I'm on that subject, let me go ahead and tap into internships. Internships can be a wonderful way for you to get into this field without going through the whole process of trying to find different jobs. Because what's going to hold you back is the experience part of it. I have ways around the experience part, but it's going to be better if you're an intern working for a company. They train you the way they want you to be trained, and then they just hire you on after the internship. So if you could find some internships, that'd be awesome. But to my point of what I was trying to show you guys is that Security Plus is 9 times out of 10 going to be on job descriptions in some form and fashion. SAIC is a popular military government contractor, and they normally want Security Plus to be on their applicants' resume. So I'm looking for it here. So you can see here they want the A plus, the Network Plus, and CE only means continuing education, or continuing something else. I forget what it is. It might be experience, but don't hold me to that. But anyway, the security certifications is something that they're looking for too. And so these places like this pay very well, even for entry level positions. So I would highly, like I said, compared to the A plus, and I'm not trying to sway you guys, but compared to the A plus, I probably would lean more to the Security Plus, just because it's a niche. It's more of A plus can be so broad, and it's not really going into one direction. And so you have to get maybe like a service desk or a help desk position, where Security Plus is strictly for cybersecurity positions. You could get a help desk job, but you're more focused into a particular specialization. Any questions on that? So like I said, LinkedIn is a wonderful spot. Create a LinkedIn and reach out to me, and let's connect. I'm not great at networking, but I mean I know y'all, so I'll put it in the chat too. So if you want to just go ahead and just make one, and just if you want to have a connection, hit me up. I'll go ahead and connect. There's no problem. But I think this is also great ways for people to look at others in that field and have direct conversation to them. Let's say this young gentleman, he contacted me the other day, and I don't know him, but if I see something maybe in his biography that I wanted to necessarily talk to him about, or maybe if I wanted to get in the governance and compliance area when it comes to cybersecurity, maybe it's somebody that I can ask, hey, what do I need to study? Who do I need to talk to? Things of that nature. So networking here on LinkedIn is built for that type of networking. Whereas other social media sites is more sociable, not really geared for any type of career building. Okay. All right. Did anybody else join since then? I don't think so. All right. Any questions? Give me 1 second. Let me go ahead and switch over to CyberUp, and then let's get y'all in there. Appreciate that follow, man. All right. Easy. So CyberUp, let's go here to, I need to log out. Who doesn't have access to this site? Just okay. Keith. So what's going on? Give me 1 second. I thought I had everybody in here. Keith, you see this email right here? Can you check that Gmail account and make sure you didn't see anything come in there? It should look like this. Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, I did get an email for the. You talking about for the CyberUp thing?
You kind of cut out at the end, but yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw it in my email. Cool. So I just click the link and then it's gonna give me access.
Yeah, click that link, and then you're gonna need to use the password there in that email to get access. It's gonna ask you to change that password, but once you change it, then it's something that and then you can go ahead and use it whenever.
So for the Security Plus, are we eventually gonna get CompTIA as well, like the or are we just gonna stay on CyberUp?
I don't know, but I and the reason why I don't know is because I had a login for that, but it didn't really give me the class, if that makes sense, in order to have the material for you guys to follow. And so I was kind of confused on that. And I probably need to get with Dr. Blair about that and ask her, you know, what are we all going to, what is the preferred method for us to use? What did y'all use for the A+ course?
CompTIA for Core 1 and Core 2.
Can someone show me that? Can they share their screen and show me? Or
I can.
okay, I'm gonna stop sharing. Or am I sharing? I'm not even sharing. You could share, I think.
Just give me 1 second. I'm logging in.
Okay, no problem. I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen real quick just to show you. If you got that email from CyberUp, it's gonna look like this, and it wants you to use that username right here, but that password. Take this password, throw it in there, throw it into this screen. It's gonna look like this. Let me log out. It's gonna look like this. Throw that username and that password in there, and it's gonna automatically ask you to change it. Let me know if I need to send that back to anybody.
I just logged into CompTIA. We actually do have the Security Plus on there as well. So yeah.
Okay. Do you mind sharing your screen real quick just so I can take a look at it?
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Because I'm wondering if it's 701 for that website. Screen everything. Go to lessons. And scroll down. This looks like 601.
Sorry, let me come off mute. It's not letting me scroll down. I think it's only 15
15
lessons. Yeah.
Okay.
But it does say 701, yes.
Okay. So you can go ahead and stop sharing now. I appreciate it.
Okay, no problem.
So does everybody have access to that?
Yeah.
Thumbs up or say yeah, appreciate it. Okay, so let's do this in conjunction. So because I don't think each one of those lessons is probably literature, and they maybe only got videos here and there. I don't know how you guys do with videos or hearing a lecture versus reading. Me personally, I gotta have the video. Each one of my classes, each one of my lectures is going to have a video to it, and then at the end of that should have 7 to 10 questions for every lesson. Let's go back to 15. Can everybody get into CyberUp? Or is that something that I need to ask tomorrow as you guys get settled in and then try to get into the class?
I got in.
Cool. Anybody else got in?
Yeah, I also got in.
Cool. All right. So let me share my screen. If you don't have access, let me know and I'll get that email back over to you. But I set it up in 2 weeks, right? I'm gonna collapse it all and then I'm gonna explain it. And the reason why I wanted to do that is because we got 4 weeks. We need to cram this thing in, and it's tough to do that, but hey, we got to do what we got to do, right? So I got 4 weeks here, and I wish I had it to where it could be indented so it could be easier to see, but I got 4 weeks here, and I got 21 lessons. But the one thing about it is that for some of the weeks, I have different resources here, such as, I think this is for my previous class, so I need to take that out. Yep. Sorry about that. But I got the objectives here. And this is straight from CompTIA 701 objectives. This is everything to cover on an exam. And so a study tip is that if you take these objectives, and it's really only just definitions, if you're able to do the definitions on these types of words, you have a good chance you probably are going to pass this exam. Not saying that this is all about remembering definitions. It's more about, if you know the definition of, let's say, a digital signature, that when they ask you a multiple choice question, you'll know the difference between a blockchain. And so you won't get confused when you're reading the problem that they have. Because the thing about a CompTIA test is that they're gonna fluff this up so badly. They're gonna give you a paragraph, maybe 2 paragraphs to read, and it has nothing to do with nothing. All right, and it gets on my nerves. And they're gonna give you 2 paragraphs and maybe ask the question in